just give me a sec. I tell her, hold that breath. Yeah, just give me a sec. I tell her, hold that breath. We're in the mix, no sec. You want more remix? Hold that, hold that, hold that, hold that breath.
Yo, what up? What up? What up? What up? What up? What up? Sorry, I was just making a fucking killer TikToker. Hold on. Let me see. I need to trim some of this fat. What up, fat? How's everyone doing? I'm having a little bit of a malaise. No big deal though. You know, occasional malaise. It's cool. Alright, what can I cut out of this? It's too long. Alright, this I can cut out. A little bit more. Okay. 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 Some of that. Okay. Got the castle. Okay. This shit's got to go over here. Okay. Okay. Delete that. Bam. Then we're good. Okay. Be nice if I could get like a different cover on Twitter, because it gives me the same fucking cover every single day. Okay. Anyway, what's going on? How's everyone doing? Arm the poor? Wouldn't that be nice, huh? How about we arm Charlie XCX? How about we do that first? Boop, 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 boop. What's up? What's up, Kadam Llama? What's up, Rod? What's up, Dave? What's up, Jackbird? What's up, Gillespie? What's up, Cushy? What's up, Jackbird? How's everyone doing? Dave, you got a stream today? What time? Cat? What? Okay. That goes for everybody. So, wait a minute. 2:30. So, like, right after I finished? What? You could have. I could have raided into you. That would have been nice. I'm in the poor and clapping the boars. Okay. Do, 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 do. Yo, look at this! Look at this! Look at this! Well, if you tell me in advance, then I can plan on going, you know, hitting you up. Hashtag Screamo. Okay. Hell yeah. Alright. We're all set. Boop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doo. Doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doo. Okay. There's that. Where's the other thing? Yeah, Chihuahua. Okay. Right. There's that. There's there. So I was reading all the I was reading about fucking Blue Chew. Long story. No, I don't have ED. But yes, I was still interested in Blue Chew. It's like there's no FAQ about like does it get you fucked up? That's what I was looking for. Can you get high off of it? I should have cut that part out. See, my new innovation is now I like cut the other ones up and jam them in there. That's what she said. Oh, we never did that Grand Canyon thing yesterday. God. See, what happens is I have a bunch of shit and we don't ever get to it, and then I forget about it the next day. That was nice.
Down there to Antarctica, and he made a tweet
which
got screenshotted and saved by thousands of people, thankfully, before it got deleted the next day. He said that
it destroys your liver.
We're facing the ultimate evil, and then they took him to meet somebody that he calls the Master. He said that we have a new
in Antarctica,
fly from pole to pole with extreme speed. Why would he make a statement like that?
Okay.
And there's an entire.
I hate everybody who likes to misrepresent Admiral Byrd. When you dig a little deeper in the Admiral Byrd story, it's actually not that anomalous. I hate to say.
There, including some of the largest pyramids on Earth, right in Antarctica.
Dude, Billy, you can see the stone on that shot. Like, you can see it. Like, that's stone. That's not pyramid, you know? That's just a rock. Everything fun destroys the liver. Why'd you take the cure? What do you mean? I was playing my my TikTok. It ended. Quantum locking is a gravity behavior? Interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna need a new liver like pretty soon here.
On Earth, right in Antarctica.
They should have a thing where like you should like if you should be able to like, you know, like claim a liver and then get it. Like you should be able to like bring your own liver to the ER and be like, here, put this in me, and then like no questions asked. I feel like that would be an improvement. Like we don't even have might makes right, right? We have like money makes right, and a bunch of these like pencil neck dweeby fucking losers who happen to be rich are getting their own way too often. You know, you should be able to fucking kick their asses and take their liver. You know, at least even the playing field a little bit.
Some type of exotic energy was draining his batteries on his cameras. He had to try
bring your own liver, exactly.
Recorded properly. He said exotic energy. The #1 place in the world for technology research is right down there in Antarctica. I believe that as the ice is melting, they're finding remnants of an ancient civilization. We know that Antarctica was not a frozen tundra. These guys are pretty shaken up, you know.
It's been a frozen tundra for a long time. Like the time that humans have been alive, it's been a frozen tundra.
You know that from how hard it is for them to talk about what happened, that they went through something. It's pretty clear to see that something happened.
Not to say there's no crank shit down there. Maybe.
They'll probably never be the same again.
_ says chat, feel free to donate subs, bits or liver.
But maybe we could do a thing where like you know, like I'll like put you on the list, so as soon as we get the law changed, I'll go find you as a liver. This one's pretty cool. See, this is how it would look if I made one of these.
The darkest theory is one that Lazar talked about. He said something that they talked to him about when he was working on these back engineered crafts is that what they use us as is vessels for that we are souls. We hold souls, and that this is essentially a farm.
15 ad views.
They develop.
Oh man, someone hook up Too Old.
And that what our soul is. I mean, if you had to imagine what our soul is some force, something that farm here with us when we
basically minivan theory
transcends and becomes whatever they are in whatever space they exist in. What these people think is that these things have always been here and they are part of our history.
Dude, my AI aliens are a lot better than that.
Coming here on these metal crafts.
That's one thing I'm good at.
Necessarily the whole picture. That it might be some of that. Because we do that. Like we send drones to Mars.
What's element 115?
Element 115 is...
Yo, my fucking feed. You heard me complaining about it the other night. It's been fucking fire the last 2 nights.
It's a super heavy element. It's something that we only just recently synthesized.
For the record, I think Bob Lazar's full of shit.
We only made 4 atoms of it. The craft uses larger quantities of it, 223 gram little triangles of it. But it's a unique element. When it's exposed
Dying and going to heaven?
It produces its own gravitational field.
Dude.
Its own anti-gravity.
Last night I kind of was fucking playing around with some ideas, and it's pretty explosive. I don't know how I feel about that. I think, I don't know. It might be true. I don't know. We'll get to that later on.
Gravitational field, and it's what's used
like,
to lift and propel the craft and create distortions around it. It's an amazing material, and it's certainly nothing that occurs here or naturally.
And it can be weaponized, and that's kind of...
Yeah, look at Wide Corbell.
This story is all true, that can be...
Yeah, Corbell needs to go back to his steampunk roots.
Ran all kinds of tests on it.
His rockabilly roots.
atomic absorption.
Well,
And,
yeah, but like,
X-ray
so like,
fluorescence.
what if that's what religion
every
is?
Kind of test you
is
could
like,
possibly imagine, and bombarded it with radiation to see what effects it would have. They called that neutron activation, but it was a stable element and something we had never seen before.
No, like I think he was like he ran in those kind of like sussy circles, you know. I think like if I'm being generous, I think that the story he tells is real. It's just not him that happened to. That happened to somebody else, you know. What was I saying? Oh yeah, religion. Okay, if religions are real, right? Like, say this is a Stargate universe, right? Like, there's Gold or something like them who have different fucking planets with, you know, different slave planets for different reasons, and the different like factions, right? The different types of anomalous experiences people have. Because people will have a UFO sighting and they'll be fucking paralyzed, right? And they'll be terrified. Others will have it where it's like they have fucking, you know, they bang some hot alien babe. And then there's some where it's like, you know, you are whisked away to a spaceship somewhere and you have this incredible experience. Then others where it's like, you know, like the fucking, you know, you like see a cow mangled or, you know, like sliced and diced before your eyes. Others, it's like you have missing time and you think like you see owls everywhere. They're all sort of like genres of experiences, and it kind of seems like if there were different, you know, like the like Olympus, like the pantheon of gods in ancient times, right? Like if that's real and like, you know, there's like Hermes goes down to the surface and fucks with people sometimes, or like Apollo, or, you know, all the different gods are messing with us for some purpose, you know, God knows what. Um, and that's what the different types of stories are. That's why they're all so distinct. And there's just sort of genres of stories, you know? And it kind of seems like that would fit. I mean, it fits. It does. It doesn't mean it's real, but I mean, I've heard some of the people like whispers and stuff like that. It's like I think that's like the Tom DeLonge book, the first Tom DeLonge book that people swear by. Fucking Gandalf, who's in here sometimes, he swears by it. He says it's all real. That that's basically the world, that how the world works in those books, right? There's like a pantheon of gods or godlike beings, you know. I mean, my dude's fighting the void. I mean, I don't see any evidence for a void though. Look, like I see evidence for what I just described. You know, like it looks like that. It doesn't look like there's like that's a whole extra power level that we haven't really encountered, or maybe we encounter that power level just much rarer. You know, seems like the type of power level that we encounter is like I said, you know, like the Greek gods. Yeah, and well, there is more commonalities though. It's just like there's section. There's like, you know, there's, if you think about it like a superhero, right? Who's got henchmen and they've got certain types of weapons. So when they're involved, you know, that plays out certain ways, right? You know, like if you encounter Mr. Freeze is different than when you encounter Poison Ivy or the Joker, you know. That's kind of what it seems like, you know. Yeah. Uh, yeah, I don't think that, yeah. If there's anything in Antarctica, if there's any crank shit in Antarctica, maybe there is. But again, it's more like Stargate, you know, it's like some ancient base that's under the ice. I don't think there's like a lost human settlement there unless it's like a Nazi settlement, you know?
the idea that when you're in a higher dimension, you can see below lower dimensions, but you can't see dimensions above you?
Exactly, unless you have the capability of matching frequency to be able to walk in.
Match the frequency.
Yeah, so for example, my hand...
The ice insectoids, yeah.
Why is it stopped? I'm not really touching the table. There's repulsion going on. Electromagnetic repulsion between the electrons in my hand repelling the electrons in the table. You don't really touch anything. Now, if I can match...
Billy knows enough that, like, he sounds smart, right? But he's like, it's like one of those dudes who's like, everything they say is like 90% accurate, so it doesn't quite work. You know, like the metaphor they're going for, like, doesn't quite make it because there's some key piece of the puzzle is like not quite correct, you know?
Frequency of the atoms here on this table with my hand, I'd be able to pass my hand right through this table unscathed. Why? Because atoms are 99.999% empty space. Nothing is really here. Everything is only a light wave slowed down to a particular frequency. So if you can match frequencies, you can merge with things.
See what I mean?
Walk through walls,
see what I mean?
Kind of
it's like mostly right, but not quite right.
Tap into some type of understanding of how to match different frequencies in our dimension. And appear.
No, he was right about that part. He was wrong about the part where you can like fucking phase through things, you know?
It's entirely possible that our observable universe...
Everybody uses the same fucking crank music.
...interior of an enormous black hole. This is very weird, I admit. So what is a black hole actually doing? Think about what it does. We know that black holes eat things and grow. So we know that that event horizon is growing. If you were on the inside, this thing would be growing too. So this horizon, think about what it means to be inside of a black hole. You'd have this point of space, this region of space that you could never get to, and it's always receding from you. A horizon. If you look out into space, there is a horizon very, very far out away, beyond which we cannot see, but we know there's stuff there, but we can never possibly see, and no matter how quickly you travel, you'd never be able to get to it.
That sounds right.
That's remarkably similar.
I know, right?
To what you would experience on the inside of a black hole.
You were right.
I think
sound and fury signifying nothing, you know? The guy's like, oh, fucking black holes, and we're on the inside of a black hole. And effectively, it's like the same as just existing in the solar system, you know?
Probably the scientific.
It doesn't really do anything.
Ancient cultures. The stories about the Ark of the Covenant, you know.
Yeah. I'm pretty pilled on this too, by the way. The Sound Lords, or, you know, something like this. What the fuck are those knobs for? What are those knobs for? Like, I think it's incredible that they have this technology that apparently that we see signs of all over the world, literally in fucking Bolivia and Peru and Egypt and China and India, all over the world. Some unknown technology that we can't figure out now, but supposedly all these different cultures simultaneously around the same time developed this tech that we can't figure out now. Right? That's incredible. If it was one or two, I'd be like, oh, it's pretty cool. They were pretty advanced. It's all of them, basically. Right? And they all figured out this shit that we have no clue what it is. Right? I would tend to think that it would go towards explaining how they fucking dealt with all this heavy shit. You know? God's knob. No, well, they're like all these giant rocks. They have these little fucking metal bracket things on them. Like dug into the rock. Which, first of all, how did they get that into the rock? You know, it's like melted rock, you know? Second of all, what the fuck does it do? What's it for? And why is it doing something for all these different cultures at the same time? And we don't know what it's doing. You know? They pipe the soft stone in like frosting. The knob is the tip dribble from the piping thing. Yeah, no, I mean, it would make a lot of sense if it was like, you know, like the, you know, the toothpaste tube or something. And that's like you squeeze it, you roll it up, and that's like the end of it or something. Yeah. They do a Tesla and granite crystallized. Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, sure. If the rock is meltable, then sure, it makes a lot of sense. But again, like we don't really know how to melt rock now. Like we'd be able to do it then.
You know, it was sheathed in gold, and it would have been extremely heavy.
But I could see it being something like a control rod or something, right? Like you attach this metal piece to the rock, and then you can lift it. Which so like say like it digs into the rock when it's like bearing the weight. So like if you have to drag it, say you have like like in Zelda, they have those things where you can like attach it to something heavy and it kind of like floats along, right? If they had a thing like that, so say those metal brackets are like a piece of something that you slap onto the thing and it gets pushed down, like if it's supporting the weight, right? So like if your thing was on the bottom, say it's like a little fucking gravity, distorter or whatever, and you slap it onto the bottom of the rock, and then you know, drag the rock along with you for 100 miles or whatever. It gets pushed into the rock based on how long it's holding it, how long it's supporting its weight effectively, Yeah, rockification. Yeah. I think those are the two best theories in my opinion.
Would have been very difficult for
rock with me
to lift and move. And I'm forgetting, I've seen some calculations.
Yeah, again, this size of these rocks, I feel like they kind of gloss over this. The Flint Dibbles of the world, they kind of gloss over this. Like they show you, oh, look, this is this guy moving 25 tons, blah blah blah. So they just kind of assume that like that explains that, move on to the next subject. And like, yeah, you could get a group of guys together and move 25 tons, sure, right? But could you get a group of guys together to move 1,000 tons or fucking, even less than that? Like the most we can move now is like, I think a couple hundred tons tops, right? The biggest cranes in the world can move like less than 500 tons. And some of the shit is 1,000 tons, like Baalbek. And then that's just the stuff that we have, like that fucking thing in Ethiopia that collapsed monolith. That shit's like hundreds of tons, or over 1,000 tons in its present form, and meaning it would have had to have been bigger when they started chiseling it, How the fuck did they get that there? Right? They carved it out of the ground somewhere and then dragged it, usually at least dozens of miles, and then stood it upright and then fucking carved it. I mean, damn, dude. I don't know how we would do it now. Like, I literally have no clue how we would do that shit now. That's Randall Carlson.
Of how heavy the damn thing would have been. It was carried on staves because, according to the accounts, no one could touch it, lest they would get fried somehow. I noticed, interestingly, that the only tribe that was allowed of the 12 tribes to actually transport and move the Ark of the Covenant, do you know which tribe that was?
I do not.
The Levites.
The Levites.
The Levitatites.
Levity.
The Levitators.
Having looked into some of these mystery
the Sound Lords,
like Kabbalah and stuff that say that there's hidden meanings to the words in the language, homonyms and synonyms and things that, that's the whole basis of the Kabbalistic system. That caught my eye, and I thought, that's an interesting coincidence.
I mean, I would love to hear Flint Dibble explain how to move 1,000-ton rock. Motherfucker could not do it in a million years. What? The hell is that? Dude, why am I getting all these Billy Carson videos, man? When have I ever, shown an interest in them? Whatever. Alright, let's get going. It's enough conjecture. Oh, did you see this dude fucking Luis Elizondo? Death threats? That's crazy, huh? I don't really believe it, but okay. Where's the tweet? Yeah, right here, look. But see, 40,000 dudes, what? Levites and levitates. Yeah, sure. It doesn't mean, again, that stuff's just coincidental and doesn't really matter. Some of these rocks, like some of these instances, it's like you can't get 40,000 dudes into the space by which they had to move it through, you know, or like the sarcophagi in the basement of the pyramids. No, well, the words that came after it's probably a Greek or fucking Latin word, right? They were based off of the fucking Aramaic word, or whatever the fuck the other word was. Oh. I don't, again, you're getting lost in the nuance here. It doesn't matter, right? Like, that's just like coincidental, like interesting little tidbits, you know. 47 guys in here like that. Yeah. But like, you know, if we say each guy can lift 25 tons somehow. By the way, they didn't have fucking pulleys and stuff a lot of the time either, supposedly. They didn't have wheels. They didn't have like a lot of the shit we have now. They didn't even have. What's up, Akuma? Kabbalah is the Illuminati, rule of fives. I don't know what that means. Look. To add insult to injury, I was notified yesterday that there may be a personal threat against myself and several other whistleblowers formerly associated with the UAP effort for the U.S. government. As such, I would like to make this perfectly clear to the American people. I am not prone to accidents. I am not suicidal. I am not abusing drugs. I am not engaged in any illicit activities. If something happens to me or my family members in the future, you will know what happened. You never trusted Kusano, though, so it sucks. Yeah, magic. Or they had some sort of like, you know, whatchamacallit, like acoustic levitation type thing. Something like that. Why isn't this a way bigger story? Which story? How they move all that shit? Because they don't want to talk about it. You saw Flint Dibble? Did you watch Flint Dibble on Rogan? That's how they act. Like it's just like in politics. You know how liberals are with political stuff? That's the same way that like academics are, right? They kind of just, you know, squint and like, oh yeah, this is you know, hand wave with a lot of shit. They convince themselves, right? They want it to be true, right? They don't want to have to explain it, and they want to own the cranks, you know, that kind of thing. Yeah, condescension. Liberals are bad. Yeah, they're pretty bad. I don't know. This is we do communism and crank shit. So we do politics, and then we do, you know, weird stuff. Second half of the stream. We were just talking about some of these ancient megalithic structures. Yeah, well, would it blow your mind if I told you there was options aside from liberal and conservative? Oh, I mean, they haven't been killed yet. It's just happened tonight. What's this clip?
With the release of this story by John Greenwald Jr. of the Black
Too
Vault.
old for Twix.
But the same dynamic is in play.
Secret password.
A sim spotter secret password. Yo, what up? What up? What up? What up? Where's my thing? Oh yeah, I turned all the alerts off last night when those bots came in. Damn. Fuck. What happened? Play. What the fuck? What up, y'all? What's going on? Sorry. I usually have a cool raid alert that didn't go off for some reason. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Echo Pleiadians. We were just getting started, and you would think, God, at 3:30 in the morning, you're just getting started? Yeah, I'm just getting started. I work fucking late. Oh, I saw, yeah, did you see that? Hold on, I don't see that. Yeah, Blinken was in Ukraine playing guitar somewhere. That's funny. That shit of him playing the Muddy Waters song in the White House is that should be outlawed. I don't know under what precedent, but it should be outlawed. Basically a minstrel show.
New FOIA release.
Anyway, we were just getting into it. Apparently, Luis Elizondo
says welcome.
received a credible death threat.
Started. Get high, get snacks. Maybe if enough people sub, we can skip the news and go straight to aliens.
We could, yeah. We could do that.
Release highlights redactions in key ATIP correspondence.
I think this motherfucker is just trying to sell his book, to tell you the truth.
Now, while I have been critical of some of John's analysis, he actually has done excellent work utilizing the freedom of
Yeah, wouldn't it be nice if he'd stuck to guitar and never gotten into politics? Yep.
Information Act. I've included a link to John's article in the YouTube description, and of course I encourage everyone here watching to read it. Now, through a FOIA request John filed in 2021, he finally received an email chain from the Pentagon regarding Lou Elizondo, ATIP, and Lou Elizondo's replacement at ATIP, Neil Tipton.
Yeah, a lot of these guys who came out with, like, you know, UFO-related stories, when you FOIA their emails, there's nothing there. Like, they were all deleted somehow. I mean, intentionally, most likely.
Once again, in a exclusive statement provided to the Good Trouble Show, continued, later, when confronted with a FOIA request, the Pentagon denied again the existence of any emails or correspondence between me and other seniors within the department who I was regularly engaged with until the day I left the Pentagon in 2017. Recently, one of my emails was leaked by an unknown person on Reddit. Now, this time when the Pentagon was challenged with the existence of the email, in this case, one that described the authorized transfer of ATIP.
So an unknown person on Reddit had his emails, but the Pentagon doesn't?
Leadership responsibilities to another senior member of the department and endorsed by the Secretary of Defense front office, they were forced to admit this email existed, was not deleted as they had previously.
Dr. Shiva emails would have been better.
Begrudgingly, the Pentagon finally did release the email.
Who, Akuma?
My role and participation.
What's up, Curiouser and Curiouser? What's going on?
Decided to redact the mention of ATIP. Big surprise.
Communism as in Stalin? Yeah, you know it.
Also have to redact the name of Arrow and any
it's a new account
at the Pentagon. Yeah, well, big surprise there. Now, Greenwald, in his article in the Black Vault, shows the two emails. We'll show them here. And, you know, if you look at it, I mean, this is incredibly damning. It truly demonstrates that the Pentagon continues to break federal law. And, you know, when you look at
like my Stalin bust?
What it does is it really lays bare the fact that Lou Elizondo's emails have not been deleted, despite what, you know, the Pentagon wants you to think. Now, the Pentagon continues to lie to Congress, and we know a lot of members of Congress and their staffers watch this show, and I want you guys to you know, really pay attention to this. They're lying to you and the public about all of this. Remember, a standing federal court order, as I mentioned, requires the Pentagon to keep all, not just any, all of Lou Elizondo's emails on file in perpetuity. I mentioned earlier that Pentagon Public Affairs Officer Susan Goff has been, well, let's just say, a staple at the Pentagon Public Affairs Office. And a lot of people wonder, who is Susan Goff? Well, she lists on her LinkedIn profile that she's a senior strategic planner.
Yeah, she's a freak, Susan Goff.
The Pentagon. She's not just a talking head. Before that, she was on the defense contractor Booz Allen Hamilton's strategic communications team. And, well, before that, she was a colonel in the United States Army. Guess what she was specializing in? Psychological operations. That's right. No big surprise there. Her thesis was on psychological operations, and that is not really a surprise. Lou Elizondo continued to note to the Good Trouble Show, it should also be noted that the Pentagon's mouthpiece for this one individual, Susan Goff, who he's alluding to here, within the Public Affairs Office, who has been given sole authority to handle all, absolutely all, FOIA requests involving UAPs, AARO, ATIP, and specifically
it's unconstitutional.
Elizondo. All this information is in the public sphere and can be easily verified thanks to the works of certain private citizens fighting for increased.
Yeah, I mean, it works every time they try it, man. What are you talking about?
Simply put, you and Congress continued.
Oh, that's a good name for a shoe store, yeah.
By a few at the Pentagon who prefer to view you and the American people as sheeple. Make no mistake, the Pentagon Public Affairs Office has a long history of feeding misinformation to certain questionable journalists to mislead the American public, and that relationship is alive and well today and is in fact now legal through a new and disturbing policy of perception management. Now, quote, to add insult to injury, I was notified yesterday that there may be a personal threat against myself and several other whistleblowers formerly associated with the UAP effort for the U.S. government. As such, I would like to make this perfectly clear to the American people. I am not prone to accidents. I'm not suicidal. I'm not abusing drugs. I am not engaged in any illicit activities. If something happens to me or my family members, in the future, you will know what
He's
happened.
a Gusano, man. He's a fucking Cuban expat. He's a freak, man.
When people...
Look, this guy, Schneider, supposedly he was killed. I mean, it's all... We watched the Y-Files video last week about all the inventors that were killed, right? It's pretty common. They have no qualms about murdering people who are inconvenient. That's for sure. Yeah, none of us are prone to accidents until someone places a bomb into your car. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what the deal with Lou Elizondo is. I think I don't trust him from the jump because he's, like I said, Cuban expat. And he's like a counterintelligence guy. You know, he was like a paid disinformation agent from the government. He was testified at the Guantanamo trials, meaning he was fucking in on the planning of that shit, which, again, horrific. A long list of fucking beef with Elizondo. I don't think he's like dangerous. Like, I don't think they're gonna kill him. You know. Anyway, what's this?
He's seen in multiple videos wearing this white mask, striking the barriers, throwing objects into the encampment. Without his mask, we see who he is. 18-year-old Idan Ong of Beverly Hills, at a local high school.
Come inside the kitchen. How do I get inside?
I spoke with his mother.
Hi there. Are you Sharon? Hi. Hi, let me introduce us.
She did not want to be on camera, but quickly identified her
son's
picture at UCLA that night. She described in detail how her son found the mask and pole on the ground, and said he was defending himself in this.
Oh, he's defending himself. Okay.
Don Own's mother posted and circled a screen grab of her son from a local TV station. She wrote in Hebrew, Idan went to bully the Palestinian students in the tents at UCLA. Idan's mother and father proudly support Israel and defended their son's actions at UCLA, saying he is heading to Israel to join the IDF. She texted to say Idan denies being at UCLA.
Dude, that's quintessential. That's exactly how they are, right? Like, they'll admit something one day and the next day deny it, right? They'll be like, oh, fucking, we're totally not genociding them. And the next day it's like, oh, we're genociding the fuck out of these people, you know? Like, and they expect us to be as scatterbrained and incoherent as they are. No. Like, regular people can pay attention and have continuity from day to day. You can't just, like, lie and go back on it and go back on it and lie again. People are going to fucking pick that up, you know? Yeah. Like this shit. It's like, she gives a quote in the fucking Facebook page. Oh, yeah, he went down there to go bully them. And then when the interviewer comes, she's like, "No, fucking my son is an angel." Of course, he's going to join the IDF. Jesus. Our CNN investigation shows you who was behind the violence, and the ones ID'd not all students. Shocker. I saw that that film the police guy had identified a couple of them.
This is the worst violence of any of the ongoing college protests. UCLA, where counter-protesters used sticks and boards against a pro-Palestine encampment.
Like, these motherfuckers were paid to go down there and trash them. Yeah.
It was more than 3 hours of
people admitted to paying for this.
to injuries and bloody scenes as campus security and law enforcement allowed it to continue.
They were there spraying, they were there pulling barriers, and they were there to very clear.
The fucking campus police were right there, and then the LAPD were like a couple blocks back, just doing circles around the campus, just circling the block, waiting until they got the go-ahead.
Really do some serious harm to the students who are on campus.
When you look at the counter-protesters.
Yeah, no, this is Nazi shit. This is like Weimar Republic shit. This is like the Freikorps, you know?
A CNN investigation of hundreds of videos from multiple sources shows many of them are outsiders, not UCLA students.
Of course not.
Among the people who showed up that night, far-right with no apparent connection to the
Yeah, they're fucking because they go to UCLA. Their brains function. You know.
Among them, this man. He strikes a pro-Palestine protester.
Oh my god.
White pole. And is part of a mob that pummels the man as he falls to the ground.
What do you think? Life is a video game, son?
He's seen in multiple videos wearing this white mask.
I'm a fucking freak, dude.
Throwing objects into the encampment.
I hope he fucking. Hope we see him in a John Elmer video someday in the near future, huh? You know what I'm saying?
At a local high school.
Come inside to the kitchen. How do I get inside?
I spoke with his mother.
Hi there. Are you Sharon? Hi.
Let's watch that first.
Hi. Let me introduce us.
She did not want to be on camera, but quickly identified her son from this picture at UCLA this night. She described in detail how her son found the mask and pole on the ground, and said he was defending himself.
That's how the entire media is, right? It's like they want to pivot this, like they want to do coverage in such a way that like there's no continuity between one story and the next, between one day and the next. Like, you know, we see, you know, like the IDF is caught in a fucking bold-faced lie over and over again, and then still the next day they give them the benefit of the doubt, you know. Meanwhile, like the fucking Palestinians have, like, you know, just this long track record of like honestly reporting the number of casualties or whatever, and still it's like, oh, we gotta be dubious about that, right? Fuck out of here. And it's like people are smarter than that. It's like it drives me nuts that they are like intentionally actively trying to make people dumb, right? Because it makes their jobs easier.
Posted and circled a screen grab of her son from a local TV station. She wrote in Hebrew,
no.
Idan went to bully the
I think the stuff like this in CNN, I think is because somebody in Biden's White House wants to bolster their their take, because you see the right-wing backlash. So, you know, somebody from Blinken's office calls them and says, hey, you should do a story on this. You know, here's some details. Because then it is partisan, right? It's like Democrat, Republican culture war shit.
Palestinian students in the tent.
Also, it probably puts minute amount of pressure on the Israelis. Not much, but, you know.
Idan's mother and father proudly support Israel and defended their son's actions at UCLA, saying he is heading to Israel to join the IDF. After her interview, she texted to say Idan denies being at UCLA.
What?
Older men were also at the
Joe Biden? Crime Bill Joe? Genocide Joe? Do you think he's like a liberal? What the fuck? Wait. Are you, are you, are you like a teenager or something? What? Crime Bill Joe? See? Case in point.
front of the violence. Tom Bibian.
It's like he was like you know, in the 80s when like you know, Reagan was like leaning on the Israelis to stop bombing Lebanon. And you had Biden coming in to rescue them. Like, oh fuck. Can you believe Ronald Reagan? He's being so harsh. He's being so mean to the Israelis. God, come in. Damn. He's like to the right of Ronald Reagan.
Recorded bike racks, plywood, kicking protesters, throwing cones at the students in the
Joe Biden must love this.
water bottles at protesters, and we went to ask Bibian why he'd gone to the campus that night.
Hi, you're Mr. Bibian.
Yeah, can you turn that off? You don't have permission to record me.
Bibian was wearing the same jacket he had on in the video from UCLA. He's a Los Angeles resident, age 42, seen at a 2022 pro-Trump protest outside the Los Angeles FBI office. He did not want to explain why he's on video doing this.
You're being a little rude, and I'm going to call the police if you don't leave.
Okay. We identified not just Tom Bibian, but other older men who have no apparent affiliation with UCLA.
I mean,
Look how cool he thinks he is.
Other events? Lots of different events, school board meetings, city council meetings.
Angie Gavant is a Los Angeles area public school mom who's been tracking right-wing protesters in her area. The group who she'd seen protesting gay rights in public schools were drawn to UCLA that night.
The revolution ain't happening tonight. Man down, man down.
Though they were clearly at UCLA that night, there's no evidence these men participated in the violence.
Here comes the Jew song, man. Cover your ears.
The man who is live streaming, Narek Polyan, appears to be a persistent agitator who posts anti-Jewish tropes on his social media account.
Wow.
But at UCLA, he stood with the pro-Israel crowd. Hi, I'm Kyung La from CNN. Polyan claimed to us that he has a child at UCLA, though a student didn't accompany him that night, and that he had good intentions.
I was definitely keeping the peace, okay? At least trying to.
You weren't there to make it worse?
No, of course I wasn't there to make it worse.
Oh my god.
I hate to say it, but I was...
It's like, what do you even say to someone like this kid? Like, dude, do you... Is your memory really that short?
To the students in the encampment.
Like, do you remember that 2020 was like? You know, Trump was the president then, right? Like, I hate getting into this kind of thing because it's futile. Like, the Trump and Biden's administrations are both staffed by like the same people. They have like the same fucking like policy prescriptions for basically everything. Like all of this like perceived difference that you see on TV is exactly that. It's like a smokescreen to keep you fucking trapped into this sort of dichotomy. Are you gotta be a fucking you're trolling, right? Like, yeah, I mean, I guess you could be 13 now and you were 9 in 2020. Yeah. You're such a fucking prime example of why they do that. Because you fucking are fall for it hook, line, and sinker. This whole like, oh, Trump kept order. I mean, where did you get that from? Like, where? You know, like, crime is lower now than it was like under Trump, right? You wouldn't know that watching the corporate media, though, huh?
Do you feel like they won?
Based on the way they were cheering when the police arrived Tuesday night, I think they might feel that they won.
These fucking losers.
Now, it's still stunning to me that the police, I mean, there seemed to be some police around, but it clearly didn't seem like police.
Oh God, Anderson, what do you think, man?
To stop this.
How shocking.
You can clearly find these people. What's law enforcement saying they're going to do, if anything?
They're on the same team, dude. What do you... What?
Yeah, you know, that's a very good question, and we actually asked them. We went to the key law enforcement agencies. We started with UCLA Police Department.
I mean, this is literally fucking 1930s Germany.
Line, text messages, cell phones, and despite our numerous attempts and
fucking brown shirts.
we did not get any response, a clear response about
their it's the LAPD. God.
We also reached out to the CHP.
It's almost like the cops are criminals as well. Wow.
LAPD, they referred back to the UCLA Police Department. And back to your question, Anderson, I mean, we did identify not just the folks that you saw on the story, but additional people. You'll see them in that story that we'll post tomorrow morning on CNN.com.
All right,
Anderson.
Well, thanks very much. Still ahead.
Jewish students were stopped. What? Oh my God. Oh, here's this guy. Nice toupee, bro. And they got him. Look at this guy. Oh! Piece of shit. Nice roundhouse, dude. Yeah, like, you could fucking run up and hit a fucking defenseless kid and kneeling with the fucking board. You're so tough. It's like these fucking... These, like, 40-year-old fucking tough guys, like, have, you know, probably never been in a fight, and they're fucking, like, clearly reveling in this. So pathetic. Dude, why was TYT talking about Keffels being a fraud? It's pretty cool.
President Biden's pause on sending weapons to Israel appears to have been brief. The Wall Street Journal first reported that Biden told key lawmakers that the...
No, we don't watch TYT. Catholic? You go to Catholic school?
U.S. is sending $1 billion in additional
I went to Catholic school my entire
tanks,
life.
tactical vehicles, and mortar rounds. This coming on the heels of last week's announcement, which now ones that seems largely symbolic, that the U.S. would suspend sending bombs to Israel to thwart Israel's planned invasion of Rafah. But that has not stopped the Israelis from moving forward into Rafah after all.
There are now fierce gun battles in northern Gaza's Jabalia and southern Rafah. According to Al Jazeera, at least 82 Palestinians have been killed in the past 24 hours. Both Hamas and the Israeli military claim significant enemy.
Like, this is the story, right? The stuff with the college kids is not the story, right? The fact that the mainstream media covers it so much is, I think it reveals, right, what they're trying to do there, right? They want people fucking watching the college kids and arguing about the college shit and over the minutia fucking protesting, which is like, there's no debate there, right? Like, those kids were not at all doing anything out of the ordinary or that hasn't been done every year all across the world over and over again. And the fucking Zionist lobby and the corporate media, the main, you know, military industrial complex, they're out there feeding these narratives about how it's so horrific and, oh, they're being so mean. But because exactly that reason. They don't want this to be the story because this is horrific and it's on like, you know, there's no nuance here. There's no way to like make this seem like something that's not.
Casualties. Now, Israel and Egypt
Fucking
are
dead
blaming each
kids.
other for the failure to get aid in through the Rafah border crossing, which is, of course, is between Egypt and Gaza. On May 7th, Israel seized
Because again, Joe Biden is like one of the most fucking far-right presidents we've had in my lifetime. Like,
of the crossing as it escalated its military campaign into Rafah, but said on Tuesday that it was up to Egypt to reopen the crossing. Cairo responded, denouncing what it described as Israel's attempts to shift blame for the humanitarian crisis, this according to Reuters. This comes after Israel is requesting the opening for access to humanitarian aid. Of course, Israel controls every other crossing into Gaza. Egypt has refused opening the border crossing, according to Israel, saying that Israel needs to be responsible for opening its borders and getting aid in. Palestinians took part in protests across the occupied West Bank.
yeah, no, the only part of that's the story is, yeah, exactly. The cops and the fucking street gangs working together. Because again, that's Freikorps. That's the fucking Weimar Republic. Yes. Yes. Joe Biden is extremely, like I said, he's to the right of Ronald Reagan, which is incredible, right?
Mark the 76th anniversary of what is called the Nakba, which refers to the mass displacement of Palestinians during 1948 Israeli.
I'd say he's effectively to the right of Trump, too, when you think about it.
Palestinians were pushed out of their land. Up to 1.7 million people.
I mean, I'd say domestically, too, though, right? Like, fucking Trump didn't spend all that billions and billions. Biden spent $38 billion on cops. Trump didn't do anything like that.
In Gaza have now been displaced again since the current war began after the October 7th attack.
Stole like rhetoric.
Lots going on here. One, outrage over the kind of coordination, it seems, or the parallels, we'll say, between the media and Joe Biden's, the media's coverage, rather, of Joe Biden's statement that he was willing to suspend this weapons aid. Now, he got a lot of backlash from that.
Where would you hear that? Where did you hear that Biden defunded cops? Like, you've got to be a troll. Like, whose alt is that? It's true. I mean, Brandon probably does too. He just does it fucking, you know, on the DL. Like, those LAPD cops, they had fucking stand down orders from somewhere, you know?
Certain conservatives, hawkish conservatives, and people like John Fetterman in the Democratic Party.
Yeah, and it's all just like fucking like aesthetic, like branding.
$1 billion in aid out the door, even though the State Department acknowledged in a press briefing earlier this week that there are concerns, real concerns about a number of humanitarian instances, including multiple mass graves that have been found. The failure to follow up on the death of Hind Rajab, who now has become immortalized in the renaming of the building on Columbia's campus, the lack of follow-up on the killing of the Jose Andres aid workers, and on and on and on.
Follow up on anything.
This is at the same time that multiple members of Benjamin Netanyahu's cabinet are demanding that Gazans be expelled from Gaza so that Gaza can be resettled by Israel. They participated in a march to Gaza to make that demand. Again, the same day that Biden...
Yeah, exactly. $38 billion in new cops.
Biden, of course, claimed to be interested in a two-state solution.
Just so people like you would stop saying that he defunded the police. So he spent $38 billion on new cops, which is adding a third more cops to the police force nationwide. It's incredible.
There when the government that you're supporting is actively saying one of the major land areas for that state.
I mean, Hamas killed a lot of people. Are you watching this at all? They kill a fucking child every 10 minutes. Look at this. You see this little decal we have up here? That's what this is for. Look, right here. See how unprecedented this is? This is not anything that the world has seen in our lifetimes. right? It's a child killed every 10 minutes. Whatever bullshit you hear on TV, this is the stat that matters. You know, this is outdated now. It's even more. But that's what they're doing over there. So, I mean, I would say just about anything is justified in defense against that, you know.
Would exist should be recolonized and resettled by Israel.
I don't understand what Biden's desire or policy is. He says, finally, we're going to start withholding aid if a specific military action takes place. That military action does, in fact, take place. And then he says, just kidding, here's the money anyway. Perhaps it was the blowback. I know he did get furious condemnation from some Republicans and then some of the hawkish Democrats, like you mentioned, Fetterman, Torres, etc. I suppose that motivated him. It speaks to the incoherence of the Biden policy.
Or frankly, I don't know that it motivated him.
The Scahill tweet?
Wow. Seeming like, I mean, Adam Johnson, who's a great media reporter, has covered all of the instances in which Antony Blinken has said he expresses concerns. The White House is concerned. I spoke to Yoav Gallant about our concerns. And there have been innumerable reports about Biden wanting to rein in Israel. We are concerned. We're going to withhold this, that, and the other. But ultimately, when you look at the actions of the Biden administration, it seems like they continue to be, as they were from day one, full-throatedly in support of providing whatever financial, diplomatic cover for Israel that they demand as they execute this campaign in Gaza, which again doesn't seem to have any real impact.
Well, then why threaten to withhold the aid at all? Why
Because the backlash, I think they are getting a lot of backlash from pro-Palestinian quarters of the country.
Well, now they got backlash the other way.
Well, right, but the majority of Americans want there to be a ceasefire now. A majority of Americans see the carnage pieces. I mean, I saw it. We can't show a lot of these things, one, because we can't get permissions from them. They're taken by, people on the ground in Gaza. And two, just because they're so gruesome. I saw pieces, little baby arms.
Saw a fucking kid with his head split open.
In a pile on a tarp. I mean, these are the kind of things that people who are on the TikTok, because it hasn't been banned yet, are seeing every day. And whatever you feel about Israel or the notion of a Jewish state or anything like that, they just want that carnage to stop. And again, even the humanitarian organizations involved are getting very frustrated. Remember, yesterday we covered the story of another UN car being shot at and a UN staffer being killed. There's some more follow-up on that. The Secretary General released a statement saying he was, quote, deeply saddened to learn of the death of the United Nations Department of Safety and Security staff member and the injury of another DSS staffer when the UN vehicle was struck as they traveled to the European hospital in Rafah this morning. The Secretary General condemns all attacks on UN personnel and calls for a full investigation. He said that there's not really any question about who did the attack, that this was Israel. So there was some question about what the circumstances were. Was this an accident?
Brain had been fucking fell out of his skull.
The same way that the Jose Andres fiasco played out. Can you really characterize in that instance multiple drone attacks from above when the car caravan is clearly labeled and there has been coordination between the humanitarian organization in Israel about their whereabouts as an accident? And now this is the 8th incident of humanitarian aid workers sharing their coordinations with Israel and then subsequently being killed, attacked, bombed by the IDF.
Well, we will continue to monitor that situation.
Yeah, it's not a religious conflict. That's the misnomer.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken made a surprise visit to Kyiv Tuesday in more than one way. It was surprising after meeting with beleaguered Ukrainian leader Volodymyr Zelensky to say that America and the world will stand with Ukraine. Blinken shed his suit and joined the rock group 1999 in the capital's Barman district to sing Neil Young's Rockin' in the Free World.
Oh my God.
The song the 60s guitarist released in 1989, just before the fall of the Berlin Wall. Let's watch.
Are suffering tremendously. But they need to know, you need to know. The United States is with you. So much of the world is with you. And they're fighting, not just for a free Ukraine, but for the free world. And the free world is with you too. So maybe we can try something?
What's up, Tiger Girl?
I don't know if we can.
But all the struggle might not help the situation on the ground for Ukraine, which appears to be dire as Russia launches a new offensive into the northeastern city of Kharkiv. Ukrainian forces are retreating from Ukraine's second largest city. Now, according to the New York Times, there is a sudden push into several areas. The battle map looks quite different today than it did even a month ago. That's despite the Biden administration pouring billions.
Yeah, they're basically retreating, full-scale retreat.
There's a meeting next month in Italy of the group of 7 nations, and President Biden may be staring down another political hit. Yes, bad news for Ukraine. Zelensky.
It's just dumping money into it. I mean, if it's not clear, that's what this country is. It's like a fucking, like a weapons company in a trench suit, you know, and standing on top of an oil company, and they call the shots, and the government mostly just exists to funnel taxpayer money to the, you know, military-industrial complex. That's the open secret.
He has announced that he's canceled any upcoming diplomatic international visits that he had. He has to hunker down and handle this newest offensive going on. We see that Ukrainian forces are being described as retreating to more favorable or easily defensible territory in outlying villages, which is, they say more advantageous positions, but that is how they have characterized retreats in the past. And so that very much looks like what is
They were not fighting for a free world.
It's difficult, I think, for many viewers to kind of
That's embarrassing, man.
It went very viral. It's not the first time Blinken has picked up an instrument and joined a band, but the choice to sing a song about how this is basically a fight for freedom, I think has exposed him to folks pointing out hypocrisy between his approach when it comes to Russia and Ukraine, and obviously the very different approach that has been taken in Gaza. For instance, Michael Tracy, who's been a guest on the show, pointed out that as he's singing about rocking in the free world, he has endorsed Ukraine suspending its elections for the time being. There are the remarks that have been made about how horrible it is, and it is horrible that some students have been unable to continue university in Ukraine because of the war, at the same time that, of course, every single university in Gaza has been flattened to the ground. There are
Just
no
fucking
universities
decimate
left.
it.
And on and on and on. There was additional commentary about kind of the gap in politics between so many of the songs that get played at rallies and politicized, you know, the gap between what the actual performers believed and the kind of politics expressed by the people believing them. But generally, this moment was perceived
like Paul Ryan and Rage Against the Machine,
and maybe also self-aggrandizing, because there were also some questions about. I think I saw Glenn Greenwald tweeting. Did you also bring C-SPAN with you to record this footage? Was it really,
There's nothing political figures love more than getting caught in like a human moment, or like they're just like us. They're really able to look at us, playing in the band. Or we
I
might
fucking hate
disagree,
Blinken
but
so
we
much.
Republicans and
Oh.
Democrats have a band together. There's some members.
Perhaps the only
that are-
political figures I hate worse than Joe Biden.
Yes.
Is Anthony Blinken.
Group together.
I mean, the State Department Twitter account literally posted a clip of this video, if you want to get a sense of where resources and time are being spent. The State Department of State, at State Department, posted this saying Secretary Blinken joined a local band in Kyiv with the message, Ukraine is standing up for the free
So
world.
pathetic.
The free world stands with Ukraine.
Just fucking sad.
But the reality is that the
Oh,
war is
man.
not, frankly, winnable from the Ukraine.
No, it hasn't been winnable
Perhaps
from
they can
fucking day
hold on
one.
to the territory they have now, although obviously,
Doubtful.
as we just described, that's coming under attack. The idea of Ukrainian forces, which are so worn down from years of fighting, that they've had to draft people. Their forces are
Some pretty terrible defeats on the ground.
Probably can't last that long though. Israel's getting
That it is going
fucked.
to overpower Russia is thinner and thinner. And when we look back at what has now been well reported, the attempts of the West, the UK, and the United States to undermine early talks that could have brought this conflict to an end, it really does feel like the desires of America in pushing a proxy war to quote-unquote weaken Russia have quite
Why, what's he doing?
obviously priority over the lives, the safety, the well-being of the people of Ukraine, and also the interest in them maintaining as much
Yeah, dude. The
territory as
kids who are
possible.
growing up now.
Who knows what it's going to look like as whatever the end of this conflict ends up being.
Just like the kids growing up in Israel and fucking Palestine.
rising right after this.
You know, like Just like you're never gonna be able to like convince them that like Israel's not fucking evil. You know, I don't know who is growing up in Gaza today that's not like actively like planning on joining a fucking resistance group at some point. I don't see the next generation of Ukrainians not becoming enraged when they realize what the United States did to their country, you know. That's going to be some blowback. I mean, so I think it's already started, right? But not to mention whatever fucking inevitable blowback we get when, you know, shit goes south for Israel in a major way. Those guys are going to be pissed too. Like, picture the Cubans like times 100, you know. Like they did a lot of terrorism in the 70s, and I feel like we don't talk about it anymore, but like the Cuban expats like were wild back in the day, right? Just assassinating people, doing false flags and like provocations, and I don't know what they did to finally shut them up, but you think they're bad? You know, the Israelis are good. Yeah, they did that fucking plane crash, right? Didn't they kill like the soccer team or something? The Cuban, some sports team. Just insane shit. Shit that you would fucking burn for anyone else. Oh, is she hot? Any more? I don't think it was the soccer team. I think it was like the gymnastics team or something weird like that. But it was an official Cuban, like, you know, like their national sports team for some sport. Fucking expats blew them out of the sky. I guess they just like got bribed, something like that, right? I mean, God, I can only imagine what the fucking Zionists are gonna do when they finally get expelled. It's gonna be, oh man. Oh. It's gonna be gnarly. I mean, come on. Of course it matters. These guys go so hard.
Hello and welcome back to the Electronic Intifada's live stream for Wednesday, May 15th. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm Nora Barrows-Friedman with my colleagues Ali Abunimah, Asa Winstanley, John Elmer, and Tamara.
I'll say if there's anything funny in the chat.
It's day 222 of Israel's genocide in Gaza, and today is Nakba Day, when 76 years ago Israel declared itself a Western settler colonial state in Palestine and has been carrying out the Zionist project of ethnic cleansing every day since. Coming up in this broadcast, we'll have a discussion with Dr. Khaled Dawas, a British Palestinian surgeon who recently returned from working in Gaza.
Come on, Ali.
John Elmer will cover the
nice
fierce
ringtone,
fighting
bro.
in Rafah, Gaza City, and Jabalia, and he'll break down the combat videos that continue to demonstrate the capacity of the resistance to defend Gaza more than 6 months into the ground war. But first, some of the news over the last several days.
Dukes, what do you mean you're going to sleep,
Israeli
dude?
occupation forces pounded areas
We just got the
across
Elmer.
Gaza Strip this past week.
Here, let me to fast forward to
Jabalia
Elmer.
refugee camp in Gaza City in the north, where Israeli ground troops have re-entered, to Deir Balah in the central area, to Rafah in the south. This week alone, upwards of 400.
Going to cover the resistance in Gaza from the very southern point, southeast Rafah, all the way to the north in Jabalia. So we'll just show you a map here so people can get a sense. The map on the left there, that's Rafah in red. That's the area, well, Rafah is all across the bottom of that map. The
It's
blue is
420.
the area where the Israeli
Or 419.
Military has pushed in. That is mostly not built up area. It's farm field and Of course, the Rafah crossing is now closed, as Nora reported. But they're pushing in on the eastern edge of Rafah, and on the map on the right, you can see Netzarim corridor dividing the Gaza Strip. There's reports today that the Americans are going to be attaching the pier at the end of Netzarim corridor in the next 24 hours. Believe it when I
So
see
the
it.
blue is the Israelis?
But that's the plan. And then there's fighting in Zaytun in Gaza City, the third invasion of Zaytun. The Israelis keep saying they win, and then they keep having to go back in and fight. And they've been fighting for the last week in Zaytun. They left Zaytun today. And then there's major fighting in Jabalia in the camps and in the city.
Dude, we're the middle of the country.
Jabalia, all the way out to the border.
In a lot of ways, it's like the main time zone, you know.
That's been happening, and this is all in the context. I always want to do this before I get into the resistance. Is just to
the most
the humanitarian
the most
catastrophe that we're
on point time
half a
zone.
million
It's like
people on the move under conditions that are much more difficult than when they moved the first
thickest.
time in
It's the
October,
thickest time zone.
November.
That's what it is.
Called it a virtual death march because of how brutal the march was for people to walk those
I'm just kidding. I fucking hate Central Time.
to the new place where they were going to set up. In some cases,
Yeah, East is the best.
Rafah.
Yeah.
But this
What?
time,
What's A?
we're adding the ruins. They have to move through the ruins, the famine that is gripping Gaza.
I like when
Just
Elmer
basic
yips.
things like dehydration and exhaustion make it really difficult to pack up your cloth and wood tent and carry it with your family, aged 2 to 80 years old.
Here we saw-
and people are injured.
Tent costs $1,000 in Gaza right now.
There's a catastrophic level of serious injuries in Gaza. More than 100,000 people with serious injuries. And so this is just really devastating. This attack on Rafah and the moving of 1.5 million, 1.4 people, 700,000 children out of Rafah into where? The ruins of Khan Yunis, the packed middle camps there where you see Dar al-Balah. There's no room in these places for people to set up. This is just a catastrophe. And it's a systematic genocide that we have been covering every day now we're into the 8th month. Israel carries out 150 airstrikes a day right now. Tens of
150 airstrikes a day.
The context.
Oh my god, dude.
Takes place. So let's look at number one because we
Oh my god, GMT plus 2 is such an ass time zone. Oh god.
Saw them hit them with rockets. Mass casualty event in their staging area outside of Rafah. This is IDF footage showing us those tanks that were stationed
Bermuda.
in the staging area, beginning the move into Rafah.
I mean, it's the time aboard.
They have split themselves off. The divisions
That's what time it is on the Draco mothership in the Bermuda Triangle.
that were positioned to go into Rafah, only one of the divisions went in. And the other 2 divisions.
Oh, these tanks about to get smoked.
They moved into Zaytun and they moved into Jabalia.
Uh-oh.
So while the U.S. is still talking about the Rafah invasion as separate from what we're seeing in Rafah right now, it is possible that what the Israelis are saying it's a precise operation, a precise raid, rather than the takeover and attempted occupation of Rafah, which would require a forced posture that we're not seeing right now from the Israelis. That can always change very quickly. That division from Zaytun can move down. But Rafah is a logistically challenging place for Israel to occupy in comparison to the other places in Gaza that they've been fighting.
What do they
so
think
far.
they're accomplishing
There's a
with the
long border
occupation?
It's twice the width.
Like, they can't occupy the whole fucking territory, so they're not going to be able to do it, like what they're trying to do.
Stretches their supply lines. Rafah is a spread out, sprawling
Yeah.
town. And so there's a lot of ground to cover. And so here we see these tanks. They're moving in on the eastern edge of Rafah, and immediately
I'm a Space Force
we got
guy.
a flood of resistance reports.
Of course.
30 resistance reports on the first day. That's more.
Yeah,
than
refugee
any time
camp.
since December,
Refugee
when there was a
camp.
full-scale war all over the Gaza Strip, and every
Kangaroo
day since
hours
then,
are ass,
the number has
but
increased.
I would argue your time zone's probably better than Rialan's, though.
And so the resistance is showing the capacity to not only continue
Yeah, the
to
whole
fight,
fucking
but
city's a
actually
refugee
escalate the
camp.
fight. And each
The
day
refugee camp's
escalating
refugee
from the day
camp.
before, let alone escalating from the 7 months of ground war that we've been witnessing. So those are important things to.
Yeah, exactly. They can't
As soon
rule
as
by
these
fucking
tanks
fiat. Like,
arrive,
they can't just fucking pound their fist and everybody fucking scurry away. And they can't occupy the whole fucking thing. So there's always going to be somewhere for the fucking resistance to go to, you know? independent of whatever they have underground, whatever their tunnel system is. Their tunnel system's probably fucking killer, but like they probably have fucking like in and out of Egypt and shit too, I'm sure, right? Yeah. Australia's like the, you know, weird. It's like the next day or whatever. I don't know.
We see a fighter here emerging from a tunnel, right in the.
I mean, we should just get one time zone. How would that work? I mean, it's just the same.
Careful, the fighters being extremely careful of the drones that are in the air constantly, and knowing the landscape in their own neighborhoods allows them to get around to get shots like this at a distance there that we watched it hit that Namur troop carrier from a distance that's too close for the active protection system to properly kick in. So this is the third one against the tank, and you can see that's often that flag is a command flag or some sort of flag signaling a lead tank in a convoy. And then you see the fighter return to his base through the tunnel at the end of that clip there. So if we go to number 2,
see that again.
The Israelis said there was 500 kilometers of tunnels, and then as the war put them literally in the next building. The Israelis believe that building is safe, and they get a thermobaric warhead from a Yassin targeting him. And this fighter says he salutes his commanders, and he says, "We say to Netanyahu, who promises to enter Rafah, we are here waiting for you, preparing for you many varieties of your death."
I saw this clip.
This is just the tip of the iceberg. A short while ago, we hit a special force squad in a building, the one we just saw. And now we will hit a Merkava tank. And here they go, as promised, hitting the Merkava tank. That's actually a Namur troop carrier, but he could be forgiven for that. But just like he said in the tunnel, calling his shot. And this is the first day.
Ouch.
The Israelis
fucked up,
Rafah,
man.
Feeling the resistance in Rafah that has been laying in wait for them for 7 months for this battle. If we go to number 4, we have a variety.
Drone, what shape would be on the sign? What do you mean? It would just be the silhouette of the quadcopter.
Machine gun fire at another Israeli
With like,
troop
you know,
position that's
Ghostbusters
right across the
style.
street. So they have surveillance on the building right across the street. And we can see machine gun fire. We pull out the audio always of these videos, but heavy machine gun fire, which is something we haven't actually seen tons of in these videos. We see sniper rifles, but this kind of small arms fire and PK machine gun fire isn't something we see all the time. So it's interesting to see it in Rafah in the first stages of the battle, because these are obviously fighting positions that they knew the Israelis were going to come into, and they have all different types of operations prepared for them in these areas. And you can see the emptying of the clip there. And in number 6, we were watching a mortar team here operating, and this fighter also has a message. He's got his hand on his heart, and he says, "From under the bullets and the sounds of planes and cannons, we send 2 messages. A message of a threat and a message of steadfastness. The message of a threat is to Netanyahu and his forces. As for the message of steadfastness, it is to our people, our loved ones, to our nation who are displaced from their homes and suffering hardships. My message to you is to be steadfast, to be patient and persevere, because as you sacrifice, we also sacrifice in the name of the homeland." This is them saying what they've said throughout the war, that we fight in the same trench as our people. And he's very eloquently making this point while under drone surveillance, getting ready to launch his Qassam makes 3 mortars, 60 millimeter, 81 millimeter, and 120 millimeter mortars. He looks like he's got 81 millimeter mortars there. It's sending a message to his people, something that we see in these videos, and I always pull the videos where they have these messages to their people, because I think that it shows the many layers of complexity of the national liberation struggle. They obviously make these statements for a reason, and so although The mortar teams get sort of short shrift in these video reports because there's a lot of them, and all you can really see them do is load it and fire. And so whenever there is more reports from the field, I always cut the mortar teams out of them and the rocket teams out of them. And as I've said before, I'll have to apologize.
Yeah, it's really inspiring how much the Muslims fucking love God, you know?
All throughout.
It's really cool.
Since the year 2000, when these
Good for
mortar
them.
teams were critical to the anti-settlement strategy that Qassam carried out to attack with mortars the Israeli settlements inside Gaza and Israeli army positions inside Gaza in order to ultimately drive them out of Gaza in 2005, as the Israelis did the so-called disengagement, where they uprooted their settlements and pulled their settlers and soldiers out of Gaza. So that was 7 mortar teams right there operating. And
must be nice to like have something, you know, to like draw strength from and all that corny shit.
The Rafah crossing, where the Israelis are blocking the crossing. 2 Yahalom special forces soldiers were killed in those mortar attacks. And now we have the one everyone was waiting for, I think. This is number 37 here tomorrow. We're watching an unbelievable complex ambush here. We're watching 3 fighters emerge from
Yeah, this shit's tight.
the middle of an
Look at this
IDF
shit.
base where they believe that they're safe. We're seeing 2 Shawad VFPs, explosively formed penetrators, devastating anti-tank weapons. We're watching him come out
Fucking
of the tunnel
own, dude.
10 feet away from the tank.
Oh my god, dude.
Picks up his Shawad, carries it.
Incredible, he just runs
Now
up.
they're showing us the second fighter emerging from the same tunnel with his Shawad. And watch this. You could see an Israeli soldier right there. So he walks in behind the soldier, and then he's right there at the back door of the Merkava
Fucking
tank.
own, dude. Own so hard.
He's
Oh.
placing it at that distance so that the shape charge of the explosive
Fucking hits him right in the ass and kills them all.
form and hit. So what we're watching is brave, but we're watching something that is complex, it's tight, it's precise, and it's
And then
executed,
back in the tunnel,
perfectly
man.
by the
Fucking
fight.
rocked.
Yes, it's brave. A lot of comments
Oh.
about various body parts of steel these guys have. But really, if you watch this operation, when it loops back around, that's the medevac helicopter taking the wounded away. Everybody's wounded.
I like how when you look under the refrigerator, you always find something
They come
you
out
haven't seen in a
of
while, though.
the tunnel.
Yeah, it's pretty
in
cool.
the middle of the base. One guy goes exactly, he knows exactly where he's going. He's not putting this in some random spot. He's not pointing it at
And my
the tank
Maryland
in
magnet
any
always falls.
different place. He knows when he emerges from this tunnel that he is going to go to the back door of the first Merkava tank,
Yeah.
second Shawad carrier.
Or they're sitting there in the
At
tank
armor
listening to
personnel carrier.
EDM
You
too.
see him there. He just got up from the tunnel and he's
They're just
making
chilling in there, rocking out,
He walks
and smoking a
directly
doob.
to the back door. He doesn't
Oh,
place it
man.
on the side where there's also vulnerabilities. The
What are you
weakest
doing?
point of the armor on the tank is the back door. It's also where the soldiers are inside. You
It's
blow
that's
that
a
door
death.
off,
That's
and you have a
fucking.
crew of 4 and
That's a
probably 4
death.
other
That's
infantry
a
soldiers
fatality.
in the tank
Like
at any given time.
probably the entire
And then
crew.
You see a third guy who comes up with a Yasin 105 and fires it at the Namur troop carrier on the other side. Each person knows when they come up that tunnel what move, what decision, where they're going. We'll watch it one more time. Just
Oh, dude, a new fridge that
there's so many
sucks.
things to point out in this. You can watch on this next time through the ability to get up.
I don't know
through
what I
this
would do.
tunnel.
Oh,
That
man.
tunnel is dug, despite the fact that the Israelis have tilled that soil, turned it all up, believing that they have covered over and could put their vehicles there because they've buried the tunnels. But it's actually the opposite.
What's
They
wrong with
use
it?
the
Can't you
till,
just like
and it makes it easier
refill
for
the Freon
fighters
or
to
something?
emerge, from their tunnel spot. The tunnels have offensive tunnels, defensive
the hell?
tunnels,
What's the f-
strategic tunnels, logistics tunnels, and the difference of them.
I bet
is
you I
by
could fix
closing
it.
a door. And so when these
Yeah.
fighters, we'll watch. Let's focus now on their return to the tunnel, because these fighters are again returning to their base safely. So he sets the device,
Oh.
pulls the pin there. He's got something like 6 seconds. We take out the audio, but it goes off.
I'm sure somebody has.
The third shooter comes out, and then all.
I mean, it's already pretty gamified with the arrows and shit.
And there they are walking away under the tunnel. And you can hear in the audio of this video, if you go to my Twitter account, the full videos are there. You can hear the audio in the video. You could hear the second Shawad explode as they're underneath the ground, getting away safely. Again, fighters returning to their base safely. Let's just do it one more time because it's our show. So there's the first Shawad. There's the second Shawad.
Dude, so you got 3 kills, man.
As if it's easy to do. It's not. They have to get up, climb up out of the land. They have to not be seen. You'll notice that Qassam puts the good guys in green and the red triangles. So you see the good guys there in green. We'll see that throughout this. I mean, we've seen it throughout the war, but particular there, the bad guys are red. That soldier, oblivious to what's going on, is surely killed by the second Shawad. You can see the distance from the back door. That's the perfect distance for maximum destruction from that device. The Shawad is a explosively formed penetrator that has been built by the Qassam brigades and developed over 25 years. There's
fucking owned so hard, dude. Oh man, so owned.
The point that they are now.
Oh.
And so that tunnel operation,
dude, that's really like more than that.
Those kind of tunnel
that's probably like 10 dead soldiers.
Went from saying there was 500 kilometers of tunnels to 750 to 1,000, and in their nightmares there's 2,000 kilometers of tunnels in their nightmares. So let's go to 38 here tomorrow because there's more from Rafah. So you're watching here an elevated shooter. You can watch the Yasin.
Seriously though, that's like a huge hit. They just took out 3 vehicles worth of troops.
Qassam's going to show it to you in a freeze frame. Okay, so here the fighter is these fighters are under a building. They're under a building, so they're below ground. They're climbing up the tunnel to the main floor, and then they're climbing the stairs in order to get an elevated firing position. It's this one where you can see the warhead. I mixed them up. You'll see the warhead flying through the air from the elevated position on this one. There it is there. Green for the good guys. Again, they point there, green. So what you have is a 3-dimensional attack here. Fighters who are down under the ground protected, coming up to the first floor to the surface level and passing on the surface level because it's more militarily effective to fire on an elevated firing position. So you're seeing Qassam in just this attack use 3 dimensions on the battlefield, something that we've talked about throughout this war that they do. They're able to move between buildings with the tunnel network that they've built. And especially in Rafah, in a place like that has been waiting for these months for this battle, they can use these tunnels and the destruction, like just look at the destruction, right?
No, he's definitely going to lose, dude. Did you see those polls that came out?
Even though it's called in the BBC a safe zone or whatever, we all
he was down 12 points in Nevada.
How it's not that, clearly not.
How do you get down 12 points in the state you fucking won?
You can watch just how significant it is.
It's
Military
horrible.
colleges will study this kind of warfare because we're watching fighters come from below ground and then end up above ground. And so you effectively are firing from the position of where an aircraft would be in terms of below surface level and firing from the air. And you can see the way the elevated firing position in this video, you can see how it provides you the angle to come down on top of the armored vehicle that is roughly hidden. That vehicle believes that that's a tank, that it believes that it's hidden behind that. And if they were firing from the ground level, it would be hidden. But they go from the tunnel, climb up, past the first floor, into the upper floors, and are firing from the upper floors.
Jesus Christ, man. They're just getting owned left and right, man.
Ruins, which is something that they, of course, have always been doing in this battle. The Israelis' wanton destruction has no military purpose. It's military vandalism.
What'd you say, Bookshelf?
It easier for the fighters to move. It gives them more concealment. It
Yeah,
actually
seriously.
hides their tunnels because it's dropping the entire building down on top of the tunnel, which makes it difficult for Israel to go find the tunnel, which they basically stopped
What do you mean?
doing in December.
Dude, Bookshelf, everybody has, like, if you don't, like, if you're not part of, like, a mainstream religion, you've filled that void in your soul with something else. Like, there's a thing in your brain that, like, wants that. You know, that sort of, like, ethereal presence, whatever, like, that, you know, like, religion, but, like, it's not religion, it's like a broader concept. Like a meaning, like, so if you don't fucking go in for Abrahamic faith, you're going to just fill that with something else. You know, whatever that may be. What? I don't see you. I don't see what you're talking about. The trauma remains a burden. The feeling. Yeah, how's it? What? What brought up? What brought up male rape? What? Oh, you mean the pedo priests? Oh, I mean theoretically that's over with. No, I think people are like a lot more like there's rules and stuff to prevent that now. I mean, sure there'll be some, but it's not going to be like, you know, pervasive like it was before.
But here, this video here, we're in the tunnel.
Like they don't let the priest alone with the altar boys anymore, that kind of thing, you know?
Where he's going to detonate the tunnel entrance here. And he says, and then, so then they detonate the entrance where the soldiers are, and they go down the tunnel, and they find, they see, the fighter says, they sent their robots into the tunnel, and here it is in our hands. So what would happen if they sent their soldiers? So this is Qassam holding an explosive ordnance disposal robot, a bomb disposal robot that's supposed to deactivate explosives. Probably see them above ground. They often have guns on them that try to neutralize the explosion. Not sure what this one has. But detonating the tunnel entrance. So the tunnels are used for offensive reasons when they use it to climb the stairs to get to the top floor. They use it to pop out and put Shawad devices right beside a tank. And here they're using the tunnel to lure the Israeli force.
Dude, but their eyes are so good in the dark.
Part of the tunnel. And the way the tunnel network works, it's like a spider web. So you block one, if you can turn an attack tunnel into a mass casualty event by blowing up a piece of the tunnel. But they have those thick, heavy doors that we've seen throughout the war. They close those heavy doors, and you're just blowing up one section of a spider web. You're not destroying the tunnel. So the tunnels can be used.
Yeah, cope. That's it. That's it. It's cope.
Got to mapping this.
Here you go.
So we don't know for sure exactly how detailed it is, but we've watched them do these kind of attacks where they turn an offensive tunnel into a mass casualty by blowing up the entrance. And you don't lose that tunnel by blowing up the
Yeah,
entrance because
exactly.
you have a spider web that you can access the other channels of the tunnel through various different ways, like a spider web.
That was a pussy robot, dude. That robot ain't doing shit.
There's more videos from today that we'll show you next week.
Yeah,
but
seriously,
that's
their
the
eyes
last
must
3
be
days
fucking
in
monstrous.
Rafah,
That's
and
badass.
those were pretty remarkable videos. Even having covered these videos throughout the war, those videos were remarkable. So we're going to move now to Zaytun. I organized these by area, by battalion.
Damn, that was just
So this is
Rafah.
Zaytun in Gaza City that we're going to watch here. This is number 10. And you're going to see
was
this
some
fighter
deadly
with
action.
his Yasin 105, and you
This
can
is a
see
good
written
week.
on his Yasin 105, it says, "For the soul of the martyr hero Sheikh Yasin, the founder of Hamas, who the weapon is named after." So that was a nice little touch, just written on his warhead. And you could see that this is Zaytun. If we'll remember, in February in Zaytun, the Israelis invaded, and that's where Soraya Al-Quds repurposed an F-16 bomb that was dropped and didn't explode. And Soraya Al-Quds rewired the bomb and blew up the Israelis, and they left. That fight was a 2-week fight that was fierce enough that we called it a battle. We called it the Battle of Zaytun, something that we don't hand out lightly because it's very significant. And it was a battle, the Battle of Zaytun.
I believe in an alien god.
The Israelis lost the first Battle of Zaytun in November.
I mean, I'm gonna play around with this Mount Olympus thing for a little bit here. See what kind of angles I can look at. That, I think, look, I think if there's anything like that in our world, in our history of this 4 billion years of this planet, I think it's alien super species, you know, like the ancients from Stargate, someone like that, right? Or the Gould. Or again, like, something's going on with the fucking UFOs, you know? That's definitely a thing, right? And some of them are really fucking weird. So that could be anything. I haven't seen shit, man, but I've seen enough compelling evidence to know that there's something going on there, right? I don't know what it is. Like, it doesn't seem to have a simple explanation like it's the Air Force. That doesn't seem to be the case. It's too bizarre. So, again, the Greek gods thing I just thought of last night, I think it makes a lot of sense. Just like the types of encounters are all different gods, you know? Their presence on Earth is like, that's how it manifests. I mean, shit. I mean, it's always the people who, like, the whistleblowers, but, like, your average person is the people who are having these sightings every year, that there's thousands of sightings every single year. Thanks for the bits. Like, thanks, dog. Look at that. Pays for good takes. I don't need to have that. I don't believe that because, like, I need the cope, right, is what I'm saying. I believe that because that's where the evidence is leading me. You know? That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I'm trying to figure out the UFO thing. Like, that's what I'm, like, primarily focused on. What the fuck is the UFO? So there's a lot of different avenues that takes to try to explain it. Like, I don't know, man. Like, you know, being on the internet, like, that's the thing that has the most fucking substance behind it. Like, if you're gonna, like, research conspiracies, crank shit, like, that's it. You know, all the other shit's just, like, a weirdo cope. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but if it's there to make us crazy, who's doing it? Right? And again, it doesn't seem like a single actor. It seems like multiple forces at play, right? Which is like, you know, I could see us being like some sort of like stock, like produce planet, like, you know, it's like human capital stock, like aliens come by and like fucking pick up like we get a dozen humans, you know, some elephants, whatever, something like that, maybe, you know, like an organ farm kind of something, or like, you know, something more heinous. What's up, dude? How's it going? I was just spitting fire. I mean, you fucking explain it. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is the thing that's like, this seems plausible based on the evidence. What I'm saying. Because I think you have to take into account like the thousands of years of like human spirituality, like, and the weird sort of like, you know, the shit that Diana Pasulka talks about. You know, like those like religious spiritualists, the people who had the weird sort of remote viewing and all kinds of weird apparitions. Like, that's probably the same thing. The UFO is just a modern manifestation of it, right? But again, does seem like it's different things going on there. It doesn't seem like it's all the same thing happening. It's like a wide range of symptoms. I mean, look, if you read like even before the Air Force sightings, like the Jacques Vallée book about the French wave in 52 or 54, something like that. That one is particularly compelling for like weird stuff, right? It's not just lights in the sky, you know. All these fucking farmers with the same story of like fucking alien beings on the ground outside of their spaceship. So all these fucking farmers in these tiny ass French towns just completely like independent of each other all across this geographical range, you know, as if like a fucking flying saucer went through and like fucked with every single farmhouse, you know. Bizarre. There's stuff like that as it happens pretty consistently, you know. Yeah. That's what I mean. People are like credible, like they have, you know, to think that like this many people could be like mistaken, you know, it's like such a huge quantity of reports is what I'm saying. It's like,
and December, they re-invaded in February and lost the Battle of Zaytun, and here they are for the past week fighting in Zaytun, and they pulled out today, surely with nothing accomplished.
yeah, exactly.
More
That's what I'm
destruction.
saying. If religion's real, it's UFOs.
At civilian targets. Their IDF field reports talk about 100 killed fighters, 20 killed fighters, 50 killed fighters, but it doesn't match anything that we're seeing. And the Israelis don't have the intelligence.
I mean, maybe it's just a
They're not
construct
going
in
to
our
do academic
brains,
assessments
right?
and going to see
But then isn't that even weirder?
They're just throwing out these numbers, and that's how they end up with the fake numbers in the 10,000 fighters killed, which I think is an absurd number. I think you'll find it's considerably lower than that, maybe even half that. So in Zaytun, there was a famous sniper operation that you guys probably saw on social media. It was a Al Ghul. I mean, the Al Ghul is a copy of an Iranian Syed or a Austrian Steyr 50 cal sniper rifle. We're watching him set his scope here. He's got camouflage gaffer tape to hide the barrel, so the barrel doesn't shine.
That guy did some atrocity. I forget what it was.
Pillows, blankets, and a pile of rubble here for a direct hit, and we had to cut out. We cut out the soldiers being killed, but you can go to my Twitter account
That's what I'm saying, man. That's why I'm saying there seems like there's forces playing each other, playing humans off each other for some purpose, you know.
Invoke censorship. So we want to keep this on, but that sniper hit the target, and the Israelis didn't
I mean, not
say
anymore.
it was in this
Now it's just
event,
capital.
but the Israelis said in Zaytun that Brigadier General Bar
They do.
Sheshet,
They go after specific Israeli officers.
In this war, he was the Nahal Brigade's chief's
Oh, wow.
command team, and he was shot on Friday. And he's an interesting character because he was also in the ICJ, the South African case for the ICJ, because when he was fighting in this area in November, he said, whoever returns here, if they return here, will find scorched earth, no houses, no agriculture, no nothing. They have no future. So he was a genocidal intent guy, and he just gets one right here.
Wow, fucking A, dude.
Sniper.
Got his ass.
Shot him directly.
What?
The footage shows the bullet passing through him, an armor-piercing incendiary bullet. There's multiple rounds for the Al Ghul sniper rifle.
Dude, Israelis need to fucking quit while they're ahead and get out of there.
There's armor-piercing incendiary, and there's incendiary, and there's regular. And so it looks like what we saw here was an armor-piercing.
What happened?
Armor-piercing incendiary round used in. And it appears that what happens is it blows through.
What, did he get unbanned?
Gun that he's holding there. It blows through the magazine of that gun, but you can see the exit of the bullet very clearly on that shot. So another sniper, another time Qassam is picking the highest commander in any of the group. And you can see, let's show it one more time tomorrow, yeah. You can see the commander in this shot. Watch him talk to the other people. Watch, he's the one talking. Look at them looking back. He's the one talking.
Yeah, it's a domestic sniper rifle.
The commander. Qassam waits, picks him. He's moving. Snipers picking a moving target is an elite skill. They're now running.
Yeah.
And
yeah, seriously, picking the moving target like that. Jesus.
Still got him. So those are hunter-killer teams working together. The spotter is the hunter. And the sniper is the killer, and then we also have the cameraman embedded in these units, and the cameraman embedded in the units is what gives Qassam the ability to show us these videos that show that Israel's lying, and shows definitively that they're losing the war.
They are getting their asses kicked
all along because their goals were impossible to achieve.
Yes, exactly, just like Ukraine.
So after this sniper attack, Qassam put out a mixtape. That's number 12 tomorrow. And tomorrow I had to do some skillful editing of this one because there's many kills. So the text says sharp eye, calm breath, single shot, confirmed kill. That's the recipe of a sniper. And we remember these ones. If people have been following this show for the whole war, we've shown you every single one of these, literally. We've broken every single one of these operations down, sometimes at length. That is...
was it you who read them out?
Better on my Twitter than it is on the YouTube with the censorship. And we want to keep it family friendly on the show. But again, you can see the skill of these fighters, multiple different shooters.
I don't care,
multiple
obviously.
Different barrel types. They're not all technically Al Ghuls. Some of them are Sayad 50 cals.
That must just be all they do, man.
With the markings on them, but we call them all.
They're in the fucking military. They just practice.
Because that's what
the sharpshooters.
And that's one of the thing about being a fighter. You get to name your weapons. As we know, the Americans name all their weapons after indigenous nations and tribes that they fought against. And Qassam names them all after their leaders. This is named after Adnan Al Ghul. He is the father of the arms industry. He was the man who said, we need to get a weapon in every hand of every fighter, and that your military organization is only as large as armed fighters. So it doesn't matter if you have 70,000 soldiers. If they don't have, all 70,000 don't have a gun, then they're not in your army. You need to have weapons in their hands. So Adnan al-Ghul did that. We've told stories about Adnan al-Ghul over the course of these 8 months. He famously escaped Gaza in the first Intifada when he was wanted, and swam back into Gaza with a barrel of TNT to basically literally begin the arms industry in Gaza. We have one more from Zaytun, this mortar barrage that, oh no, this is a sniper. We'll skip the mortar barrage. This is a Soraya al-Quds operation, Soraya al-Quds sniper operation. They're going to use the same rifle you're going to see here. So that is a engineering team, an Israeli engineering team on the border, fixing the fence, probably fixing the breaches that Qassam and Soraya al-Quds blew through the wall on October 7th. The 60 places that they breached the wall, they're constantly patching those back up throughout the course of the war. And you watch here how long the fighter, Soraya always gives us the longer cut. So you can see how long he calms his breath before firing to be in the most relaxed position. You can see again his rifle on a pillow, on rubble. These fighters are making do with what they have, and they're doing it very effectively.
Wow.
And it's created a situation for the Israelis where anywhere they are in Gaza, they're within reach, because Gaza is small enough that you can reach the soldiers when they're in these buffer zones. They're within reach if you have intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance such that you can pick their positions, and then you can move through tunnels, move through rubble, move through alleyways, move through protected areas that are your own neighborhood. You can get yourself into position, which is the most dangerous part of being a sniper, is to get into the location. And the second most dangerous is to exit the location after you fire. So you fire and you need to get out of there in case the radar has tracked your firing position. And I think we're seeing a medical evacuation here in Zaytun. So Israel wrapped up the battle in Zaytun today. They've left. Battle of Zaytun number 3 ended today. They left today. And so that's Gaza City. Now we're going to move to Jabalia.
Wow.
Jabalia is a famous place of resistance in Gaza. It is the place where the first Intifada began. It is one of the places where the armed struggle really took root. Although the first Intifada was a nonviolent action in large measure, it was also the real beginnings of the armed struggle. The armed struggle actually encouraged the civil disobedience of the first Intifada, and it happened in Jabalia. So Jabalia is something that is like Shujaiya. It's a place that haunts the Israelis because when they used to have to patrol in Gaza, Jabalia, the camp, the alleyways, the tight-knit community, the soldiers had a really hard time with Jabalia, many casualties in Jabalia. So the Israelis re-invaded Jabalia last week, forcing, as Nora said, 150,000 people got evacuation notices from Jabalia. And this is a place, Jabalia, that the Israelis said that they had operational control of in November while they were burning the camp. Remember, that was the first footage that we got from their TikTok videos where they started this campaign of burning buildings that now is so normal. But that started in Jabalia. They burned the buildings. They massacred hundreds of people, we remember, to carry a single strike on a battalion commander.
That sucks that you got blamed for it.
Qassam Brigade lost their Northern Brigade commander, one of the top losses of their fighters in the war. And it has impacted the Jabalia battalions. There's multiple battalions in Jabalia.
I can.
Apparently not.
I have a low heart rate.
7 here tomorrow because as soon as they moved in, we had Qassam scrambled their air force. So Qassam sent their aerial bombers here. This is a quad. It's probably a hexacopter, quadcopter, hexacopter carrying munition.
Who would report a stream? That's such a fucking dick behavior.
Carriers. And on the front left of a Namur troop carrier is a hatch. Let's see where this lands.
Oh wow, what a nice fucking drop. Wow.
Right on
the hatch.
So you can see that hatch on the other two vehicles.
Oh man.
So
fucking smoke them out.
Precise. These are dropping a Qassam built hand grenade. Adnan Al-Ghul started the weapons program with hand grenades because that was the simplest thing to get in the hand of every fighter. If you build your own hand grenades and give them to your fighters, it's easier to have than guns at times. And so hand grenades were the first of Qassam's weapons industry. And so you're seeing the beginning of the weapons industry and the realization of the weapons industry in this drone dropped munition. And again, just watch. It hits right on top, on the front left, right where the hatch would be. It's difficult to see.
Damn, dude, they can just line up.
Open,
Good night, Zoot.
Problem, and the hatch would likely be open because they're not expecting drone dropped munitions on top of them. Especially not at this point in the war when they believe that they've destroyed and pushed the fighters. They're telling their people they've won.
Yeah, they must be able to line it up with the computer or whatever because it's the drone.
To fight. So we've seen Qassam during these battles, just in the last 2 weeks I've showed you. Qassam capturing Israeli drones. We've seen them shooting down Israeli drones, multiple types of captured, multiple types of shot down. We've seen them deploy their own drones, Qassam's own drones, deployed for surveillance.
Yeah, man, this is so crazy. Like,
and now we're seeing again.
This is just exposing the entire modern arms industry. Like,
drone drop munitions because they've done this half a dozen.
Like, nobody's there's asymmetric warfare is such now that you could have this massive hulking military force and still get rocked by a well-placed resistance group. I can't, exposed for sure.
Times in the war, and critically, they did it on October 7th. Drone dropped munitions were a critical part of the blinding operation, as it's called, the operation on October 7th that knocked out the network connectivity that the Israelis depend on, and that was the first part of the operation. The rocket fire, the blinding operation, so Israelis didn't know what happened. Then the breaching operation all functioned together to allow the Qassam brigades to overrun.
That's true, but they still had fucking military.
40 minutes of the first.
This is
attack. It was
1,000 guys.
Not that they arrived there.
Couple thousand guys.
Overran it. A base that's 15 kilometers travel from the border, so even the commute time is included in that. The footage of October 7th sacking of the Israeli.
Just think of how many fucking jets that they have.
Why you hear people in Israel saying that they don't believe that the state can defend them.
150
because that was such a
targets
battle by
every single day.
Special forces.
150 fucking air,
they were ready to,
missions.
They were ready to hang with Qassam fighters.
I guess they do more than one target per mission.
Bases happen so fast. Let's look at number 8.
That's insane. Every single day, and then Qassam just has a couple drones
against a tank,
and they just go out and drop hand grenades on tanks.
Right outside the door of that house. I'm not very good with feet, but it's not very many feet. It's pretty much as close to the building as you could get. These fighters are able to move through the buildings and get in position to hit the tank way closer than it can protect itself. And it's pointing in.
I guess this thing is the concept is not any different. What's amazing about today is the scale of it. I think that's the part that's different,
And obviously they can't return fire because you can see where the tank barrel is pointed the opposite direction. So they're not going to turn and return fire. So you've got another situation of a Qassam fighter carrying out an operation, and returning to his base safe. So let's do number 9, because this is interesting. This is Qassam rocket teams. We don't do a lot of rocket stuff, and again, I apologize to
the Grandpa
guys because they do a lot of work. But when there's tons of videos, these are the ones that get cut out, but you can see them launching. They're using their Iron Peacemaker, Peace Enforcer device that we talked about on the show last week. You can see that's a Qassam-made rocket controller setting timers. And this is a rocket barrage from, wait for it, from Jabalia, from where the IDF is operating, right underneath their nose. The tanks are all over there, and they see the rockets go over their head. And it's a psychological operation that the resistance does and has always done. This is just like a militant middle finger. It's not designed to be devastating. It's designed to send a message. It's to send a message that they can carry out these operations under actual occupation, with the forces actually in Jabalia. These are launches from Jabalia, where an entire Israeli army division is operating, and they're firing rockets. And there was multiple examples of this. I wanted to bring you this one because it gives you a really good shot of the Iron Peacemaker, which is a play on words for the Iron Dome, essentially, that it defeats the Iron Dome by setting the timers on these rockets to set them at frequencies that can defeat the Iron Dome. That's the intention behind it. So sending a message in Jabalia with rocket fire, which is just, again, you can't say that you're winning a war when the fighters are launching homemade rockets right under your nose. And the forces, and it's almost literally right under their noses, because the rocket flies over the head of the Israeli soldiers on the base and flies to the place that they live in Israel. So it's a very psychological, it's mostly a psychological operation, and we see it all the time. As soon as the Israelis pulled out of Zaytun today, I didn't see it, but you could go check the field reports. I bet you Zaytun fired rockets the moment the Israelis, or as they were leaving, fire them over their head as they're driving away, as a sign, just as a sign that says we're still here. Of course, the rockets aren't just a sign. They can cause a lot of damage, and the development of the rocket program is very significant for the Palestinians. Of course, it was also Adnan al-Ghul to professionalize a rocket program, which is basically the next stage above mortars. Hand grenade, and then the mortar, and then the rocket. Those are the three logical weapons that you would start with for the type of battle that you fight when you're a besieged population, and your enemy believes in iron walls and watchtowers and fences. You need to traverse those to fight. Let's look at number 30 here, Tamara. Here we're going to see two cameras. There you see the green for the good guy again.
Dude, the Israelis have nothing like this.
Videos.
They
The
just
red is the
have been getting
Israelis.
smoked this
You
entire
see
time.
two cameras for this.
Like, they just kill civilians. That's all they do.
Yassine
Is
strike
just
on a
bomb and kill
Merkava tank.
civilians. Meanwhile,
elevated strike on a
their
Merkava
troops
tank.
just get
You're
fucking
seeing it
picked
from
off
multiple
every single day.
So they're having the ability to get these videos shot from multiple positions. Now you're watching a fighter mouse hole.
They have
and
bazookas,
fucking. We've seen this all through the war as well. He's mouse holing through a building.
tank penetrating
He doesn't have to go outside.
charges.
He comes out and he's gonna
They have
step
all kinds
out
of cool
into the
shit.
street and be face to face with a tank.
They're fucking
You
him
see
up.
Clearly, he
They're
hits
not,
it
like-
right underneath the turret, which is exactly.
Dudes in
where
flip flops
he
is like not
So he
a
mouse
fair
holds out,
characterization of
out
how
of the
sophisticated their
building. So we see them use
forces
tunnels,
operate it.
and now we're seeing them watch with surveillance an Israeli sniper position in the building, knocking a big hole out of the wall, the opposite of what the Qassam snipers do. And that's a fragmentation warhead that he's
Yeah.
firing there. So that's an anti-personnel warhead that when it hits the building,
Yeah, seriously.
shrapnel fragments
Mm.
explodes. You can see it there. He's got another one there. He reloaded. We don't see that very
Yeah,
often.
but they live in the tunnels. Then they pop out and shoot the Israelis and go back underground.
Fire that
The
fragmentation
Israelis don't do
grenade.
shit about it.
So he's using the appropriate weapon against
Like they can't
personnel
attack the
in
tunnels.
building in Jabalia, the place that was supposed
They
to be
don't know how.
defeated in November, are choosing which warhead to use in the appropriate situation. So they're not short of weapons.
They send robots.
Still,
The robots
8
get
months
roughed
on.
up.
And so these tiny little clues that we're seeing here are really all pile up to the reasons why Israel's losing this war. And it's not even close. There's not something they're going to find in Jabalia that's going to turn this war. You can see him moving through these mouse holes are critical. So the tunnels under the ground, the mouse holes above the ground, allow the fighters to move between these buildings and get. The cameraman is showing you that he's going to go out on the street and hit that from the dead center of the tank. Another situation where a fighter stares down the barrel of a tank, which is obviously courageous, but it is also effective. He is going in and hitting that spot on the tank that is the weak spot on the tank. And so it's not just bravery. It is very much bravery, but it's also skill. It's not just a suicide mission to go and try and take out one vehicle. These fighters are returning to their bases as better fighters than they were when they went. So those are important things to acknowledge because that's the thing that Israel's going to have to confront. If Israel's plan is to occupy Gaza for an elongated period of time because if they leave, they have to leave in defeat. So dragging out the war this way, the fighters returning to their base safely with the information and the knowledge and the experience, it's really valuable. Let's go to the next one. Tomorrow's 31. And here we go. A Yasin strike again, staring down the barrel of a tank from an elevated firing position. Difficult to see the result of that one, but the fighters using these elevated firing positions are happening all over. Then this guy and his cameraman are just down in the street, like 25 meters away from a Merkava tank, and it appeared they hit him with that.
Yeah, but they can't really hit that deep, though, is the
Just to point
thing.
out, all of these Yassins that we're seeing,
Like,
as I pointed out on a previous
the,
episode, Kassam noted that the cost of
like the crater from those JDAM, those 2,000-pound bombs, is like 8 to 10 meters deep. The tunnels are like just deeper than that, you know? Like those are like the bunker buster bombs that they're using, you know? They don't, they can bust a bunker, they just can't get like lower than that, you know? That's a tall order. So everything is just like below that. It's probably like 20 meters down, 10 meters, 15 meters down or something. And then but they must have some capability to like pop up. They seem to be able to like build tunnels quickly. Unless they just have that many like side tunnels and shit. You know, because it seems like wherever the Israelis park their tanks, they're able to like fucking find a tunnel where they can pop out right next door and fuck them up. That's what I mean. It's like the military, there's not like any... The Israelis don't have videos of themselves doing this kind of thing. You know? Like there's not like... Their troops are not like doing a skirmishing. You know, they're just getting fucking picked off. Like, that's why they're... I mean, then they kill these civilians and pretend that they're like killing fighters because it's like every military-age male just counts as a fighter. Meanwhile, like the Qassam brigades appear to be operating at full strength. You know?
The entire Yassin anti-tank weapon program.
Yeah, we just saw that one.
2005 to today
Yeah, just
amounts
decimated
to
that fucking
$500
Israeli
per
position.
round, per weapon, per round. That's all the research and development. That's all of the training, and that's all the putting it into service. And they're targeting with these $500 weapons a $6 million tank there. That even if you don't destroy the tank doesn't blow up in flames. The point of the Yasin is to penetrate the tank in a small spot, and then what the penetration of the tank fires like hot metal, molten shrapnel inside the tank, and it has nowhere to escape. So it ends up just being like bullets flying all through the tank, and that's the destruction it makes. So people looking for the tank to blow up like in a movie as the symbol of whether it's successful or the operation is effective, it's not the way that the weapon works. So you wouldn't see it blow up in that way, although we have seen many burning. Sorry, was that 31 tomorrow? We're on 31, 32, 32. So this is 4 shooters. That's a Namur troop carrier. That shooter's getting within, I don't know, again, what is that? That's like basically across the street distance, moving through the rubble. That Israel sees that rubble and thinks that area is out of service. And then now that's a D9 armored bulldozer. Now they're using the alleyways of Jabalia, the famous alleyways of Jabalia. The alleyways of the camps all over Palestine are famous for their resistance and the way the resistance uses it, from Jenin in the north to Rafah in the south. It's the same in all the camps, and that's why the Israelis are always losing. They're losing in Nur Shams, they're losing in Jenin, they're losing in the alleyways of Rafah. We're watching them here now, 20 minutes losing in the alleyways of Jabalia, because the fighters know these alleyways like the back of their hands. It's their homes, for better or for worse. They're temporary homes, as they always point out if you ask them. They're temporary homes, and they'll tell you where their actual home is, in the Gaza envelope, as Israel calls it, that has been depopulated because of the Qassam attacks, and people have not moved back into those areas. Those are the areas where these fighters are from and their families are from, and they want to go back to those places. They consider Gaza a temporary place, but in the camps, they organize the camp like their old villages, and that's something probably people have watched this show know, that that's the case. But they moved their villages into the camps, and organized them in much the same way, named the streets the same way, named the areas the same way, but they believe that they're temporary. And then after this one, we'll go to 33. Now we're watching these fighters move through the alley with multiple rounds in their hands, and then all 3 of them come up in unison. So we're watching 2 shooters and a cameraman here. The one shooter's picking the armored personnel carrier and the Namur troop carrier, and the shooter on the right is choosing the tank in the foreground. And you can watch, now we're seeing the helmet cam of the shooter that's shooting for the Merkava. But we're going to let this loop one more time, because watching all 3 of them wander down the alley here holding their 2 parts of their Yasin, and then watch them all pop up at the same time. Boom. And you have to be tight when you're firing side by side like that. This is a skilled operation. I made light of the fact that they popped up all together, but popping up all together is how you efficiently get through the operation. If you don't send one guy up so that he gets picked off, you carry out the operation in sequence, in unison, and that's what we're seeing with that. Again, let's just go one more time on this one, because watch the graffiti in the alleyways here. You can see him holding the warhead. That's the Yasin warhead on the left there. They've stationed a camera here, and then You watch all three of them pop up, and you can see that each shooter picks his own target. They're picking both of those targets, and you can watch the trajectory of the flight and see that both did fire on their target. So that was in unison operation. Another remarkable, still in Jabalia, where Israel said that they controlled in November. Just a joke. 34. Perfect. There's so many numbers on this one this week that we just want to make sure the logistics are all correct. Great job, Tamara, as usual. Again, this is just more alleys. These are the alleys of the First Intifada. These are the alleys of the resistance in the Gaza Strip. These are the alleys that drove the Israelis out of Gaza. In the First Intifada, the Israelis used to drive around in their trucks in the cities. Throughout the 90s, that stopped. By the 2000s, they were basically garrisoned on bases inside Gaza and couldn't move. They didn't move into the city areas at all unless it was an invasion. And the reason why they did that is because of the resistance in the alleys. So I wanted to bring all these alley shots to you because this is a critical point of the armed struggle in Palestine. And it is in every camp, and every camp is the same. They're all overcrowded. They're intimate, and people know every nook and cranny, and the Israelis don't, so they don't stand a chance fighting indigenous fighters. Even though it's not their land, they're indigenous to the area. They know this land like the back of their hand, and the Israelis don't. Let's do number 35. And this is a tandem 85. We've talked about this before. This is a Yassin with a tandem 85. This is a Qassam designed weapon where they took a regular RPG warhead that was no longer as effective against the up-armored Israeli vehicles. So Qassam engineers attached a second charge to the 85 millimeter round. They attached a 60 millimeter front charge, so it becomes a tandem charge like the Yassin 105. But instead of getting rid of all of the, quote unquote, or let's say less useful RPG rounds, they turn it into a very effective round by adding a second charge to it. So this weapons industry that Qassam does, sometimes they copy weapons that are existing weapons and they perfect existing weapons, but many of the weapons are unique to Qassam. Nobody else makes a tandem charge thermobaric warhead. That is a Qassam invention. To make these 85 millimeter RPG rounds into tandem warheads is a Qassam invention. In many ways, the Shawaz, the way you see that Shawaz device that we saw, in many ways, that's a Qassam invention. It's using military technology and know-how that's been around since the First World War, shape charge, but Qassam has perfected the way that the system works and then made the device function perfectly. And that's what we're seeing. We don't see these Yassins backfiring. When he pulled the pin out of the Shawaz exploded and penetrated 650 millimeters of rolled armor, homogeneous armor. So the weapons work. Instead of using their engineering skills to try to make some, new fancy, they didn't. They perfected already existing weapons and applied the skill set to making the best versions of those weapons that already exist. So that's what we're seeing. This was identified as a thermobaric warhead, but it was actually just a Yassin 105. And you can see the two shooters. We'll let it go through one more time because I was yammering too much on that one. But you're going to see the shooters are going to come out to the walls here, and you're going to see that there's no wall. And the two shooters, like just the destruction all over in these videos is something that I just
This
is
should
just
be
wanton
ashamed of
destruction.
themselves.
There's no military purpose to smashing out the wall on the second floor of a building. And people are going to go home and live in these the day the Israelis pull out. The minute the Israelis pull out, people will go back and start rooming off their floors and moving the concrete and setting up their tents in those spots. So that is number 36. That was number 36 tomorrow. Let's move to Hezbollah. Sorry, there is one more. So this is the one that's identified as a thermobaric warhead, but I believe it's just Yasin 105. The thermobarics are usually painted beige, and they're the fuel air weapon that we saw used in Khan Yunis that makes a large fuel explosion. Have these kind of devices because of the forest. Well, let's go to the next one, 22.
Yeah,
this
seriously.
Is a rocket launch system. This is a Phala 2. That's a Katusha Grad rocket launcher. That's a 30 rocket launcher. And after this, this is a symbol of what Hezbollah could do if the war opened up. The frequency, the speed, the caliber, the whole deal about these rocket systems, they flood the Iron Dome. And Israel even admitted after this attack that they only got 15, Iron Dome only got 15 of the rockets. We're watching more than 40 be fired. Nasrallah said in a speech the other day, he said that there's 200,000 people evacuated in the communities in the north, Israelis evacuated from the north. But he said if we want this war to expand, we could make it 2 million in minutes, because they have rocket systems that will drive people out. These are rockets targeting the northernmost part of Israel. This is an attack on Kiryat Shmona, the northernmost part of Israel. But as Nasrallah said, they can go from Kiryat Shmona to Eilat in the south. And if the war opens up, if Israelis are talking about opening up a war, their entire state is going to be within rocket fire. And just a note about this as well, you can see this is footage of the fires in Kiryat Shmona. The Israeli government yesterday notified the hotels where the people who have evacuated their communities in the north are living. The government told those hotels that they should expect to continue hosting people until the end, at least through the end of 2024. So the Israelis don't see a scenario where they're going to have their people move back to the north. So we're seeing the strategic depth of Israel be restricted. There's the fires from the rocket attacks, burning non-native trees that were planted by the Israelis famously, that burned like tinder. So the Israeli government said that, announced quietly to the hotels that they should expect to be hosting people for the rest of the year. And school starts in September in Israel, and so the school year is not going to start. The country's going to be 10 kilometers smaller than it was on October 6th. There's no indication that they're rebuilding the Gaza envelope anytime soon. That war in Gaza is dragging on too. And so we have an Israel that's considerably smaller than it was on October 6th. And its strategic depth is really in question. And that has been one outcome of this war. Let's look at 23 tomorrow. This is Hezbollah versus an Iron Dome system. I've been following these, just try to bring you some of these same attacks to show you how we've been tracking them throughout this war. I showed you a few weeks ago them targeting the Iron Dome system in the same place, Beit Hillel. This is guarding a base of the IDF's 91st Division, which has soldiers included from the Golani Brigade and command posts. And we see footage. They're going to show us footage here of the Iron Dome interceptor site. There, you see it there. The 4 launchers for the the site, and then they're going to show us some Israeli footage of the Iron Domes being launched. So they're actually, so there you go. There's the outgoing Iron Dome system. And so they're showing you that they know they have this surveillance, like literally from the ground. And now we're seeing them rigging up an Ababil Kasif attack drone, a one-way loitering, some people call them suicide drones, kamikaze drones, one-way attack drones.
The Lesser Israel Project.
It's a fiberglass drone. We've talked about them a number of times. It makes that buzzing lawnmower noise. And it's fiberglass, it's propeller, it has a low heat signature, it flies below the radar and hits, as you can see there, because the Iron Dome can't catch it, because of the heat signature and because of the height that it flies at, and it's able to hit precisely with a small warhead, but big enough to do damage to these sites. And now they're hitting these Iron Dome platforms regularly. And there's only a dozen or so of these, unless there's some secret stash that nobody, including the Americans, don't know about. The Americans gave, at the beginning of the war, 2 Iron Domes that they had to Israel to help them. But we've now seen multiple be taken out here. So let's go to 24 tomorrow, before we don't need to go back around for this. Yeah, let's go to 24. This is a triple anti-tank guided missile strike, and it's interesting here. We're seeing an RPG-29, and you can see the fighter in his uniform moving through the terrain in Lebanon, and he's barely visible. His camo is and you can see the RPG-29 hitting the corner there, and that's it looks like a Cornet. I think that might be a Concours. That's a similar anti-tank weapon to a Cornet. I think that was a Concours. But in any case, they have Cornets, Concours, RPG-29s, and that's an Almas. That's what I've been following. This is the weapon system that was captured by Hezbollah from the Israelis in the 2006 war. It was reverse engineered. It's a top attack anti-tank missile, which means it can be driven from a separate location than it's fired. And you see it there go right through the grill of this car. And I queued up the next video. When this video ends tomorrow, you can just skip to it, because I queued it up in isolation, because I wanted to show you the capability. And again, this is something that could be used on tanks, but we're watching it be used on network connectivity equipment, spying equipment, Israeli bases. That was the Jeep. I don't know. It'd be interesting to find out whose Jeep that was. Maybe it was one of the base commanders' Jeep. But let's watch it here. So you can see the beautiful spring in South Lebanon, and you can watch the trajectory.
That's nice.
This Almas anti-tank guided missile is going to go inside a garage. If you're listening to the program, we're watching a camera on the missile fly over inside a garage and hit right through the grill of the car that they were aiming for. So we've been tracking this on this show. I bring these Almas in because it's a qualitative increase in capability of the resistance, and if the war were to break out in a more concentrated, or if the escalation ladder is
Israelis have got troops for this,
these
dude.
Weapons will be deployed in different ways. Right now, they're shaping the battlefield with these weapons, but these weapons can be used to great effect in a ground war against Israeli tanks that are going to attempt, like they do every time,
you heard
to
Elmer.
cross the wadis and
Those Yassine rockets, they penetrate the hull and then explode on the inside, like armor-piercing bullets.
That's what the Israelis do, and now these increased weapons will make that even harder. And we know in 2006, it was a humiliating defeat for the Israelis. The Israelis spent most of the 2006 July war, most of their fighting in that war was recovery. It was recovering troops that had gotten smoked, that were trapped, that were isolated, that needed to be saved by other units. And most of the logic of that war was other units coming to save the units that failed in their objectives, their objectives to capture Beit Jbeil, famously, and required a 2-week battle just to extract the Israeli soldiers out of that situation. And that's when they called for a ceasefire. So that is the resistance report from the very southern tip of the Gaza Strip to the northern tip of the Gaza Strip to the northern tip of Israel from South Lebanon. And the resistance is just increasing at this point. And I think we're going to bring on everybody else at this point, and we are going to seamlessly go to Hassan Nasrallah's speech.
There's
How
been
is
such
that?
a range of emotions. Wow. Yeah, if we gave out our own awards, you would win. You'd
There
win
was
the
so
award
much.
for today's show, MVP.
Yeah, there was so much there, John. And as you mentioned earlier, there's so much more that you couldn't cover this week. So
Even
some
while
people-
while you were delivering the report, there was stuff coming in from Qassam in real time. So
and,
We'll have to
and
do
incredible.
Yeah.
We'd have to do a 2-week show.
Yeah, and so if people are wondering why we let you go on for more than an hour, it's because that was a compromise. Otherwise, you would have had to go on for 4 hours.
Yeah, there was talk of 4 hours. I saw it.
I know our audience would not say no to that. But yeah, let's talk about the Nasrallah speech.
The audience loves Elmer.
That was
Nice.
2 nights ago.
Yeah, they're fucking. Yeah, they've lost
when
dozens.
Nasrallah
Like,
speaks, the entire
what's up,
Arab
Ross?
world stops and listens.
They lose like, I'd say, probably like a dozen a week, right? Something like that, almost. Maybe I would say, yeah, 6 to 10 a week at least. You saw that operation this week. Like, there's like every week Elmer has a bunch of clips, right? And that's obviously not everything that happened.
What was I watched a little bit of it. I didn't watch the whole thing, I admit, but
I usually watch John for 4 hours. I know, right? We can all watch John for 4 hours, I bet.
Yes, it was one of these speeches, and I'm sorry I have a bit of a sore
Yeah,
throat.
John should have his own live
Sounds a
stream.
little
That's true.
rough. But
Do 3 hours a week.
it was one of these speeches that he gave on, you know, typically his speeches are on occasions commemorating, you know, the martyrdom of a commander or a respected member of the resistance. And this was one such occasion. It was the martyrdom, I think the 7th anniversary of the martyrdom of a man called Mustafa Badruddin. But these occasions are used to make sort of broad speeches, give analysis, and this was in some respects similar to what we've heard before from Nasrallah, where he lays out sort of a broad regional vision, sort of weighs the balance of forces in the region. He was very confident, he sounded very self-assured, and I think some of the key takeaways is that he talked about how Israel and the United States are really in a
Fair point.
strategic bind. I mean, one thing I'll say, a point he makes time and again, is that the United States is the one that calls the shots. It's not Israel. And I think that I agree with that. We've seen that in terms of this kind of this dance that the Biden administration is playing, where they try to make it appear as if they're reigning in Israel when they're not actually doing so. But aside from that, what Nasrallah says is that, you know, Israel is really in a bind because it has two choices. One is to accede to the demands of the resistance in order to get a ceasefire, and those demands are well known. They include, of course, an end to the war, allowing people to return home, Israeli withdrawal from Gaza, unfettered flow of aid and reconstruction, and of course, an exchange of prisoners. So that's one way, but that constitutes defeat for Israel, and that's unacceptable to Israel. On the other side, Israel has the choice to continue the war, a war of attrition which it is clearly losing. And I think we could just see from the presentation that John has just given us how severe that defeat is militarily. And just think about how little of that you see in the mainstream media. You never see the videos or the reports of the resistance that we just saw from John in the New York Times, on CNN, on the BBC. So people are unaware of the extent to which Israel is losing the war on the ground.
I have no clue.
And I say that to emphasize that Nasrallah's analysis is fact-based. It's grounded in the reality. And that's, of course, not just in Gaza, which he called the main front, but he also talked about Lebanon, which we've seen, where they have been gradually escalating the tactics and escalating the type of weapons they're using. And he also made reference to the fronts with the Iraqi resistance and Yemen. And so, again, that reminds us that the resistance looks at this as not a single battle, a single decisive battle which is going to defeat Israel, but a war over a period of time which Israel is losing, and the resistance feels confident that it's winning. So that's really what I took away from it. But I know there were other points that others might want to emphasize from the speech.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the October 6th versus October 7th reality, he talked about how October 6th, there was no Palestinian state. They were ghettoized and ignored. And October 7th, because of heroic indigenous resistance that was built under blockade, and the resistance since then has completely has Israel in upheaval. It has them their military generals are being mocked. They don't believe that the people in their society don't believe that the army can take care of them anymore. The students are out. He talked about the student protesters. The students are out in the streets, inspired by the resistance and the courageous resistance of the fighters, but also of the people of Gaza who have been enduring through this, and everybody watches it and are inspired by, what can we do? Like, people ask themselves, what can we do? Because you watch what people in Gaza are doing, and that has inspired people. Whereas the juxtaposition is the Israelis are just seen as, child killers who mock the international community. Nasrallah noted a couple times of UN speeches where the Israeli UN ambassador held up that card and said, whatever, the ceasefire address is Yahya Sinwar, and he held up the card for Sinwar, and Nasrallah was like, just watch that scene and tell me who's winning and who's losing the war. I think it's the same ambassador ripped up the UN charter and just.
No, he had a tiny little baby paper shredder. And
I thought when I saw the tiny little, it was Gilad Erdan.
Yeah.
When I saw the tiny little paper shredder, I thought, that phrase comes into your head: the world's tiniest violin.
Yeah.
The world's tiniest paper
Yeah,
shredder.
he mocked it, and everybody mocked it, and the
yeah.
world mocked it, right?
Yeah.
So Israel's shown itself to be this strategic. He pointed out, like, they're losing the war, so they're a strategic liability to the United States. The United States, the UK, all these countries have to come save them all the time. They have to air bridge all the weapons to them. They have to actually literally knock Iranian missiles out of the sky for them. And they're just a brutal state that insults the world, kills children, and their own people don't feel confident that their settler project can last. And he did that with the sort of classic Nasrallah Israeli media summary, right? Like he does the Israeli media roundup, and he says, just listen to what they say. Well, he says two things: look at the battlefield result, but also look at what the enemy says. Look at what the defense minister says. Look at how they mock Netanyahu for saying that they just need Rafah for the complete victory. If we don't have Rafah, there's no complete victory. He's being mocked for that. They want the chief of staff Halevi.
Is this a paper shredder for
There are
ants?
protests in the streets constantly.
And if you well, I want to come back to that, but I just want to say more about the speech and then sort of pick up on something Nasrallah said and bring it up to date in a sense. But he also talked about the impotence of the Arab regimes. He was talking about Lebanon in particular, on the issue of Syrian refugees, where internally in Lebanon there's calls for the many Syrian refugees to go back home. And he says, they should be able to go back home, but they should be able to go back home safely. And what that means is that the Lebanese government should demand that the US sanctions that prevent Syria from rebuilding, the so-called Caesar sanctions, should be lifted. And the way to pressure the West is to say, okay, so if you don't want them to go back home to Syria where they can actually live, not under these brutal sanctions, then we're going to open the shores of Lebanon and let them sail to Europe. And he said they would immediately change their policy. But when you're a government that waits for a phone call from this or that Western embassy to tell you what to do, and you have no sovereignty, then you can't take decisions. You're not really the master of your own fate. And
A lot of good is done, and look at their fucking
that's a point that
economy's
applies
the
more
shitter.
broadly, because he's contrasting the sovereignty, in a sense, of the resistance axis, the fact that they are taking
Later on, Tiger.
the decisive decisions about the future,
It's about to change
about
up.
the destiny
Start
of
getting
their
cranking.
people in the region, as opposed to the Arab dictatorships that are lining up to help the United States and Israel shoot down missiles that are aimed at Israeli military bases, which is just absolutely extraordinary. But the point I wanted to pick up on, when Nasrallah talked about, the disarray within Israel, the defeatism, the confusion, look at what's happening just in the last few hours, where Netanyahu, the prime minister, and Yoav Gallant, the defense minister, are in an open public battle over the future of Gaza. I mean, and again, they're assuming that they were going to be able to dictate the future of Gaza, which clearly they're not. But Gallant is saying, we have to be very clear and say publicly that we will not install a military government in Gaza. That's to say, an Israeli military government in Gaza for the long term. And Netanyahu is saying, I'm not going to allow the Palestinian Authority back to Gaza, and I'm not going to allow Hamas to rule Gaza. But Gallant, presumably as the defense minister, is the one who is receiving the reports from the ground directly, and is therefore making the assessment that there's no way we can hold Gaza. There's no way we can govern Gaza. They can't even hold Jabalia and Zaytun 6-7 months after they claimed they had cleared the resistance out of them. And so there is just this complete unraveling within Israel that is mirrored by the complete, I think, confusion in the United States, where on the one hand the Biden administration keeps saying they don't want Israel to attack Rafah, or they want humanitarian aid to go in, but at the same time today the Washington Post reported that despite saying that they're delaying sending the 2,000-pound bombs, which presumably Israel already has big stockpiles of anyway, they're going ahead to send $1 billion worth of tank ammunition, tactical vehicles. That's interesting, isn't it? Because that's a sign that a lot of their vehicles have been destroyed in Gaza, and other military equipment. And at the same time, the Rafah crossing has been closed now for how long? And that's just an absolute catastrophe for people in Gaza. And there's no talk of getting it open. Remember last week we talked about that flash-in-the-pan American plan to put a mercenary company to run the Rafah crossing? Well, as John showed us today, the resistance is attacking and killing and injuring Israeli soldiers at the Rafah crossing. So which mercenary firm is going to go into that situation? or which Arab puppet regime of the Americans is going to go into that situation. It's even reported that the Palestinian Authority, which is closely allied with Israel and the United States, of course, is refusing to go to the Rafah crossing. So it's you know, to tie it back to what Nasrallah is saying, I think it's very clear that Israel continues to be able to carry out horrifying massacres, murder, destroy, kill, starve, attack hospitals, utter horrors, but it's losing the war. And, you know, people will often scoff at that. But I looked up these figures today just because it's an analogy we hear about all the time. Vietnam's official count of how many civilians were killed during the American war is over 2 million, and more than 1 million fighters were killed. So that's 3 million people. And remember that the United States dropped, there's a study from Yale that was published a few years ago. The United States dropped 2,756,941 tons of bombs on Cambodia to try to defeat the Viet Cong, who had bases in Cambodia. And to put that in perspective, according to this study, so that's 2.8 million tons of bombs into Cambodia. The Allies dropped just over 2 million tons of bombs during all of World War II. And the United States still lost the American war in Vietnam. So this is what we have to remember, that in an insurgency, in a war of liberation, the enemy, the aggressor, the colonizer, the occupier, the representatives of Western savagery and barbarism will always kill more people among the indigenous and native people. We saw that with the French in Algeria. We saw it in South Africa too. It's always the case. And that's not to say we should be casual about this or we should be sanguine about it. Our hearts are torn every single day about the horror that is being visited on people in Gaza. Our friends, our family, our colleagues, we want this to stop now. But I say this because murdering civilians is not equal to victory. If it was, then the United States would have been the winner in Vietnam. The United States would have been the winner in Afghanistan. The United States would have been the winner in all its other losing wars. And Israel would have been the winner in its losing war in Lebanon. So this is the analytically, we have to make that shift and not allow, not allow anyone to say, to introduce this defeatist sense that, well, Israel is bombing and killing more, therefore it's winning. No, Israel is losing the war. Israel has lost the war.
Yeah, the biggest battle in Palestinian history, as he pointed out, Nasrallah pointed out, and Israel's losing. That there's no need for defeatism in the face of that. That is a paradigm-shattering reality that we're living through right now, with brutal consequences on our friends and colleagues and everybody in Gaza. But the war is being won right now. Israelis admit it. The Americans admit it. The State Department admitted that there's no total victory, that is not a possibility. These kind of concepts, total victory. So at some point, if
the mystery of the ghost rocket has persisted for many years.
The two pillars of the stream: John Elmer and the nameless mystery history guy. The unnamed hero of mystery history.
With not only thousands of sightings, but several craft witnessed crashing, apparently leaving nothing more than a crater. First sighted in 1946, they were initially explained away as meteors. However, as the sightings continued, this explanation was realized by many as unlikely. witnessed making incredible maneuvers, with them almost never being seen during meteor showers. The theory of them originating from the former German rocket facility at Peenemünde was put forward.
Vivid German films uncovered by Allied occupation men tell the story of the V-2 rocket through enemy eyes. In a last desperate attempt to escape defeat, German science threw everything it had into the perfection of V-2. Hurtling through the stratosphere at 3,000 miles an hour to fall on London, this was the peak of 15 years of German scientific research.
With them henceforth being put down to long-range missile tests by the Soviets, undoubtedly due to their ability to maneuver.
Definitely not the Soviets.
This explanation would conveniently give the Swedish Army motive to issue a directive, stating that newspapers were not to report the location of ghost rocket sightings, nor any information regarding the direction or speed of the objects. This information, they reasoned, was vital for evaluation purposes to the nation assumed to be performing the tests. This explanation would make complete sense if rocket debris had indeed been found, subsequently revealed to an entire nation, whom at this point were all trying to figure out what these things were. Why would the military force a complete media blackout without any publicly acknowledged recovery of debris? Along with the bizarre reports of their crashes, could this instead be indication of a cover-up? The early Soviet origins theory was subsequently rejected by British and U.S. military investigators. According to them, quote, no recognizable rocket fragments were ever recovered. And according to sightings, the objects displayed some combination of leaving no exhaust trail, moving too slowly, flying horizontally, traveling and maneuvering in formation, and appearing to be silent, end quote. One crash in particular occurred on July 19, 1946, into Lake Komiov. Witnesses reported a gray rocket-shaped object crashing into the lake. Alas, a 3-week military search reported nothing. Immediately after the investigation, the Swedish Air Force officer who led the search, Carl Gustaf Bartol, submitted a report in which he stated that the lake had indeed been disturbed, but nothing recovered. Quote, there are many indications that the Komiov object disintegrated itself. The object was probably manufactured in a lightweight material, possibly a kind of magnesium alloy that would disintegrate easily and not give indications on our instruments. When Bartol was later interviewed in 1984 by Swedish researcher Claes Svahn, he insisted what people saw were real physical objects. On December 3, 1946, a memo was drafted which stated, quote, nearly 100 impacts have been reported and 30 pieces of debris have been received and examined by Swedish National Defense Research Institute. The debris was later said to be meteorite fragments, end quote. What do you think about the ghost rockets? Meteorites? Missiles? Or
Definitely not
perhaps
meteorites.
something else? We find their possible origins highly compelling. This ancient cemetery within present-day Hungary has perplexed
What about it?
anthropologists for the past few decades. Amongst the remains of some 51
What, falling
was
magnesium?
the discovery of many apparently
Like, from an engine expelling it? I think that's common, right? I think it's one of the flying saucer types. Yeah, I think it would burn underwater, right? Nemesis would probably know. Yeah, I think there's a famous UK sighting like that, right? There's a video. An infrared video where you can see it like dropping pellets.
human,
I
yet
mean, maybe those are all disinfo. I feel like any specific type of UFO video could all be, you know, disinfo, like fabrications to muddy the waters.
elongated skulls. Although many elongated skulls unearthed around the world are mysteriously absent human skull napping, indicative of skull binding, an ancient practice once initiated at a young age. These skulls, however, do appear to have these natural human napping patterns. Yet the mystery of their origins, even after DNA sequencing,
All right,
is
now those are
never
just
deepened.
skull binding ones.
Individuals
The
including
crazy ones are the
adult males,
fucking smooth
females,
ones.
and children
Like
had,
they were
quote,
born like that.
artificially deformed skulls with depressions shaped by bandage wrappings,
Yeah.
end quote, making this place one of the largest concentrations of this cultural phenomenon ever found in Europe. Curiously, the strontium isotope ratios here are significantly more variable than those of other remains,
Wow.
including animal and prehistoric burials, which have since been uncovered in the same geographic region. This indicating that these mysterious people lived elsewhere during their childhood, yet where they originally came from remains a complete mystery. Furthermore, carbon and nitrogen isotope data attest to remarkable contributions of millet in their diet, although all the remains have now been dismissed as human. Intriguingly, some photographic studies of certain remains of particular interest are yet to be publicly disclosed. If human origins indeed be the case, it still does not answer the question as to where this ritual originated from, or why it seemingly permeated many of the world's countries, such as Germany, Malta, Russia, Hungary, along with many others. Were these ancient people trying to emulate a now lost civilization? Possibly unknown
Jesus.
ancient beings.
Who
They
the fuck
and
were
many
all these
others
people,
throughout
man?
antiquity, not only perceived as, but depicted as gods. Additionally, why are there so many mysteries surrounding this practice? Why is there such mystery surrounding the crystal skulls? And why are so many skulls we have personally examined seemingly absent normal human growth patterns? Were ancient aliens possibly found amongst these individuals within Hungary? We find the ongoing discovery highly compelling. There is a growing number of evidence being correlated worldwide every day, increasingly adding the pressure upon modern historical paradigms, incredibly strong
That's right, Mr.
arguments
History.
for the chronology of man being vastly incorrect. Archaeological proofs that our history on this planet has not only been massively underestimated, but unfortunately, due to its doctrine for creation stimulating a large stream of wealth, individuals have become
fuck is that?
transfixed on this following's flow of financial backing, going to great lengths to protect these investments. This has resulted in a steadfast position
Look at those things.
by those in the upper echelons of historical, geological, even
All over the
artistic
motherfucking
academic
world.
circles. A seemingly immovable, so-called conclusion in regards to all developed, already printed, funded investigative current claims to all historical sites. Yet their ignorance to that which disproves said hypothesis being their Achilles heel.
Come on, get out of the
As all
screen.
near smoking gun evidence to the contrary of their claims seemingly feared to be approached, we feel as they would lack the ability to disprove such data as accurate. With qualified persons in positions of trust, having their careers ruined for refusing to reject their own findings. The Bering Strait being on example, the migratory land bridge
That must be
theory
why he
crucial to these
keeps his
funded,
name
upheld
quiet.
theories timelines,
Afraid of the
with man
fundies.
claimed to have
I
entered
don't blame
Europe
him.
across it at a precise time in Earth's history, yet it now being a theory proven inaccurate in a number of areas, along with countless other examples exposing the true magnitude of this current historical deception. In our opinion, initially arising from the potential profit seen by some as a hybrid form of New World religious origin theory. It has, however, now gained a complete monopoly over the curriculum giving supposed definitive explanatory
Yeah, money
and
is a
factual
religion.
information about relics one simply could confidently convey unless undertaking in deception, as if attempting to create an illusion of all-knowing. This attitude of all-knowing add to this actively ignoring that which clearly contradicts said claims of ruins, and their historical account as a whole proves beyond doubt they are partaking in a ruse. Yet I digress. For as initially mentioned, growing evidence worldwide is disproving currently mainstream held opinions, with our next subject of interest symbolically making academia fall on their own sword. their
Wow.
own dating of these unexplained sites made before they were discovered elsewhere. Upon in-depth study, or indeed past knowledge of similar anomalies, one can link proof that sites on separate continents and hemispheres of each other are identical in form. A self-inflicted faux pas, exposure of academics' inability to accurately date sites, or indeed mankind. The keyhole graves, a mass of which has recently been found along an ancient road within Saudi Arabia. Yet amazingly, when we covered these graves before, it wasn't another continent these were found on, predating oceanic travel, but one identical in shape, possibly on Mars. Found throughout Asia and notoriously forbidden to be entered. Now, however,
Wow.
the Saudis seem keen to investigate so that their inhabitants may soon be exposed. Could this be a mass grave of ancient aliens, once buried in this unusual style, one we also believe could possibly be resting upon the Martian surface? We find such possibility hugely fascinating. In the past, we have covered many
I never saw that shit
anomalies,
before.
out-of-place artifacts, and unexplainable features, all hinting at an ancient high technology which ancient man once possessed. An ability to create tremendous heat and thus advanced metallurgy, and in some cases, seemingly turning stone to magma. A knowledge and technology which at some point within history became lost. One part in particular is the slab of Beit Sharim, an enormous glass slab dated at many thousands of years old. Yet to have created such an enormous piece of ancient glass would have taken incredible heat in an incredibly large furnace. Coincidentally, all sharing an inexplicable similarity with the collection of artifacts which are the focus of this video. Discovered in 2019 on Melbourne Beach, off the coast of Florida, a total of 7 artifacts, including the ancient Peruvian death mask, were found. After detailed analysis, the composition of metals used in the manufacture of the artifacts have baffled scientists. Created using copper, gold, and silver, yet what stunned those investigating the items was the presence of iridium. Not only is iridium incredibly rare on Earth, with
Holy
most found
shit.
within meteorites, but its melting point is also yet another mystery. For as how the Inca apparently created them, if indeed the Inca were responsible in the first place, is yet to be explained. Dated at over 12,000 years ago, some of the artifacts clearly depict known Incan gods. One of which is
12,000 years ago?
whether these
Wow.
beliefs were merely adopted, like the many unexplainable ruins we regularly cover, and claim were merely re-inhabited, is unknown. Yet what we do know is that the melting point of iridium, 2,446 degrees Celsius. Thus, any artifact dated to these tremendous ages, yet created with such
Holy
tremendous
shit.
temperatures, furnaces, and metallurgies claimed as undiscovered during
Unbelievable,
or prior
man.
to their claimed eras or ages of construction,
Wow.
mean that they simply shouldn't exist.
It's incredible.
The question is how.
Have I never heard this before?
Acquire such rare elements? How did they manage to accomplish such temperatures and work the metals at such an early age within known history? We find their possible true origins highly
Holy
compelling.
shit, dude. Oh, now they say it's a fake. Interesting. Yeah. That is incredible. I mean, I could totally see being pressured either way, though.
This is a truly tantalizing image. Why is it tantalizing? Since its discovery over 100 years ago, It has captivated astronomers the world over. It lies so despairingly close, yet would take generations to reach. It's not visible to the naked eye, yet it is the closest star to our solar system. It was at one point the lowest luminosity star known to man, yet also the most active one. As if the paradoxes of this star weren't alluring enough, scientists have recently discovered a seemingly Earth-like exoplanet in its orbit, opening conversations about interstellar colonization that include Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, and Stephen Hawking. It's almost like it is knowingly toying with us humans and our unquenchable curiosity for what lies beyond. If you're anything like me, you also can't wait to drink in everything there is to know about this enigmatic
I mean, with
star.
all this stuff, even with known technology, we could make a mission there if we had to for some reason. It's just expensive.
Alex McColgan and
That's why I hate capitalism.
Join me today and let's indulge in a whistle-stop tour of the Alpha Centauri star system, from the binary stars Alpha Centauri AB to diving deep into everything we know about Proxima Centauri, its recently discovered planets, a controversial possible discovery, and what kind
the
of
Nazca lines.
dimensions the future might hold.
We just saw this thing last night about some caves in India
It would take just over
that are like just such minute precision. These random caves cut in the middle of the fucking mountain. Same thing with those vases in Egypt that they're finding out. All those vases that they found are like, there's thousands and thousands of these vases, and they're like, the precision on them is like, superior to what modern tech uses.
4 light years to reach the closest known stars
Just like
to our solar
perfect
system.
within like thousandths of a
I say stars
millimeter.
because they are technically a triple star system. Collectively known as Alpha Centauri, they are made up of Rigel Kentaurus, also known as Alpha Centauri A, Ptolemy, also known as Alpha Centauri B,
I didn't know they had other
and
names.
Proxima Centauri. Together, Rigel Kentaurus and Ptolemy make up the binary star system Alpha Centauri AB. They sit 4.37 light years away from Earth and are both sun-like stars orbiting a common center every 79.76 years. If you're south of the 40th parallel, you'll be able to see them at night, though to the naked eye, they'd look just like a single star. The third brightest in the sky behind only Sirius and Canopus. The binary Alpha Centauri system was discovered in 1689, but it would take over 200 years for the third star to reveal itself. Luck came in 1915 to a Scottish astronomer named Robert Innes. At the time, Innes
That's where
was
those
the
mummies
director
are
of
supposedly
the
from, too.
Observatory in Johannesburg, South Africa. While comparing photographic plates with the help of a blink comparator, he observed that a faint star had moved in the 5 years between photos. This movement was about the same as that of the Alpha Centauri binary star he was observing. He wondered if the new star could be part of the same system. After further investigation, he concluded that it was closer to the Sun than its twin siblings, a finding which was quickly confirmed by its contemporaries. Paradoxically, it became both the closest and dimmest known star at the time. The surprises didn't end there. In 1951, American astronomer Harlow Shapley discovered that Proxima Centauri is a flare star. Not only that, but it was the most active flare star known back then. Over the last 70 years, Proxima Centauri has become a hotly studied star, no pun intended, and with the recent discoveries of an Earth-like exoplanet orbiting it, I think that interest will only intensify. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's get to know this star a little better before placing such grand expectations.
I mean, that's got to be our target for a mission, no?
At 4.24 light years away, Proxima Centauri is slightly closer to us than Alpha Centauri AB. It is a main sequence red dwarf star with an estimated mass of 12.2% and a diameter of 15%.
What if it's on the other side of the orbit, though, and the other ones are
Despite its
closer?
smaller size, Proxima Centauri is about 40 times more dense than our Sun. Due to its low mass, the interior of the star is totally convective. This creates a magnetic field around the star and leads to the sporadic release of this magnetic energy in the form of flares. As a result, Proxima Centauri randomly experiences drastic changes in brightness and energy emissions. On the 6th of May 2019, a flare event on Proxima Centauri was observed as being the brightest one ever recorded. These flares release radiation across the electromagnetic spectrum, including X-rays. To give you an idea of Proxima Centauri's solar activity, its baseline X-ray luminosity is roughly equivalent to that of our Sun, a much larger and hotter star. This level can increase by up to 2 orders of magnitude during a flare. Not only does Proxima Centauri have intense solar activity,
because Voyager was designed to do the interplanetary mission. Like, if you design a spacecraft to go to another star, you're going to design it differently.
I grew up on the crime side, the New York Times side.
What's up, Osborne? You know? Like, you could definitely do it. You know, like, you could launch it on a starship and then just do fucking... What if you did like 25 refueling missions or something like that? I haven't done the math, but like, you know, what if you put it up there with like enough refueling missions to, you know, get to, I don't know, 5% the speed of light or something? I mean, I did flybys. What's up, Ozzy? I mean, I'm sure there's a forum post somewhere on like NASA space flight or whatever where they go over the math on something like this, right? Like, I mean, theoretically, you could get a starship enough refueling missions to go, you know, deep. Or what if you had a mission that was like, you launch a starship, like a loaded up starship from orbit, and you get yourself going, and then you unfold like a solar sail and take like laser beam propulsion the rest of the way. Yeah. Look how they did fucking Starship, like, so half-assed and, like, on the cheap, comparatively speaking. Like, think about how it's gonna be, like, you know, presuming it gets going, you know, it gets to orbit and all in the near future. I mean, it's gotten to orbit. I mean, say, you know, whatever, they finish development. It's gonna cost, like, pennies on the dollar compared to like the F-35 or like the standard, you know, military development mission, right? Like, they spend money like it's fucking water, and then they develop shit. It's not, I don't think it's a testament to like SpaceX being especially talented, just that like no one's tried before, and people presume it's really hard. It's like, you know, literally a tin can with a fucking rocket strapped to it.
Than our Sun, it also has a higher frequency of it. It is estimated that 88% of the star's surface is active at any given time.
I mean, let's just say, like, I don't know, be conservative and say they spent like 10 billion developing Starship total. Maybe. What do you think, Rialan? I remember in the beginning they were spending like $100 million here or there. Oh, I saw a cat at the window. That's cute. Creeping. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. That scared me.
This is way higher than our sun, even at the peak of its solar cycle. But before you start thinking of Proxima Centauri as a fiery ball of fury, remember,
Yeah, so I mean less than that. Well, total by the time they're done.
Our sun is not a red dwarf.
By the time they get to the moon.
Compared to other red dwarfs, Proxima Centauri is considered to have a low activity level. Unlike the sun, which scientists estimate will
Bubbles
only
doesn't
burn
creep.
10% of its hydrogen supply before burning out, Proxima Centauri is predicted to use up almost all its fuel before leaving the main sequence in about 4 trillion years.
Wow.
And by then, Earth, our sun, and our whole solar system will be long gone. Alpha Centauri
Really?
AB is 0.13 light years or 2 trillion kilometers away from Proxima Centauri.
Dude, we should move
You may be
there.
wondering, if Proxima Centauri is so far away from its companion
Yeah,
stars,
seriously.
why is it considered part of the same stellar system?
I wonder why, dude.
Well, we have data that shows it is gravitationally bound to the
Yeah,
Alpha
there you go.
Centauri AB binary star, making it part of the stellar system with an orbital period of about 550,000 years. How it ended up in this orbital situation is still open to speculation, but the two main scenarios seem to be either 1.
It's a pretty
Proxima
cool
Centauri
orbital
was bound to
situation.
the Alpha Centauri system during its formation,
Yeah,
meaning
I
the
got
stars
it.
likely share the same elemental composition, or 2. Proxima Centauri was captured by
she doesn't
binary
socialize
stars
with
reacting
riffraff.
during an encounter, leading to a highly eccentric orbit that was later stabilized by the galactic tide and further stellar encounters. Regardless of how Proxima Centauri got into this triplet, calculations suggest that in 3.5 billion years it will get out. As Alpha Centauri AB continues to evolve and lose mass over its lifetime, Proxima Centauri will unbind from the system. The binary star system itself is also predicted to dissociate and diverge in about 12
There's
billion
life after
years
death.
into 2 white dwarfs, which will forge independent and steadily diverging paths.
Wow. That's cool. You don't want to be shot in a tin can. I want to upload to a spaceship hard drive and then launch myself towards Proxima when I die. What do you think about that? Not me, like, it's gonna be a copy of me, basically. I think you have to die to reach spiritual, to figure out what's going on, to get in on the story, to get the last level, to get your Thetan meter cranked all the way up. You have to do the ultimate YOLO.
Being our closest neighbors, we know quite a lot about Alpha Centauri.
That's how that Accelerando book ends. I love that book. It's kind of corny. It's really good. I think you can download it for free, by the way. Never read it before. Strauss is kind of a lib on Twitter, which is annoying, but it's fucking killer book. The end of the book, I think that's what happens. Or like one of the characters, they get uploaded to like a fucking, like an SD card and put on a spaceship. Dude, we're gonna defeat this shit in our lifetime, I bet. Let me rephrase that. The empire will fall in our lifetimes. Like, we have an opportunity to see a massive paradigm shift in our lifetimes. Not because we're fucking based like organizers, just because of you know, their own actions. They destroyed the system. So, I mean, the fascists will probably take power when that happens. TBF. But we have a shot, at least.
AB, but we'll go into more detail about this binary star system in another video. For now, it's all eyes on Proxima Centauri.
Like, look how fucked they are right now with Palestine. Like, this fucking protest everywhere is all not slowing down.
Since the mid-2000s,
and they just have no answers.
Researchers weren't willing to give up. Not only was this star the
all they know how to do is authoritarian shit.
Also a red dwarf, 20 to 40% of which have a planet orbiting in a habitable zone. The patience paid off. Observations at the European Southern Observatory in Chile identified anomalies in Proxima Centauri which couldn't be explained by flares or other solar activity. The data seem to indicate there may be a planet orbiting it. In January 2016, the Pale Red Dot campaign, a coordinated effort from multidisciplinary scientists and ground-based telescopes around the world, was launched to see if this suspected planet could be identified. In August of the same year, the discovery of exoplanet Proxima Centauri b was announced. It is at least 1.07 times larger than Earth, and sits 20 times closer to Proxima Centauri than we do to our Sun. This exoplanet orbits its star in just 11.2 Earth days. Even though Proxima b is within Proxima Centauri's habitable zone, that's not to say it could sustain life. There's lots of other factors that determine habitability than liquid water. For one, the intense solar
debunkers go into this solar activity shit. Shut up, man.
Of UV and X-ray radiation
Nerd.
we get here on Earth. We'd need to develop SPF 3000 to make the journey worth it. Another factor to consider is whether an atmosphere could survive under such conditions.
I'm sure they're fine.
As far as we know, atmospheres are vital for the maintenance of a water-friendly surface pressure, protection from dangerous space weather, and planetary climate regulation. The radiation Proxima b is exposed to might be enough to strip away the key components of an atmosphere over time. Frustratingly, we don't know much about Proxima b beyond its distance from its star and its orbital period. It is unlikely to have any moons due to the instability of their orbits over larger timescales, but it is thought the planet itself is tidally locked to its star. As discussed in a recent video,
they don't know
this
that.
Doesn't bode well for potential habitability. It also likely developed under extremely different conditions from Earth. Assuming it formed at the current distance from its star, it would have gone through a much faster evolution, with stronger impacts and less water. However, there is some debate about its formation. Some scientists think the amount of material in the protoplanetary disk would be insufficient for it to form at its current distance from the star. It's more likely, they say, that the planet formed farther away from its star and eventually drifted into its current orbit around Proxima Centauri. What the surface of the planet might look like is down to pure speculation. Theories range from
well, then it probably had ice that melted
Earth,
when it got closer.
Unlikely if the planet is indeed tidally locked. To a water-free world with only dry land, or a subsurface.
Also, then it probably had.
In short,
you see, they have no idea exactly.
Haven't imaged the planet yet, so we'll
exactly. It could be fucking anything, and they hate when they pretend like they know. These fucking Flint Dibbles of the world. Oh yeah, this is gonna be all fucking an eyeball planet. Like they've gone through, I don't know, 10 different hypotheses or theories since they've discovered it, you know, just a few years ago.
We'll have to wait for the first flybys to get a better idea, which some moguls are already planning. If it happens, I have a feeling it will be just as earth-shattering as the Voyager flybys in the 70s and 80s, but more on that later. 6 years after the discovery of Proxima b, the news of Proxima d swept global headlines. The first signs of the planet emerged in 2020, when a weak 5.15 day signal was detected in the radial velocity data during a study of Proxima b's mass. Following further data collection and analysis, scientists announced the discovery of Proxima d in February 2022. So far, we know it's a sub-Earth planet with at least 25% the mass of Earth, orbiting the star every 5.1 days. Sitting at a distance of 4.3 million kilometers, it orbits too close to have a habitable equilibrium temperature, which would be driven up to 87 degrees Celsius. It's also probably tidally locked and would be pelted with so much radiation the chances of finding life there are very slim. But this planet holds promise in another realm. It is the lightest planet to ever be detected with the radial velocity method. Since the planet is too far to be seen with telescopes, scientists rely on a characteristic wobble anomaly in the movement of a star that indicates the potential presence of a planet. The more massive the planet, the more obvious the wobble. In the case of Proxima d, the wobble was practically imperceptible. To me, the fact that we caught the wobble and were then able to demonstrate with enough certainty that it is caused by a planet is a technological milestone worth celebrating. If only the world of astronomy were so cut and dry. Where there is breakthrough and celebration on one hand, there is bleak uncertainty on the other. That's exactly where you'll find the controversial exoplanet Proxima c. Initially detected in 2019 using the same radial velocity method that found Proxima d, the existence of Proxima c was then confirmed in 2020 using Hubble astrometry data. However, in 2022, another team challenged the initial radial velocity data that led to the alleged discovery. They claimed the anomalies could have instead been associated with small, unaccounted systematic errors in the data extraction method the researchers used. Basically, a miscalibration. The trouble arises from the fact that, unlike Proxima d, which orbits incredibly close to the star, the data for alleged exoplanet Proxima c places it very far away from its star, with an estimated 1,928-day orbit. There is no similar example of a wobble detection of a planet with such a low amplitude at such a long period. That doesn't necessarily mean it's wrong, but it's going to require some confirmation from additional observations, says Paul Robertson, astronomer at University of California, Irvine. If Proxima c does exist, it will take a bit more data to convince reluctant skeptics. If it does not exist, it remains unclear why the Hubble astrometric data was able to corroborate and confirm a planetary signature. I guess we'll just have to wait and see what future studies find. With the recent discovery of Proxima b and how relatively close Proxima Centauri is to us, it is a perfect candidate for a future flyby. However, reaching our neighboring star system will take thousands of years using conventional propulsion technologies. Newer techniques like solar sails or nuclear propulsion might make such a trip possible within a human lifetime. Such ideas spearheaded the development of Project Breakthrough Starshot, an initiative set up by investor and physicist Yuri Milner, which aims to reach the Alpha Centauri system within the first half of the 21st century. The idea is to conduct a flyby mission by sending microprobes weighing just a few grams at 15 to 20% the speed of light, and they think they could do it as early as 2036. With this timeline, the probes would reach Alpha Centauri in 20 years, and we on Earth would receive the first data 4 years
such
later.
debunker.
After the initial flyby, the probes would possibly venture to the exoplanets and collect data on their atmospheric compositions, much like the Voyager missions did on our outer solar system decades ago. The team is pinning their hopes on the yet-to-be-developed Star Chip, a microelectronic gram-scale wafer carrying cameras, photon thrusters, power supply, navigation, and communication equipment, essentially constituting a fully functional space probe. This is based on Moore's law, which states that the speed and capability of computers can be expected to double every 2 years. Bold and ambitious, the plan is not without its challenges. The team proposes to power these microprobes with 100 gigawatts of Earth-based lasers. That's the equivalent of the output of 100 large nuclear power plants concentrated on probes just centimeters wide. Plus, all components of these tiny probes must be built to withstand extreme acceleration, cold, vacuum, and collisions with space dust. With this in mind, perhaps the project would more aptly be named Project
Whatever, you could just
Breakthrough
build dozens of them.
But if the history of space exploration has taught us anything,
Thousands
it
of
is
them.
that missions confronted with cruel hardship and slim odds can emerge as triumphant milestones of humanity. Proxima Centauri might just be the next one for the history books. Let's just hope we are around to see it. Thanks for watching, and thanks to our crew of astronauts over at Patreon who help us make science knowledge freely available to everyone. Chasing the algorithm can be hit and miss sometimes, so your contributions help us keep making the content
Oh
we
goddamn,
love.
was I that loud all night?
And
Sorry.
if you haven't already, but you want to join the Patreon,
See, this is the only stream where you get Anton and Chode. You know, like, you know, I fucking gas you up, but I also debunked that ass. You get gas and you get debunked. Where else are you gonna find that? Yeah, fucking that's. Also, there's also demons that haunt you if you don't subscribe. So he's carrot and the stick, you know. So you should subscribe, and you should give 2 all a sub. Okay. Say hi to your mother for me.
Ебать. Что это? Блядь, паук опять поселился. А ну подожди. Сейчас еще будет. Что-то... Это что вообще такое? Это НЛО?
哎呦我操！哎呦我操！哎呦我操！哎呦我操！
我操，咋的了这啊？बना लो ਇਹ ਕੋਈ ਉਹ ਸੈਟਲਾਈਟ ਹੈ
ਨਹੀਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਇੰਨੀ ਨੇੜੇ ਥੋੜੀ ਸੈਟਲਾਈਟ ਹੋਊਗੀ
ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਕੀ ਹੈ
ਹੁੰਦਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਮੈਂ ਹੁਣ ਤੱਕ ਦੱਸ ਚੁੱਕਿਆ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ
What in the ever-living fuck is that? Oh my god, that's so scary. What is that? I'm not even tripping. Oh, that's so scary. Oh my god. Like, I'm not tripping, right? That's... What is that? That's in our sky right now. I think this is it. I think this is the mainland.
So, you know, I'm just at the airport, right? And I zoom in. What the fuck? 2 moons in the sky? Huh?
Eso.
David, ¿no? ¿Qué es eso? Tú mira la fuente. Tú que está flotando, tú.
traced in white sand. Underneath, undefined, I lay down and arms outstretched. Oh, I embrace.
Sorry, I thought I had the autoplay on. Pleiadians. Y'all fuck with the Pleiadians? Y'all fucking with Pleiadians. Pleiadians. The Dracos. The Dracos. Never Dracos. Yo, that would be sick though if fucking Dracos were real. What if, dude, what if we got to see like in our lifetime a fight between the Dracos and the Pleiadians, like in the upper atmosphere?
Мы спасем курский коммунизм.
I like that shit, yeah. 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 Subscribe to the channel for more Pleiadians. More communist babes. So honestly, it was like, what more could you ask for? If you were asking for more, you'd be unrealistic. You got Pleiadian babes. I'm sorry. Well, yeah, both kinds of babes. Pleiadian babes and communist babes. Can't miss. Pleiadian babes. Coming for you. Pleiadian babes. Ooh, ooh, ooh. It's a Pleiadian babe. Pleiadians. The Dracos.
Did you know that it's possible to land on Venus without a parachute or even a rocket engine? This is a unique feature of the planet discovered by the Soviet Union 5 decades ago. It was the result of a trial and error process that finally revealed the truth about the most interesting location in our solar system. This is what the Soviets found when they landed on Venus,
that's
and
actually not true.
why they never went back.
George Soros paid him to let the aliens in, because that's how you do globalism with the aliens. Y'all didn't know that, but that's the truth. I have an inside source who told me. Brandon Soros, Pleiadians. He defunded the planet, the Men in Black.
Venera is the Russian word for the planet Venus. It's also a series of 16 missions that sought to understand, discover, and map out Earth's closest
Imagine
neighbor.
defunding the Men in
Dating
Black.
back to 1961 and extending
hates America
all
so
the way
much.
to 1985, the Venera project was a series of space probes and satellites sent to Venus that would study the planet and gather more information. Ostensibly, this was done for science, but we can't ignore the political implications either.
15
One
minute
of
cities
many
and
ambitious
aliens,
plays by the
yeah.
USSR to assert itself
And death
as a
camps for
more
white men.
capable actor during the space race. While Mars tends to get all of the attention in the 21st century, back in the day there was actually much more interest in studying Venus.
Yeah, he's building
Why
the
is
alien
that?
camps.
Well, we can observe the surface of Mars through high-powered telescopes on Earth, so we had a pretty good idea that there wasn't a whole lot going on over there, aside
What
from
genocide?
a minority of fringe
That's what the
theories
aliens
about
are for.
canals on Mars. It was generally accepted to be a dead planet. But Venus, on the other hand,
That's the real
presents
great
a
replacement.
centuries-old mystery. All that we can see from Earth is an impenetrable, unyielding cover of thick clouds. So,
Because the Democrats
what lies
know.
beneath? If Venus has
The Democrats know that their shit, their bullshit is historic. You know, their defunding of American firearms industry, and you know, the police, and Israel, and nobody alive is gonna forget it. Not even their grandkids will vote for another Democrat. So it wasn't good enough to get them from Mexico and Guatemala. No, they need to import their voters from Zeta Reticuli. Hope you're happy.
clouds, then it
That's what you get voting for Democrats.
has a dense atmosphere, unlike Mars, which means that there could be life on Venus. The closer proximity to the sun, combined with the insulating cloud layer, would indicate that it must be hot on Venus, a tropical climate that spans an entire globe covered with dense rainforests that support all nature of alien insects and reptiles, like a prehistoric Earth. This was more plausible than the Martian theory, but even still was not widely regarded by the scientific community of the day. The famous astronomer Carl Sagan had already popularized the notion that the unbreaking cloud cover of Venus was indicative of a
Aliens
greenhouse
feeding
effect
on our
that had
souls.
gone wildly out of control and superheated the planet, meaning that the world below the clouds would be nothing more than a scorched hellscape.
They're lying to you
But
about Venus.
there was only one way to
by the
find
way.
out. As with all of the early milestones in the space race,
Subscribe to
the
the
Soviet Union
channel
was the first to
to
make an
find
attempt
out
to study Venus
the
up
whole
close.
truth about Venus.
The year was 1961. The Soviets built two
You
probes,
think you know
Venera
about
1
Venus.
and Venera 2.
You don't know
This was
about
a
Venus.
common procedure in the first decades of space exploration to launch missions in pairs because there was still a very high likelihood that one of them was going to fail. You really have to appreciate
Can't
the
imagine
ambition of
going
these
through the
primitive
world,
interplanetary
going through
flights.
life,
With nothing more than an
not
adding
knowing the
machine
true
to guide
story
them,
of
the
Venus.
Russian engineers strapped a rocket engine to their probe, loaded it on top of a ballistic missile called the R-7, and set course for Venus. Then they let it rip and hoped for the best. The good
Shut up,
news is
nerd.
that both probes were able to fly within 100,000 kilometers of Venus. The bad news is that both probes experienced
Bookshelf
a
is
full
quite
system
naughty.
failure before reaching their destination, and therefore, no usable data was returned. Then in 1962, the Americans succeeded where the Soviets had failed.
Shut up, nerd.
Their Mariner 2 probe flew within 35,000 kilometers of Venus and
Nerd is.
completed the first up-close observation of another planet. During a 42-minute scan of Venus, Mariner 2 gathered
What happened?
significant data on the Venusian atmosphere and the surface from both the night and day side. The findings confirmed Sagan's theory about the greenhouse effect. Mariner 2's microwave radiometer indicated temperatures of up to 459 degrees Fahrenheit or 237 degrees Celsius on the day side. Mariner 2 also found that there was a dense cloud layer that extended from 56 to 80 kilometers above the surface. Based on this data, NASA largely decided to pass on further exploration of Venus in the short term, considering it an environment totally inhospitable for either man or machine. So they switched focus to the Moon and Mars. But the Soviets were less convinced. They redoubled their efforts and prepared the second wave of Venera probes. They still had no idea just how bad things were about to get. It's 1966, and the Soviets have built a bigger and tougher spacecraft for Venera 3 and 4. It's now weighing in at over 2,000 pounds, equipped with a variety of instruments like a barometer, a radar altimeter, gas analyzers, thermometers, and a detachable pod that would serve as a descent module. The idea was that the descent module would parachute down through the Venusian atmosphere and take readings about the composition, temperature, and pressure all the way
what
down
happened
to the surface.
Slovakian guy?
In
Did y'all
reality,
see that?
things got a little complicated. Venera 3 experienced another system failure along the way, but the Soviets' aim was true, so the probe still managed to...
Minister fears country is on the verge of civil war after attempted assassination. Crazy. It's like a Shinzo Abe situation. New Caledonia, state of emergency, unrest. Wow. People in the French Pacific Territory are protesting a reform that would give voting rights to an increasing number of non-indigenous residents of the archipelago. Wow. Colonizer, huh? Mona Lisa's mysterious background decrypted by art loving. What really happens to your brain when you almost die? Oh shit. I think we know. Yeah.
to hit Venus like a bullet and slam right into the surface, which became the first man-made object to ever crash into another planet. The USSR actually scored a hat trick on impacting near-Earth bodies. They were the first to crash on the Moon, Venus, and Mars. There's a lesson in there probably. If you're going to fail, do it historically, right? Venera 4 in 1967 was the closest yet to a success story. The probe made it all the way to Venus with all systems go and dropped the capsule down into the Venusian atmosphere. From here, the descent module successfully deployed its parachutes and drifted slowly down towards the surface. This was the first spacecraft to ever collect measurements inside the atmosphere of another planet. Data returned by the probe showed something very interesting. At high altitudes, the atmosphere of Venus is very similar to Earth on a warm summer day. Perfectly hospitable temperature and pressure, downright comfortable even. But the lower the probe descends, the more extreme the climate becomes, not only ramping up in temperature, but in atmospheric pressure as well. It gets so bad that after 90 minutes of slow descent, transmission from the probe goes dead. It's widely believed that the capsule was simply crushed like a beer can by the density of the atmosphere. So now we know that descending into Venus is like diving deep into the ocean, which is a strange concept to wrap your head around, that air could be so dense that it would crush a metal spacecraft. With this new information, the Soviets were nearly certain that their remaining Venera 5 and 6 probes would have no chance of reaching the surface, but they launched them anyway. In the meantime, NASA had launched another flyby mission to Venus with Mariner 5 in 1967. It wouldn't make contact with the planet, but it got close enough to confirm what Venera 4 had experienced, that the conditions on Venus were somehow even more extreme than what had been originally detected in the early 1960s. With that in mind, the Soviets launched Venera 5 and 6 back-to-back in January 1969. Both probes recorded less than an hour of data each before meeting the same crushing fate as their predecessor. And yet the Soviet Union was not discouraged in their efforts. They would simply build even bigger and even stronger probes, and they were going to try again. For their next round of Venera landing attempts, number 7 and 8, the Soviets made two very key modifications. For one, the descent module was built from a thicker metal with more insulation from an internal sphere of titanium to protect instruments from heat and padding to soften the blow from impact. And modification number 2 was pretty clever. The engineers wanted to minimize the amount of time that the probe was exposed to the environment, so they put an extra tie around the lines of the parachute. This would stop the parachute from fully opening as the probe fell through the upper atmosphere. Then the material of the tie was designed to melt at a certain temperature that would allow the parachute to deploy at a lower altitude. Although when Venera 7's parachute did deploy on August 17, 1970, it still didn't last very long. The material somehow got ripped or it just straight up melted, but either way, the landing module ended up dropping like a rock, reaching a terminal velocity of 61 kilometers per hour before bouncing off the Venusian surface again. Based on that transmission, the observers back on Earth assumed that they were looking at yet another failure to reach the surface alive, but that was not the case. Even with a busted-up antenna, the lander was sending back information, and what Venera 7 found would confirm scientists' worst fears. The temperature recorded at the surface showed 475 degrees Celsius, or roughly 900 degrees Fahrenheit, hot enough to melt lead and far too hot for any machine to operate reliably. And yet the Soviets were somehow undeterred. In 1972, they would try it all again with Venera 8. Miraculously, this mission would not face any technical difficulties along the way. The descent module touched down softly on the planet's surface with all of its instruments intact and recorded for just less than 1 hour. So by now we know that the temperature on Venus exceeds 900 degrees. The pressure on the surface is equivalent to 92 times that of the atmosphere on Earth, which is comparable to being 1 kilometer below water. And if that wasn't enough, the lower atmosphere is filled with sulfuric acid, which is the stuff inside a car battery. Now, you would think all of this confirmed knowledge would finally deter even the most committed engineers, but the Soviet Union just didn't believe in quitting. I mean, until they literally quit being a union entirely overnight, the whole wall coming down thing, but we're not going there today. Where we are going is back to Venus, because Venera 8 revealed one last fact that was too good to pass up. Even with the dense cloud cover, there's still enough sunlight reaching the surface of Venus to take a photograph. For Venera 9, the Soviets made a fundamental change to the probe's design. You can see this just by looking at it. There's some crazy stuff going on here. The descent capsule itself has been beefed up yet again. We are now tipping the scales at nearly 5 metric tons, but the standout features have to do with a new landing procedure. Given everything that we now know about Venus, we want to keep our probe's exposure to the environment as minimal as possible, and we also learned that even after being dropped accidentally and plummeting hundreds of meters, Venera 7 still managed to function. So what happens if we drop the probe intentionally? This is what's going on with the two rings. At the bottom is actually the landing gear, or impact ring, just a flat metal circle connected to the main body by a series of shock absorber legs, and at the top is the new aero brake. This is how we land on Venus with no parachute required. This thing that looks like a weird hat is all that's really needed to get the speed of the probe down low enough for a safe landing. That's putting the incredibly thick atmosphere of Venus to work. It behaves more like water than it does air. It's very trippy. Also, they did technically use a parachute just to slow the probe down in the upper atmosphere, like to get it down to subsonic speed, but the actual landing itself was a free fall straight into the ground from 47 kilometers above the surface. Now, what about those cameras? This is the first photograph ever taken of Venus. It was captured on black and white film by Venera 9 in 1975, and what we're looking at is a field of broken, jagged rocks surrounded by a sand-like material. It's not exactly breathtaking. The photo is only interesting because it was taken on Venus, but I still think it's pretty cool. This is the view from Venera 10, an identical lander that arrived just a few days later, and now we are seeing flat ground with hardly any of those chunks of rock, just the smooth top of what was probably once an ancient lava flow. Venera 11 and 12 were less eventful missions. They failed to return any interesting photos due to lens cap failures. This was one of the tricks with Venus. You have to protect the camera on the way down or it'll melt prematurely, but then you have to rely on an automated system to reveal the lens, which didn't always work. Venera 13, unlucky number but highly successful mission in the year 1981. This probe returned the first ever color photo of the Venusian surface, and it's one of my favorites. Again, the surface around the lander is just flat, sandy rock, but you can see just a touch of landscape beyond. The probe landed near the edge of a cliff or the peak of a hill. You can get a sense of depth that makes it all seem more real and more alien at the same time. Scenes like this should make every person appreciate the Earth a little more, as most planets and moons in the galaxy probably look like Venus. All of the ones that we've found anyway, barren, lifeless rocks. Anyway, you can also see the base of the lander again here, and what is the deal with those teeth? They look almost purposefully brutalist, but the teeth served an aerodynamic function. Metal teeth were added to the periphery of the impact ring in an effort to reduce spin and oscillation experienced by previous missions 11 and 12, which could lead to a pretty rough landing. But that's not all the Venera 13 could do. The probe was also equipped with a drill and surface sample to analyze the Venusian soil, and what it found was a material very similar to a rock that we call tuff on Earth. It's essentially just solidified volcanic ash. Oh, and one more thing. Venera 13 carried a microphone, so we can listen to the sounds of Venus. It's essentially just wind noise and the sound of the probe doing its thing, but again, like the photos, there's something very spooky and alien about it. Venera 14 was again pretty near identical. It found another flat plane of these smooth rocks, which were determined to be very similar to thallitic basalt, which is a volcanic rock that makes up most of the Earth's ocean floor. And that was it. That was the last time that a man-made object reached the surface of Venus. There was some really cool stuff done with balloons, but that's a whole other story. What I want to dwell on here is why we never went back. One very obvious reason would be that it's a lot of work and a lot of expense for relatively little payoff. You can send a robot to Mars and it'll last for years, whereas the longest a Venera lander ever made it was about 2 hours. The Venera program came to an end right as the Soviet Union itself was coming to an end. Leadership and priorities changed. Russia went through a tough time in the 1990s. We're also left with this paradox. Whereas our technology becomes more advanced, it also becomes more fragile. In many ways, the old Soviet Union was the perfect place to build a machine that would withstand Venus, and we may have lost that style of craftsmanship in the pursuit of ever cheaper and more efficient manufacturing. I saw an interview on TV the other day with an old NASA engineer, and he was talking about the Voyager 1 probe. He made the analogy that the computer on Voyager was about as capable as a pocket calculator of the 1970s. Today, we can fit the computing power of an iPhone in our pocket, but does anyone really believe that we could shoot an iPhone into space and have it still operating 40 years in the future? Apple updates alone would make that impossible. But there is a lot that we still have to learn from the past if we truly want to push our space exploration into the future.
Oh.
All the planets are having a similar magnetic change to what the Earth is having. Pluto lost a fifth of its atmosphere. in just 1 year. Same thing that happened to Mars over eons, allegedly, when it lost its magnetic field.
Fuck is this?
There's a well-understood storm pattern on Neptune, kind of like how hurricanes form off the coast of Africa, and then they shoot westward across the Atlantic towards America. Well, on Neptune, it just went the other way. It just reversed, which is not supposed to be possible unless something really drastic did a 180 on that planet. Uranus is having record aurora, and without record solar activity, what's causing record aurora at Uranus? It's losing its magnetic protection. Similar things are happening at Saturn. We don't have to infer them at Jupiter. We can actually measure it at Jupiter. We do this by measuring the radio signals that come from the electrons trapped in Jupiter's magnetic field. And the radio signals that they put out just changed in the last decade to 12 years. So either the nature of an electron changed at Jupiter, not likely, or Jupiter's magnetic field is changing too. Mars has a ton of changes. They think its mantle is now awake and alive and active, where for decades they thought it was dead and, you know, a geologically inactive planet. And right now, the Mars scientists are thinking, all right, we have to figure out how we got this wrong for all these years. All the data said they didn't get it wrong. Mars woke up as a planet.
Baby.
Venus's fastest winds are getting faster. The sun's magnetic fields are changing, and the chemistry of the sun's atmosphere is changing. Everything in the solar system is changing. The likely answer is that we are going through a galactic magnetic reversal. You know,
Bam. We're yelling at the kids. Deal with Quirk for a minute.
Welcome to Extraterrestrial Reality. Today we have a very interesting show for you. We're going to talk about the possibility of one of the worst debunkers any of us have ever seen in our lifetimes. Stephen Greenstreet of the New York Post has a chance right now to basically come out of this smelling like roses, as far as the UFO community is concerned anyway. He inadvertently, as we all know, outed Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, the former director of the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, as a big fat liar. His reporting has inadvertently led to this, as we all know, as I talked about extensively in the previous podcast. But before we go on, there was just something I needed to correct about that previous podcast. It made it sound like I was I mentioned one of the episodes, one of the videos that Greenstreet had put out. There was actually two videos that I was talking about, and I wanted to make that clear. The one that where he interviewed Kirkpatrick, that was just last week. That was called Pentagon UFO Hunter Reveals What He Knows About Aliens. That, of course, that video led to the owner of Skinwalker Ranch, Brandon Fugel, to show that Kirkpatrick is a liar, that he attended this briefing back in 2018 in Washington, where Fugel and Fugel's team were present, and they actually had a picture of Kirkpatrick sitting there at the head of the table. And apparently, according to Fugel, Kirkpatrick had told him, well, actually, we've heard this from different sources through Greenstreet. Kirkpatrick had told Fugel, apparently, that they know all about UFOs and UAP. So, obviously, Kirkpatrick has been lying about all this stuff, as we all know. But the other video that I mentioned in that show, I said that was from last week. No, this other video that Greenstreet did was actually from 4 months ago, and that episode was called Spooky Hustlers: How Wacky UFO Activists and Crazy Ghost Hunters Duped Congress into Hunting UFOs. I was referencing that video because in that one there was this interview that Greenstreet had with Brandon Fugel, and as we all know, that, and then when you take that video from 4 months ago and what Fugel was saying there, and then the comments from Kirkpatrick in the video that Greenstreet had posted last week, and then the comments, the aftermath, where Fugel showed that Kirkpatrick is nothing but a liar, and basically was what it was tantamount to Fugel using Kirkpatrick's head as a speed bag. That's what it was like. I mean, I'm not going to get into all of that here today, but the fact of the matter is the reporting of Stephen Greenstreet inadvertently has shown the world that this Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick is a liar, like a lot of us in the UFO community already suspected. In fact, I already knew it because of just based on the lousy Arrow report that was released, the historical records report from a few months ago, which was filled with nonsense and bogus lies. That's all it was. So we all knew it, and now we know it for a fact. I mean, we have the evidence, thanks to the owner of Skinwalker Ranch, Brandon Fugel, and thank you to the reporting of Stephen Greenstreet. And that brings us to what I want to talk about right now. There was a very interesting comment I had received from one of my followers, and I want to talk about that comment for that episode. And this was from follower Terran111, and this is what Terran111 stated. I don't know much about any of this. I am just a normal, everyday earthling watching from the sidelines. I follow a handful of YouTube channels on the topic of UFOs/UAPs, but I never really comment much about the videos I watch. I guess I am more of an observer than a commentator. But this video was very interesting, and I have been following this story since it broke. I know Stephen Greenstreet used to have a show called The Basement Office with Nick Pope, although I never watched it because at that time I was not into the UFO topic. From my understanding, Stephen Greenstreet wasn't a debunker at first. I don't know him personally, but I know many people in the UFO community dislike him for many reasons. But it seems strange that he puts out a negative tweet about the whole UFO UAP government disclosure process, based on what Kirkpatrick said, then lists his interview with Kirkpatrick, which shows him lying. After that, Brandon Fugel's photos are posted as proof of Kirkpatrick's obvious deceit. After seeing all this unfold, I had the strangest thought. What if Greenstreet is secretly infiltrating the debunking group and also, at the same time, befriending the so-called gatekeepers control group due to his denial of the existence of ETs/interdimensional beings? Then, once he's close enough to them and wins their trust, he flips on them and exposes them. It's like many of the TV shows and movies I've watched about detectives going undercover and infiltrating criminal organizations, acting like a fellow criminal, and then the organization taking them in as one of their own, none the wiser, then later realize they've been hoodwinked and caught red-handed. What if Stephen Greenstreet is undercover? That would be a really clever plan, wouldn't it? In order to do that, he would also have to make the UFO community believe he's on the debunker's side in order to look believable, exposing the lies from the inside. Seeing that tweet, followed by him announcing his interview with Kirkpatrick, would stir the UFO community to watch it out of anger and stir the debunking community to watch it as their ally. Maybe that video was actually strategically dropped, catching both the UFO community and the debunkers off guard, in addition to catching the control group with their pants down. In the topic of UFOs/UAPs, lots of discernment is needed. So many stories that are true, distorted, and false. Many players on both sides are keeping secrets in order to outmaneuver each other when it's their time to play their hand. There's probably also many things happening behind the scenes we can never really know about. But it is all very fascinating. Again, just my imagination running a little wild. I am always hoping that everything is turning out for the best, even if I am unable to understand it at the time. Sometimes things are not as what they seem to be, and stepping back and viewing any situation from a different angle or different perspective can be helpful. This is all, of course, me speculating and nothing more. Wouldn't that be interesting, folks? What if that is the case? What if Stephen Greenstreet is a double agent? He's really on the side of the UFO community, and he set himself up to do this, to make himself appear as he's this big debunker with the government, and so he gets in with people like Susan Go. What if that's the case?
I do everything for the clout.
Nice.
You will never see me do something not for the clout.
a Mongoloid. In my heart, I'm a Mongoloid.
It's funny because I actually, before I read this comment, this is something that ran through my mind too, and I'm sure it ran through some other people's minds. But regardless, even if he is or isn't, right? Even if he's not, he could say that he is. He could walk away and no one will be the wiser. Right now, he could actually come out of this smelling like roses. I actually responded. I said this. I said, it's funny you say this. I had very similar thoughts. Think of this. Even if what you say isn't true, Greenstreet could still flip and pretend that the whole time he was conducting his own personal psyop to get the truth out of the government by pretending to be best buddies. Either way, he has a chance to come out of this smelling like roses. And there were some other comments here that some other people provided. Sharon Hagen wrote, I agree with you. Had the same thought too. Stephen Greenstreet is very intelligent. Perhaps he's trying different methods to get to the truth. Wouldn't that be something if he really did? And even if he didn't, and he comes out and he says he did, nobody would know. Nobody would ever know. Unless, of course, maybe when he started to do this, he sent himself wrote his plans down on a letter and then had it sent to himself certified, and it's still sealed somewhere. That would be the only way to prove it. But it doesn't matter. He could say that and get out of this. And as far as the UFO community is concerned, he could come out looking like a hero. But right now, he's still looking like the GOAT. But we're all happy that if he really is a troll and he really doesn't believe in this stuff, well, guess what? You helped upend this. You're showing now that this Kirkpatrick can't be. You just showed that Kirkpatrick cannot be trusted. You can't believe a word he says. Everything. This whole disinformation tour he's been on for the last few months, spreading nonsense, more lies about everything. Right? You can't believe any of it. All of it's null and void, including that Arrow Historical Records report. How can anybody believe a word in it, especially now after finding out the guy's a liar? And Stephen Greenstreet is the one responsible for bringing this to the public's attention. He has a chance to get out of this right now if he wants to. Anyway, here's another comment I received from Multi-Biker Boy. He wrote, what a thoughtful comment, Tarar. I have been down this damn rabbit hole my entire adult life, as when I was 15 in the early 70s, and I had the misfortune to have a Lazar sport model fly silently over my house in the United Kingdom at 1,000 feet. Only saw it for 4 seconds as it crossed over a small gap in the low cloud cover right above my head. It was exactly as Bob described them. 52 feet sounds about right, with appearance of brushed aluminum, spot on. One thing I've learnt over the years is that it's impossible to say with any degree of certainty what or what isn't the truth and who is playing on which side. Your observations about Greenstreet may well prove correct. With the current United States administration, I always bear in mind the Phil Larson declaration issued out by Obama Biden in 2011. As far as the cover-up goes, I read The Day After Roswell by Corso and finished it with a lot more sympathy for those who have possession of this incredible technology. If it gets used in a military context by a hostile foreign power, then everyone needs to watch out. I have followed Tom DeLonge from day one of TTSA and remember him speculating on desalination plants being run with this tech. That could change the face of the whole planet for the better, with deserts changed into forests, clean water for everyone. A pipe dream, maybe. I'm now in my late 60s and would like to see this out before I pass, hopefully. The tech's real. Once seen, it changes you. Regards. Yes, once you do see it, it does change you, doesn't it? I mean, I saw craft with my own eyeballs along with another witness in 1994, and it most certainly has helped shape my viewpoint of this whole world. I mean, seeing something like that up close like that, it was an amazing experience, But getting back to what we're talking about here, wouldn't it be something? Wouldn't it be something? I mean, it doesn't matter whether he is or isn't. He has a chance right now. Right. I mean, I don't see how could the Pentagon trust him after this? How could Susan go and all them trust him? Look what he just did. He just spilled it. It's over. I mean, in addition to everything else that I was talking about in the previous episode, in addition to, the Peruvian mummies, we got that, we have proof now coming out of the woodwork showing us that there's some humanoid beings that were here thousands of years ago. There's proof of that. We have the Vegas aliens that's showing us there's beings here right now. Right. And the UFO community, it's been relentless. It's relentless right now. And there's other cracks going on too. Just Lou Elizondo, for instance, and now actually John Greenwald. Something's in the air when you have Lou Elizondo had blocked John Greenwald, who's the Freedom of Information Act king, on his Twitter page, and now they're buddies again for at least for now, right? Greenwald received some new FOIA documents, and there was some interesting things in there relating to Lou Elizondo, and now Lou Elizondo has unblocked John Greenwald on Twitter, and they're talking again because of this latest report, apparently. And here's just going to read a little bit from Greenwald's latest report and then Lou Elizondo's response. It says here, new FOIA release highlights redactions in key ATIP correspondence. What is the Pentagon hiding? And it says here, through a Freedom of Information originally filed in June 2021, the Black Vault has just obtained the official release of an email chain involving Lou Elizondo, the alleged former head of the Pentagon's Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, or ATIP, and Neil Tipton, a defense official who previously worked as the Director of Defense Intelligence Collection and Special Programs.
Alleged.
A portion of these emails was initially published by Popular Mechanics in 2020, then later seen as part of a Department of Defense Inspector General complaint submitted by Elizondo in 2021. But what's interesting here is
Pentagon slipping.
Greenwald points out that, but in the newest FOIA release, the references to ATIP, along with a memorandum written about ATIP and the transferring of duties, was withheld from release and redacted by the Department of Defense, despite the unclassified emails having already been in the public domain for years. So nobody knows what that's all about. Why are they doing that? Well, Lou Elizondo responded. And he says this. He said, this is what he said 2 days ago. He says, I find it perplexing that the Pentagon redacted the word ATIP from my email. 2 reasons to redact information legally. 1, it's classified. 2, it's to protect an individual's privacy. Neither is the case. A disturbing trend by the Pentagon to continue its lies. And then later he says, these documents strictly forbid classifying information to avoid.
They're just ashamed of the Dino Beavers,
By this reason, I guess they will redact the name Arrow too. Congress should be enraged, and so should the American people. Shameful and deceitful, period. I would expect this behavior from a third world's military junta, but not that of a free society, unless we no longer are one. That's what Elizondo said. And in addition to that, now, as of time I'm doing this podcast right now, I don't have this information yet. But Matt Ford, who of the Good Trouble Show with Matt Ford, has been talking on Twitter today, letting everyone know that he has a letter that he has an exclusive to a letter that Elizondo is going to be releasing sometime today. As far as I know, it could be released right now, and I haven't seen it yet. It's supposed to be sometime this afternoon, but it has yet to be released. So I'm going to leave a link to the Good Trouble Show with Matt Ford's YouTube channel, because there's going to be probably more information coming out about what's going on here, and the statement from Lou Elizondo, which I'm sure a lot of us will be interested in reading. And as far as I know, by the time that you get to see this video, that will probably already be out. But again, all of these things that are happening right now, like I've been talking about, it's over. This cover-up is collapsing upon itself right now. It's done. It has to be finished. There's no way it's going to be able to continue anymore. It just cannot. It's over. There's just too many things that are going on right now between all the stuff that's going on in Washington, the fact that Kirkpatrick is just outed as this gigantic liar, as we've talked about a couple days ago. It's over. It's over. And of course, I also talked about these Peru mummies now, which, I didn't give it much credence at first, but now I have no choice to. I mean, because you have multiple scientists from different countries saying there's something to this. These are not human beings. And as Jack Connor talked about, has been talking about on Cosmic Road, it's this, as far as he's concerned, it's disclosure. And guess what? He's right. That's because it is, because these beings, these bodies that they found, these preserved corpses that were found in Nazca in Peru, right, in some cave somewhere, right? These things were not human. Where did they come from? So we have that. And then, of course, we have the Vegas aliens, which I got to tell you, folks, there's no way this is ever going to get debunked. There's been people trying. In fact, I was alerted the other day. I'm not even going to get it. I don't even know. I can't even remember who the guy is, but he has a lot of followers on YouTube, over 1 million subscribers. And he posted some video thinking he debunked it. Over 1 million people watched his video. He misled all of his followers. I mean, he didn't do his homework on this. It's a shame, and it's unfortunate, but you're going to have that. It's going to take time, like I talked about before, but there's just no way that's real. There were aliens in that yard for sure, and we have the end-all evidence to prove it. And with regard to that, I want to bring something up here. And this was another user the other day on YouTube. Commented, and this was with regard to the episode of the previous podcast. He says, "Good show." This was from David Rodriguez. He goes, David Rodriguez. He says, "Good show, Jim. I like that you pointed out the Twitter show of Vegas Alien. Another one of going back and forth with Scott's outline of the alien would be great." So basically he's saying that I put that little video, and I included it in my last podcast, about where I just showed the aliens for like 2 minutes and 19 seconds, and I slapped it on Twitter, and I got like 60, almost 70,000 views. That's what you got to do. People have short attention spans. I mean, it's a complicated story, this whole Vegas alien thing. I actually responded back to him, and this is true, I believe. I said, what's happening is some people haven't been paying attention to the full scope of the case. They hear that the Vegas video shows aliens, and when they sit down and watch a report on it, they expect to see a big, fat, obvious E.T. the extraterrestrial face staring back at them clear as day. The Vegas alien video is not that. These visitors are so slick that it took almost a whole year to prove they were here. They proved they were there. That's the truth. When I first, I don't know anybody else, I saw that whole video. It was not long after I heard about this story, late May, June of last year, whenever I started hearing about it, from 2023. And I looked at that whole video, and I didn't see anything. And when you first look at that video, you don't see anything. It wasn't until really June of last year when Scott Roeder provided his initial analysis, where he was able to identify the creature in the background. He's a trained criminal investigator, somebody who does reconstructions for crimes, and he was focusing on what the people were focusing on, and he saw that they all backed out at the same time, for some reason, and he was able to identify something moving in there. So that was his initial, when he found that initially. So that to me showed, okay, obviously there was something in the yard. You could see it there for a few frames. You see some upright creature moving toward them. It doesn't last long, but it was something. It was the first. And then there was other people on YouTube at the same time who started looking in the background and seeing all these different faces. Some people were looking at the bottom of the fence. They thought they saw fingers on it, but it wasn't until Julia June pointed that face out above the fence to me. It wasn't until just a couple of months ago, March is when she sent me that email, when I finally realized, I finally saw it, I finally understood, okay, now I get it, now I understand. I mean, they're using some sort of cloaking technology. It's beyond human experience. And so you're just not used to it. You don't know. I mean, Scott Roeder was, that's why he didn't see it either, because what was happening there above, you see that head appearing above that fence, it's beyond human experience. And we're just not used to seeing these kind of things. We don't know what to look for. Even though Angel had specifically was telling us in a video that he had put out June of last year, there's an alien there. This is where it's at. He actually was telling us that, but he wasn't clear enough, I guess. I'm not going to blame him. He's only a young kid, but that's what he was trying to tell us. He was talking about that face that appears over the fence. That's what they were seeing. So you have that, and you also have the stuff with Scott Roeder talking about that somehow this cloaking technology was preventing the camera from filming it properly, that it was 66% of the pixels were missing. And then we go and we find out that that this is similar to a case that happened in 2010 involving Bruce Maccabee's wife, Jan. Of course, I don't know if any of you heard, but unfortunately, Bruce Maccabee just passed away in the past week here, and which is very unfortunate. I had reached out to him over a month ago. I never heard back from him. And I'm really sad about that. It's a shame that Bruce, he's gone. But it was some of his evidence. Now his wife was out hunting by herself, and she had taken a picture of some creature that would look like saran wrap in a tree. Seemed like Predator or something. Was using cloaking technology. So she took a picture, and when her husband Bruce looked at it later on, there was 66. The pixels were 66% less than the highest resolution that the camera offered, and that the image itself had an impossible resolution that the camera didn't offer. So I think that there was a connection there. So you have that, and then you have some of the skeptics to this. They tell you, well, it's just a shadow. Well, as Scott Roeder has pointed out, you can't project a shadow onto air. You can't project it onto thin air from a flashlight. That's not going to happen. And then you'll have other people say, well, it's just, they'll say something like it's just a compression artifact. Well, how could it be how could a compression artifact take the form of the face that the creatures that the people were seeing, the witnesses were telling us? That takes a compression artifact that takes the form of an alien's face? How absurd do you have to be here? It's over. And there's other things in the backyard there. Yeah, so there's more investigation that's going to be done with this now. Here's the thing. There was another comment I received, and I want to read that, and we'll use this to
compression artifact
to get this out of the way here. I received a comment from Skyfree5867, and Skyfree says, "Hey Jim, does Scott intend to cover the two very obvious beings standing behind the red truck earlier in the video? What about the relatively clear being right next to the closest front loader who blinks and moves their mouth? These beings are 100 times clearer than those Scott chose for his analysis. I can't help but wonder why he chose the shadow being and the part of the footage that is extremely difficult to see over the beings who are clear as day standing right there staring at the family." And I wrote back, I said, the shadow being is what proves there was something there without a doubt. That's why it is important. The AI software was able to determine that some unknown force was preventing the cell phone from capturing 66% of whatever was there. The technology failed momentarily or lagged, which revealed the being's face for a few frames. It is actually the alien technology being used that provides us with the definitive proof that the Kenmores were telling the truth. Additionally, Roeder identified a few frames that shows an upright physical thing scaring the Kenmores out of the yard. Without the above evidence, debunkers could claim that any faces we see in the background are just camera anomalies, pareidolia, or compression artifacts. Roeder's evidence makes it harder to do that now. You will be glad to know he's examining the entire video right now and will be presenting additional results in the near future. Yes, I had talked to Scott this morning, and he is doing something more with the video, and as soon as we're ready to present that, as soon as he's done, we're going to go over it, and there'll be another presentation. And he also is going to be on other cable news networks to talk about this. It's over. As more and more people start seeing this and start realizing what the whole story, and they sit down and they try to drink it all in, right? Then they're going to start understanding that there is, in fact, alien beings were in that backyard. And then Sky Free responded to me saying, awesome, that's so great to hear. Just to be clear, I'm not questioning the value of the analysis he's done. The shadow analysis was definitely interesting and it is bringing so much credibility to the case, which I very much appreciate. It's just that the beings are so nearly perfectly clear both earlier and later in the video, both moving and partially cloaked, so I know an analysis of those will likely be quite convincing for most. Yes, again, there's going to be more analysis done on this, and actually, I did receive. Just other people are looking at this too. There's a lot of YouTubers are out there are finding things. There are things there. There was something else I pointed out recently too. There's some sort of looks like might be a gray alien. Like, and I think the other two were insectoid-like, but there was one that looks like a gray alien. You can see its head moving. I was pointing that one out in recent videos. So. Some people just aren't. It's not jibing with their minds yet. They're blocked. It's for whatever reason. But I'm going to keep pushing this despite what because I know I'm right. I know Scott Roeder's analysis is 100% correct. I mean, there's no way this will ever be debunked. This is it. It's over. There were aliens in that backyard, and there's evidence on that video to prove it. So it's a done deal, folks. In fact, I'm doing everything I can. Yesterday, I actually created this short little comedy video. I wanted to try to do something amusing because people have short attention spans. And I made something. I made a short little 1 minute and 15-second video. It took me a lot of time to put it together, and I posted it on YouTube and Twitter. So my Spotify followers probably haven't seen this yet, but I'll play it right now. Check this out.
It has come to my attention that you might have had your face captured on one of the moron humans' primitive communication devices. Is that true?
Not that I know of, Master.
Can you please explain this then?
I'm sorry. It was only for 0.5 of a second.
Yeah, compression artifact my ass, man. Look at that. That's a fucking being. Wow. Jeez. I can't tell. Is that his face up here on the top, or is this his face down here? I see like his right eye and his left eye look to be like off balance. Because there's like one eye here is black circle. And there's looks like another one down here. Yeah. Man. That's unsettling, dude. Wow. God, imagine one of those like fucking probing you. Jeez. Terrifying. It'd be cool if he was like a
I'm sorry. It was only for 0.5 of a second.
Just saw my black ass.
0.5 of a second? 0.5 of a second? Too much! Some of these dopes figured it out. And now they know. They know about us. And it's because of your stupidity.
But the cloaking was knocked off kilter in the hard landing.
Silence! You should have known better. Now you must suffer the consequences.
Please no, not that. Please no.
Engage the agonizer. Full power.
No!
So there you go. Now, of course, do I believe that that's what's going on? No, I'm putting it together. People have short attention spans. You know, I don't know if it was last year or the year before. Not only that, do they have short attention spans? They have some people who think they're really smart. They have the certain ideas in their heads on how things are supposed to be. And I remember, I think it was about 2 years ago or so, I did a podcast about great thinkers, and there was some great thinker who somehow apparently believes that when aliens come here and find us, it's going to be some sort of a regal event where they're going to lay out a red carpet and there's going to be a dinner and all this kind of stuff. Like, I don't know, I think these people are watching too many Star Wars movies. But I thought if I put something together that's funny and entertaining, and then you put in the proof there in the middle, people's attentions will be captured. So that's the only reason I'm doing this kind of stuff. I'm going to do whatever it takes to keep pushing this proof, this end-all proof to the public. I'll do whatever it takes. And that's why I did that. And I just, it's plus, you have to, you have to laugh too sometimes. You have to find things to be funny. You want to laugh sometimes about these things. That's... I think that's how it went down after this happened. I don't think it's anything close to that. But if it gets somebody's attention, and that maybe they'll look at that and they'll see that's what the alien face there in that video there. They might go look into it and try to understand what's going on, try to understand the whole story. So that's where I'm at with that. Anyway, I want to get caught up. I haven't done the Spotify polls recently, so that's what we're gonna take care of that right now. Okay, for the episode Implications of the Scientifically Proven Alien Presence / New Vegas Alien Evidence, I asked this question: is the alien presence aware that it screwed up royally in Las Vegas last year and that the cat is now out of the bag? Okay, 48 votes so far with 19 days left. 21 people, or 43.8%, say no, while 27 people, or 56.3%, say yes. Yeah, well, I guess that would be the story of my little phony video there that I made before. I think that they probably realized that they probably screwed up. Yeah, they probably know that if they put it this way, if they're watching us as closely as I think they're watching us, they probably know for sure. They probably know for sure right now that they screwed up, and they probably know. That's what I think. So I agree with the majority. Okay, and then for the episode Hollywood's First Impressions of the Alien Presence Likely Correct / Vegas Alien Update, I asked this question: What were alien invasion movies of the 1950s more right about than anything else? Okay, there's been 30 votes so far with 22 days left. One person, or 3.3%, say ET mind control abilities. Two people, or 6.7%, say alien implants. Another two people, or 6.7%, say alien invisibility tech. Three people, or 10%, say alien abductions. 6 people, or 20%, say ET colonization plans. Another 6 people, or 20%, say UFO crashes. And then 10 people, or 33.3%, UFO nuclear interests. Yeah, I think they were pretty much right about all of this stuff. But yeah, it seems like the nuclear stuff was definitely a big concern in the day the Earth stood still. So yeah, I would have to say that, and they definitely been showing an interest in our nuclear energy here for sure, our nuclear weapons and all of it. So yes, I would have to go. I'm going to go with the majority on that one. Yep, UFO nuclear interests. Okay, for the episode Interview with Richard Lang, author of First Responders Guide to UFO Encounters, I asked this question: would first responders taking UFOs more seriously by preparing for encounters help further reduce the stigma associated with the subject? 41 votes so far, 10 people, or 24.4%, say no, while 31 people and 75.6% say yes. Of course, I would go with the majority on that one, because if first responders are taking UFOs more seriously, then there's going to be people that would start taking it more seriously. Because it would reduce the stigma. So I definitely agree with the majority there. And then for the episode 2 UFO crashes near Ely, Nevada, detailed by researcher Jeremy Metter. I asked this question: has Jeremy Metter's research generated enough evidence to inform you that at least 2 UFOs crashed near Ely, Nevada? 27 votes so far. 6 people, or 22.2%, say no, while 21 people, or 77.8%, say yes.
Yeah, that was a pretty interesting episode. I listened to that.
Roll the clip.
But can we say there's no evidence
This guy
for?
thinks he's like a both sides crankist.
An advanced civilization in what they have studied.
In what they have studied, yes, we can say there's no evidence
Yeah.
for an advanced civilization.
We heard from Graham Hancock that there is no evidence for his lost ice age civilization.
Atlantis is dead, guys. Atlantis is an idea. It's dead. And Flint Dibble, he might have killed it. What was really strange, though, was that at about an hour and a half through, Graham concedes that
so
none of the
embarrassing.
archaeology we have at the minute supports
To
the
you,
existence
Stefan.
of Atlantis.
Well, crap, it seems like there's not even a reason for me to make this video, right? Open and shut case. So why did I even turn on the lights or the camera or the action? So, hi, I'm Dan, and welcome to the end of this episode of Debunking. Alright, so obviously there's something to talk about here, but what is it? Well, let's start by looking at the entire quote instead of just that little piece that Flint showed us.
Yeah, I can go back up there.
We're looking at
Bimini?
less than 5% of the continental shelves that have been studied at all by archaeology. I'm not surprised that we find hunter-gatherer traces underwater. I'm very glad that we do. I would be very surprised if we didn't. But what I'm saying is that not enough of that 27 million square kilometers has been investigated.
The
Only
whole
a
thing was
tiny
embarrassing
fraction
for Dibble,
has been investigated.
honestly.
And that fraction is not enough to draw the conclusion that we can
He had
absolutely
like
say
5
there was
minutes in
no
the
lost
beginning with
civilization.
compelling
Same goes for the
arguments
Amazon
with the
rainforest.
food.
Same goes for the Sahara Desert.
But can we say there's no evidence for an advanced civilization in what they have studied?
In what they have studied, yes, we can say there's no evidence
Yeah.
for an advanced civilization.
So here it is quite clear they're talking about the underwater archaeology that's been done, not all the archaeology on the entire planet. Here, listen to the beginning of the clip again.
Yeah, I can go back up there.
We're looking at
Bimini?
less than 5% of the continental shelves that have been studied at all by archaeology.
Now, Graham does mention the Amazon and the Sahara, so this is still a case of Atlantis of the gaps. But my point here is the quote is being
It's like with
completely
everything, man.
misconstrued.
With everything anomalous.
He's talking about
the fucking like the fundies. They just say no. Even have a counter argument, and then they just move on to the next thing. It's like, ask them to explain those brackets. They have no fucking clue, not the foggiest, and they just kind of like spit some bullshit and then move on to the next thing. It's like ridiculous.
underwater archaeology only, and they're making it out to be, oh, you know, he said there's no evidence whatsoever of his lost civilization. And Flint kicked that off. Let's be very clear about that. And let's also be clear. If you were to ask Mr. Hancock, hey, Graham, what do you think about the evidence for your lost civilization? What would you provide? He would immediately go to the things that he's mentioned in his books. It's not like I have to speculate very hard here. He would say things like the P.V. Rees map, the Erroneous Phineas map, the astronomy that some of these ancient civilizations had that he would say is out of place. Now, you might not agree with those as evidence, but that's what he would call evidence. Myths, legends, gigantic stone edifices that he believes could not be built without some form of higher
Hamlet's
technology
Mill, ask him to
than
explain
we
that.
attribute to
Like,
the ancients. For example,
there's this paper, I always forget to talk about it. Debunkers don't even talk about it because they have no response to it. They go through like all the numerology from the old, like, the flood mythology from all over the world. And it's like, they make a very compelling case that it's like all the numbers of precession are like built into the flood tariffs. And it shows like, the connectivity globally. It's like all the same story, basically.
even the Great Pyramid falls into this.
Now, the Great Pyramid of Giza is
called Hamlet's
probably
Mill.
the most stunning of all these ancient structures. And the stones are immense, and some of them were cut from a quarry that's hundreds of miles away. How do you think they did that?
Well, some of them, the granite in the Great Pyramid comes from more than 500 miles to the south.
If you look at the famous King's Chamber, its walls and its roof are the ceiling of the King's Chamber are all made with gigantic granite blocks.
Stunning detail.
Stunning detail. Those blocks on the roof of the King's Chamber weigh 70 tons each. Now, Egyptologists will tell you that, they could move heavy blocks because they put them on wet sand and they push them along on wet sand. Well, maybe if you're just at ground level, that will do. But when you're 350 feet above the ground, as you are in the King's Chamber, that won't do at all. I don't know how they did it. All I know is they did it. I don't think anybody knows how they did it, how they lifted those stones, how they brought them up to that level. I think we're looking, again, at a lost technology.
Yes, I just proved to you that Graham Hancock believes the pyramids are products of ancient high technology in order to counter an argument made by an archaeologist. We truly live in bizarro world. One where everyone pretends they don't know what they do in order to feel like they gotta win by proxy on Joe Rogan. It's kind of scary, to be honest, because this isn't new. Hancock has always claimed his evidence consists of myth, legend, a few quote-unquote precision things in the record, and the massive stone structures we see around the world. And Flint is completely aware of this. As a matter of fact, he led with this in the debate as a mutually agreed upon thing between him and Mr. Hancock. Check it out.
Graham is in many ways the first person to admit that the evidence he has is fingerprints. It's kind of what he thinks is this technological transmission to hunter-gatherers, but he does not have any direct dated evidence of this civilization. It's, after all, a lost civilization, right?
So it is a bit underhanded to then hold up a clip of Hancock agreeing with that point, one Dibble highlights that is in fact an agreed upon point out the gate, and then say, haha, gotcha, especially when he's removed some of the context. And the result of this dishonesty? Well, I showed you a little taste of it at the beginning of this video. There are tons of people that just show up and be like, Hancock said he has no evidence. What are you even talking about? And that's not what he said. But Flint sure made sure that that's how it went out into the world. Flint Dibble then points out we have thousands of underwater hunter-gatherer archaeological sites in the record, and this is true. But he really does ignore a few glaring issues when it comes to what he expects to find. We find stone, and that's basically it, besides a few small exceptions. In archaeologies, these are known as lithic specimens. They're pieces of stone that have been worked by human hands. From something as intricate and arguably made from high tech as the Schitt's disc, to a piece of stone that was knocked off of an arrowhead as it was being made.
Like if you visited the year 600, right, and you came ashore at like, fucking the east coast of North America, and you saw basically nothing there. I mean, anywhere, aside from like a few European cities, right? Maybe a couple places in Japan or whatever, China. If shit looked probably pretty fucking primitive, you know? And then there's like, maybe that's not a great example. I don't know, go a little bit later when you would have like fucking Paris and then most of the world with like no electricity, and then you have, Tesla doing shit in New York.
Lithic specimens to archaeologists, and they're considered evidence for human habitation and all that jazz. But what about the evidence for ancient high technology in the record? What would happen if some of that were actually to turn up? Well, a serious problem faced by underwater archaeologists is treasure hunters. Shipwrecks in particular are targeted and looted without being reported all the time, and this has been a problem since before archaeology was even a word. In an essay titled Treasure Hunters Pose Problems for Archaeologists, the following account of a recent organized looting of a shipwreck is given. On October 5th, 1804, the frigate La Mercedes came to the end of its journey at the bottom of the sea near Cape of St. Mary at the south of Portugal. A surprise attack by the English wiped out the fleet, which was about to reach its destination. At the time, the two nations were at peace. However, that didn't matter much to the British Royal Navy. The tides and the fish were the silent guardians of the treasure, which remained with the sunken Mercedes for more than 2 centuries. That is, until its discovery was announced with great fanfare in 2007. Since 1999, electric lights and robotic submarines have been periodic.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So Flint Dibble's argument is like the handful of sites of hunter-gatherer underwater sites that have been cataloged. Um, you know, Hancock said they're like less than 5% of the coastal tidewater area has been mapped. And then of the, let's be generous, say 100 sites, right? Hunter-gatherer underwater sites. He thinks that means that that's all you're going to find in that stratum, right? Which I don't think there's evidence for that. I think we see the world, the pattern on the world, as far as we can tell, is uneven development. Like one part of the world could be a couple thousand years ahead of other parts of the world at any given point. Even now, we have uncontacted tribes, like, so I don't think you can really make those kinds of arguments. Like, you have to go with what you have, right? Like, they make those kinds of arguments in order to not have to explain the anomalous, out of place stuff that they can't explain. They make those sort of like, context type arguments where it's like, oh, well, look at all this. That means that the whole world was like this. And you can't make that. Like, you obviously can't make that just because look around the world today, Yeah, no. Yeah, that could definitely be true. The Nephilim, all that shit could be real. I mean, what are these Nazca mummies? If those are real, that's the thing, If the Nazca mummies are real, and I mean, I don't, how are we supposed to explain that other than like some sort of genetic manipulation? Equal but uneven development. Oh, yeah. Or the Stargate. I think the evidence does not rule out any of those stuff that I just said. That's what I try to go for, is try to like be cognizant of what theories are ruled out based on the existing evidence. Everything else is fair game. Yeah, right? You skip to fiber, or the Tesla idea. The fucking ethereal transmission or whatever it's called.
Disturbing the
I mean, it
peace
kind
in
of
the
looks
sea.
like there was some fucking giant global power grid type thing set up, right? And like the pyramids were built to like plug into it, kind of. Like there's that one band around there's that one parallel, right? Where you like all these ancient megalithic sites are all on this one band, this one narrow range. And it's not like latitude, it's like a diagonal band, right? So there's no kind of climate reason why they'd be there. I think it's because that's where the power is, and you plug into the system there. And it was some sort of global resonance type thing where you used a combination of the Tesla transmission plus the ley line, the magnetic ley lines, and then the megalithic structures made some sort of like, amplification system that you could draw power from anywhere along this line, I mean, again, I'm not saying that because I want it to be true. I'm saying that because that's where the evidence like looks like,
Seabed in secret. The company Odyssey Marine Exploration was sweeping the bottom of the sea in search of the wreck, even though this was a potentially delicate archaeological site. It found its target, almost 600,000 silver and gold coins minted in Peru during the time of Charles IV, the King of Spain. The coins were transferred from Gibraltar to Florida, where Odyssey had its headquarters. However, the Spanish government initiated a lawsuit against the company. In 2011, the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals in Atlanta, Georgia, upheld the decision of a Florida judge who ruled in favor of Spain. The coins were returned in 2012 under a legal decision that no longer allowed any type of appeal or reversal. However, investigators still discovered that the company had wrongfully hidden some of the objects recovered from the site in Gibraltar. In the end, the company was forced to return everything and pay a large sum of court costs. So even today, with all the laws protecting underwater archaeological sites from treasure hunters are still a big problem, even in the form of like organized companies going to do it. And we don't know for sure what they hid totally. We just know what we found out that they hid. They may have hid all kinds of cool stuff that we don't know. I've talked about this kind of thing before. Where Are the Missing Artifacts, I believe is the name of the video. There'll be a link down below. The thumbnail looks like that. You know how to find my other videos. I assume if you're watching me, you're astute enough to figure that one out. That's what it looks like if you're interested. But one thing I didn't get into there was if we
I like
think
this
of
guy
the
because the channel's called
possibility 10,000
Dedunking.
years ago, there were people looking for treasure underwater with technology that they recently lost being their primary focus, right? They're looking for old, cool tech. It wouldn't be a surprise at all that all we found today was stone, with the occasional piece seeming a bit too well made for the time that it came from, but that's about it. Or consider the possibility of 10,000 years of treasure hunting on the coast. I mean, people would keep the site secret as long as possible and loot them as much as they could. But the more unique the piece, the more...
I guess it's some sort of play on words, probably for like, you know, debunking, I guess. Something like that. Like unbunking.
sought after it is. And there's plenty of rich buyers that can change a fisherman's life. And this has been a thing for hundreds of years, if not thousands. Obviously, this is less of an evidence-based argument than it is a logical one, but I personally think it holds up pretty well. I mean, what would you do tomorrow if the end of the world was happening? What would you go loot shit at all? Yeah, I think so, and I don't think you'd be alone. And then 50 years from now, your offspring, what would they be doing? What would they be searching for when they were going around the world trying to survive? I mean, I don't think it's a big stretch to say that these kinds of artifacts would be super duper hard to find within 100 years, like completely gone from the record. Now, that's not saying that we should never find anything that is anomalous, that we should never find anything like that. It is saying that when these kinds of things turn up, the museums that's willing to put somebody's name on a plaque is firmly in like 1,000th place after eBay, Craigslist, auction houses, black market deals. You get what I'm saying here. There's a lot of shit that's just not going to be in the record. Ironically, antiquities theft and looting is where archaeology began. Collectors wrote books and looked for ways to catalog their collections. And as time went on, this became part of academia, but its origins were in stealing artifacts and selling them to collectors or placing them in Western museums. From the earliest days of Egyptology to the noble savage myth of the 19th century American anthropologists, procuring artifacts from indigenous people has been a central focus of archaeology since its inception. Now, why do I mention this? Well, in that Society for American Archaeology letter, Dibble and others accuse Hancock of spreading white supremacist rhetoric, and their reasoning is Hancock cites sources from the 19th century that are problematic. But modern Egyptologists still cite their early founders, like Flinders Petrie, a eugenicist who was outspoken about the thing. He shows up all the time in the citations of Egyptology. He's straight up racist by modern standards. So the idea that Graham Hancock citing Ignatius Donnelly, who's a guy that was, by today's standards, would certainly be a racist, but back in those days he was an abolitionist and considered a progressive. So the idea that this make Hancock's work somehow part of a tradition of white supremacist rhetoric is laughable when it's coming from an archaeologist. But that's the broad brush approach. You know, I frequently point out that's kind of bullshit, so let's look at Flint himself. Flint is a teacher at Dartmouth. And as you can see in the debate, like many teachers, he likes to use visual aids, real tangible things to illustrate his point. Dartmouth recently had a problem. In 2023, they had to reevaluate the remains on the campus as they were not in compliance with the Native American Graves and Repatriation Act, called NAGPRA for short. I'll let the then standing president of Dartmouth explain the issue as he did then to the press. President Philip J. Hanlon, 77, apologized for Dartmouth's wrongful possession of Native American ancestral remains and the resulting trauma to Native American and indigenous members of the Dartmouth community and to the greater Indian country. I am deeply saddened by what we found on our campus, says President Hanlon. On behalf of Dartmouth, I sincerely apologize to our entire community. This is an extremely painful discovery, especially for Native Americans and Indigenous students and alumni, and for the faculty and staff who believed in good faith that they were not teaching with ancestral remains in their classrooms and labs. Did you catch that last part? Staff teaching in classrooms and labs with ancestral remains of Indigenous Americans? Staff like Flint Dibble, who likes to use a lot of hands-on stuff from his About page.
Flint.
I'm an innovative teacher who challenges students to think outside of the box and write clear, evidence-based narratives. My goal is to always provide a hands-on experience with the past through primary sources. So there's a very real possibility that at some point Flint was teaching a class with an illegal Native American bone in his hand, immorally obtained and illegal to still be holding. Now, he didn't know that at the time. And maybe it wasn't even him. Maybe it was a colleague of his. But
Citing
certainly
Flinders
somebody there, the
Petrie
president,
with
said so. Right?
stolen indigenous artifacts
And here's the issue.
in his hands.
This is the kind of thing I would normally never talk about because this is something they have to clean their own house. This is history correcting itself. We're getting more modern. We're figuring shit out. We fix the sins of our past as best we can. But Flint wants to say,
Seriously, Flint Dibble brought that up. He opened himself up to it.
Look at all these Atlantis hunting people and their tradition of racism because Ignatius Donnelly said some words. So compare the words Ignatius Donnelly said to the still holding bones that you're not supposed to be, quite possibly teaching them in a class when Native Americans might well believe that those bones should not be in a shoebox or in a classroom or a lab. They should be respected and buried in accordance with their religious beliefs. Who is doing the most damage today, right now? It's an absolutely absurd proposition for Flint to come out and say that Graham Hancock's stuff is spreading.
He doesn't care, man. He does not care. They're all fucking shameless.
He's working at an institution that has to make these kinds of apologies still today. And no matter how Flint wants to spin this, nobody is holding the bones of indigenous people in the name of Graham Hancock. But Flint, he'll just try to diminish all this, and he'll just say,
I'm asking you to distance yourself from that. Is actually what I'm trying to do.
But that's not what you're doing, though.
In the debate, he says this, but nowhere else does he ever say this. Just watch how he waffles here. Watch for all the rest of his confidence that he portrayed throughout the debate. He was nervous, but he had some confidence. When Joe hit him with this one, when Graham hit him with this one and Joe held his feet to it, boy, oh boy, did the flight part of fight or flight kick in, and we just got a bunch of bullshit.
Archaeologist Flint Dibble says Hancock's claims reinforce white supremacist ideas, stripping indigenous people of their rich heritage, and instead giving credit to aliens or white people. Actually, I've never...
This is how they are. Man.
No, I said that this idea of Atlantis, the way it goes back 200 years, it has been used for...
They play the whole fucking... the like liberal academia, that's like a hotbed of like just... It's like dishonest like internet attacks, It's like... That's how they attack each other now, because it's easier than like crafting a substantive counter argument. You just call them fucking racist or like point, and then the stigma is usually strong enough. That's all you have to do. It's sad. That's what they do now. Like, I don't know when it started, but like generally like that's involved with all of the sort of responses you hear from this crowd. They don't have anything substantive. They don't like interview engineers and come up with like fucking data to crunch. They just be like, oh, fucking, what's this about fucking, pre-dynastic whatever's. Yeah, exactly.
For those reasons.
So are you saying your quote is incorrect?
I think that it's editing me out of context, Graham. I've never called you a white supremacist or a racist.
No.
It's stripped credit away from local cultures of their heritage.
Right, but
that's also a misnomer too that they make, which is such a misguided argument on its face. You don't even need to be fucking smart.
the Hancock saying that there's fucking this like twice as long of a history, you know, of like, you know, absolutely legendary achievements. And Flint Dipple's like, oh, how dare you? How dare you theorize that those people were smarter than they are now?
Not doing that.
I never said he did. I
But,
said that
I
he's citing
understand.
these sources.
But this is something that is a very nuanced subject.
Mhm.
And when you say that it reinforces white supremacy,
again, I said the sources do.
Reinforce white supremacist ideas, stripping indigenous people of the rich heritage, and instead giving credit
positive.
to aliens or white people. None of those things are true.
I know Graham doesn't even talk about aliens,
Right, but
and
what-
so
did
that's
you
why I'm
say that?
I said that not in specific relation to Hancock's claims, but in specific relation
What
to
other
this
thing?
narrative of Atlantis that has gone back hundreds of years.
As Dibble, here's the Guardian. So they're misquoting you, are they? As Dibble states, such claims reinforce white supremacist ideas. They strip indigenous people of their rich heritage and instead give credit to aliens or white people. Why didn't you get the Guardian to put that right?
Well, I don't.
Did you
decide
actually
what
say
they
that
write.
though?
I did not say that Graham reinforces white
guarantee you he
supremacist
said
ideas.
that.
As I've said,
So this
the
quote
I
is
bet you
not
any
real?
amount of money he said that.
They stripped the stories of Atlantis. Yes, right.
So the quote reinforce white supremacist ideas, that's not yours.
No, that's not a quote. It's not in quotation.
Right, it was in the other article. That's what I'm getting
And
to.
again,
They
in that-
strip indigenous people of their rich heritage and give credit to aliens or white people.
Well,
in short, the series
white
promotes
people is
ideas
like
of race
them,
science that
too.
are outdated and long
It's
debunked.
like-
and this is
And
your
I did not
own.
say.
Right, but
this
that's
is your
not
own.
his quote.
The white people thing too is like purely in their heads. None of these people say it's like, oh, these fucking white people did it, you know, and then, you know, it was like all these indigenous cultures were actually white back in the day. No, presumably it's the same people who were there later on, just you know, older versions of them, right? Like, fucking devil. I hate that argument.
This is your own article, Flint. Here you are. I'm quoting from that's a.
I mean, very clearly, the academy is the race. Again, I think the similarities to politics, the way that we see like the Democratic Party and their defenders behave on Twitter, it strikes me as startlingly similar. Like it's the exact same type of tactics, right? Like, that's the way they play with these concepts in just such a fucking awful, dishonest, disingenuous way. Like, and they know what they're doing too. Like they know, it's like the same thing we see with like Zionists and like anti-Semitism. You know, it's like their whole like aggressive weaponization of the concept is actually counterproductive. You know, it actually is. It's going to lead to probably a harder time for Jews around the world. Same thing with this, right? Like we just saw this backlash happen. Like the weaponization of IDPOL just since 2016, you know, a little before that, but you know, in full force since 2016 up through, you know, Hillary and Corbyn, Bernie Bros, all that shit. And then we got the point now where like the Supreme Court is like rolling back affirmative action. Like all these schools are canceling their DEI initiatives. These are all related, you know? And I think that's directly resulting from this cruel and incredibly toxic weaponization of fucking IDPOL. And they don't care. These academics, again, it's like everything's a fucking proxy for class, right? It's like a stand-in for some sort of class-based issue. In this case, it's the fucking, you know, petty bouge / you know, like PMC teacher libs who are comfy in their 6-figure salaries, defending the empire, you know, overtly and, you know, covertly and subconsciously. And like they don't care that what they're doing is leading to like working class people being terrorized by Karens at work or whatever form the white supremacist outbursts take, you know? Like those issues are all related, right? These fucking professors don't care. And it's unclear, like the same thing within politics as in academia. It's unclear, like what they actually believe and what they've just been brainwashed or groupthinked or, audience captured into espousing, right? So they're like, oh, fucking Graham Hancock, white supremacist, blah, blah, blah. Flint Dibble might actually believe that, or he might just have fucking, fucked with himself into playing this game, this viper pit of academia. He's a pretty young dude to be a tenured professor already. Like, who did he fucking stab to get there?
Quote from your article published in The Conversation.
Other than Graham
So this
Hancock.
quote is not real?
They stripped the stories of Atlantis. Yes, right.
So the quote reinforced white supremacist ideas. That's not yours.
No, that's not a quote.
Right, it was in the other one.
He knows he's full of shit. Here's all of his talk of white supremacy in the article he wrote right after the debate. My goal is to share the magnitude and diversity of human achievement. Pseudo-archaeology robs indigenous peoples of their heritage. Hancock's narrative of engineering feats from some lost civilization includes the Sphinx in Africa, pyramids in Mesopotamia.
Implicit in that too is like, oh yeah, fucking, he's doing a bad job, but he's robbing them of their heritage because he's making them like potentially doubt like the version of their heritage that like I've fucking developed.
America, an enormous terraced monument in Indonesia. Does it include Stonehenge? No. Hancock says ancient British people built that. Hancock and other pseudo-archaeologists center white Europeans as able creators while chalking up the accomplishments of other people.
It's like they also make that argument too, which is like also untrue. Like the Greeks and the Romans, like they couldn't build any of the shit that the Egyptians built. They like had to like steal it and drag it back to Europe, right? And also like this is thousands of years later in time chronologically, it's not a serious argument, Yeah. Oh yeah, of course, right? But then it's like when you talk about places like Baalbek, right? Is really like reveals like the bankruptcy of their types of arguments. It's like, what are we arguing about here? What is the white supremacist position? Is it defending the position that the Romans built this entire temple, or is it that it was there when they got there? Or who exactly is the fucking, who are the worthy possessors of this heritage, right? It's ridiculous. Look at his face, dude. Look at him. Damn.
Peoples to
Creepy
outside
MF.
influencers, the Atlantis civilization, aliens, lizard people, or the lost empire of Tartaria. Real archaeology inoculates people against the online and in-person racists who take Hancock's polished presentation of a mysterious civilization and twist it into overt white supremacy. So where exactly did Flint ask Graham Hancock
Like
to
literally
distance
nobody
himself
does
from white
that.
supremacy? He didn't, despite claiming so in the Joe Rogan thing and being like, oh yeah, man, that's all I'm out. I'm not calling you racist. I just want you to distance yourself from those guys. In reality, he don't care about that. He never mentions it. I'll link a bunch of the stuff down below where he's cried about this stuff. He never mentions distancing yourself from that. Instead, he conflates all the way to Tartaria. Stuff that like a lot of the guys that get a little questionable with it go to. Flint will conflate Hancock with all of it before he gives him any benefit of the doubt at all. It's so intellectually dishonest that, well, here we are.
Also, too, I think he mentioned it at some point. Fucking Hancock's like spends basically his entire life like traveling around to all these sites and like exploring and like he talks about it at one point, but like hundreds and hundreds of hours like fucking scuba diving like deep dark ocean, looking at these you know, proposed, you know, megalithic sites. I mean, it's probably a nice life like when he was, fucking 20 years ago. He still does it, like goes to like, bizarre like backwards towns in like Siberia and like fucking Ethiopia, like Argentina, like all over the place. And like I said, I think I'd probably enjoy it for a few years, but god damn, it's getting up there. Hmm. Yeah, but it's like a rigorous, like it's not like he's not like a like what he said. He's like I'm no dilettante, like these fucking like funded guys, these fundies. They like to pretend that like any kind of like non-academic researcher is just fucking jerking off in the basement, instead of like fucking rigorous analysis. And it's like they really defend the position that like they are the only arbiters of what is the appropriate way of applying the scientific method, right? Like unless they're fucking, the donor class signs off on your research pattern, like your research method, it's crank shit, And like I think we're seeing now too with the way technology is evolving and the way our like data is evolving, we're gonna need to think of some stuff. Some of this stuff might need to be reimagined with some of the anomalous occurrences, right? Like if we're gonna find, if we actually like want to like apply science to try to like solve problems, like say UFOs, for instance, right? We're gonna have to like try some different stuff, right? We're not gonna be able to like apply the, like what the astronomy department at UCLA does, like it's gonna need some way to like maintain consistent standards elsewhere in the data gathering.
Normally I accept people thinking differently than each other. What qualifies as evidence for one person just won't for another quite frequently. And in most things.
Yeah, but like it's also, we see increasingly, especially with like more of the softer sciences, the like replicability crisis, right? Like they've been able to craft papers and experiments in such a way that like it'll get through peer review with having questionable integrity standards, but if it's done in a narrow fashion, they can get it through into publication, and it's not till later when somebody tries to reproduce it do they see that it's bogus, right? So it's like kind of like how like like the politicians all yell about Trump. It's like, oh, how corrupt he is. He's so bad. And it's like he's probably technically less corrupt than all of you. It's just he doesn't have all the correct like pass through companies and like shell corps to properly play the game. Like that's what this country is. The more money you have, the more of these fucking like shortcuts you unlock. So it really is just like the rich get richer. I've noticed it just having a salary the past couple of years has been like, wait a minute, wait. So if you have money, you can do what with it? Oh, so they just give you more money just for having money? Oh wow, interesting. Shit like that, right? I forget where I was going with that.
I'm completely tolerant of this. I don't believe in this or that, but I won't call you stupid if you believe in it. But when it comes to character assassination like we see here, I don't find this a legitimate belief held by Flint and friends. I think this is their psychological justification for acting like assholes, putting things into print that are absolutely abhorrent. And it worked great in the debate because Hancock was upset about it before it even started. And Flint could just be like, hey man, I just want to talk about the evidence. I don't know what your deal is here. But try finding an article that he's written on Hancock that doesn't include these tacit accusations of spreading racist bullshit, and then see if it actually asks him to distance himself from those people. An archaeologist who may well have illegally held Native American bones in his hands while teaching, calling a guy like Hancock a spreader of white supremacist rhetoric, is like a Holocaust camp executioner calling an edgy 4chan poster out for spreading white supremacist rhetoric. As Jesus is quoted with saying, remove the log from your own eye before removing the splinter from your brother's eye. That way you can see clearly when you go to take out that sliver. In other words, clean your damn house before you go pointing fingers, Flint. This is why I rail against debunkers who misspeak more than pseudoscientists who I think are completely wrong. Perhaps you have heard of the Milgram experiment? After World War II, wanting to understand how Germany got normal people to commit atrocities against their neighbors, Stanley Milgram conducted an experiment in which scientists in lab coats instructed test subjects to administer electric shocks to other people. The people receiving the shocks were actors, and the point of the experiment was to see how far the test subject would take the experiment before stopping. As many as 65% of the test subjects would administer shocks up to the point that they believed it would be lethal if they were instructed to do so by a scientist. To be honest, this experiment focused on authority in general, but specifically it was scientific authority being represented here. If the impartial person who has more knowledge than I says carry on, I'm going to effing carry on. And that was how the public perceived scientists in 1963. But in recent years, the damage to the reputation of science in general has been troubling to me. Not because I want to dress up in a lab coat and zap people who piss me off. Although, anyway, my issue with these sort of things is that they erode the public's faith in science in a manner that I don't think Flint or many others, even guys like Andrew Rakic from Autenche Films, who really has a nuanced take film on this
He means
debate,
what I was just saying.
seem
He
to have
just
noticed this
doesn't
at all.
know how to
By
say it.
treating this discussion like a debate instead of
test this hypothesis in a fair way.
He demonstrated a lack of scientificness, I guess you could say. I mean, the impartiality you would expect from a scientist was completely devoid from his arguments. Instead, they were all-encompassing, full of errors that kind of landed on his side of the fence, just happened to at any rate. And basically wouldn't even own the worst shit that he did to Hancock before the debate. It was Weasley. Apparently he doesn't realize that outside his small community that this does look unscientific as hell. He betrays ego as a motivating factor to any astute observer. Indeed, his entire video covering the aftermath of the debate is dripping with smug comments.
So how did it go is the question I always get. How did it go? Well, let's see. Roll the clip.
But can we say there's no evidence for an advanced civilization in what they have studied?
In what they have studied, yes, we can say there's no evidence
Yeah.
for an advanced civilization.
We heard from Graham
That's not
Hancock
true that there is, though, by the way.
no evidence for his lost ice age civilization.
there-
This is one of the
there
memes that
is.
somebody sent me, and ding, ding, ding. Yeah, I feel
Pathetic.
pretty good. Clearly, I went in as prepared as I could, and there's a whole lot of stuff. I probably only shared 20 to 30% of what I went in with. What I was able to show was, fortunately, just how much evidence we have. We have so much evidence, archaeological evidence all over the globe. You know, I talked about one of the surveys he did in Egypt and the Sahara. Graham saying archaeologists have not surveyed the Sahara. Man, plentiful surveys of the Sahara have happened, and plentiful Stone Age artifacts have been found.
Now, he's feeling his oats now, and I understand that, but he's not reaching the people that he wants to reach. Instead, he's preaching to the choir. Do you remember the SAA letter that I mentioned earlier, the one that Hancock mentions in the debate? In it, 3 reasons are listed for the Society of American Archaeologists requesting the documentary be reclassified as fiction. The first reason listed tells us what the real problem is, why they wrote that letter,
he was
why they
mean to
combat guys like
archaeologists.
Hancock, and why they frequently get so overzealous that a dumb electrician can highlight the issues in their arguments. The reason is, the host of the series repeatedly and vigorously dismisses archaeologists and the practice of archaeology with aggressive rhetoric, willfully seeking to cause harm to our membership and our profession in the public eye. The second reason highlights the difference between Hancock's theories and the academic consensus.
Not that he did something wrong, is that he pointed out
Third
that
is
we
the
were
BS
wrong.
cries of racism I mentioned earlier. Their number one reason is personal attacks. You make archaeologists look bad, well, you make us all look bad, and we're going to come in there. And then Flint came in there, guns a-blazing, in it to win it. But it's all ego-driven, man.
It's just like Mick
Science,
West, man.
no,
they don't
man,
actually
fucking
debunk
nothing to do with science.
anything.
It's just
They
ego.
just
In my video,
don't admit when they're
Archaeology
wrong,
to
and they
Carl
keep
Sagan,
pressing on.
I point out
you know?
that the tactics Flint used here is basically wasted efforts. They could be making stories sound more fun and therefore more interesting to the public, but instead they play whack-a-mole with opposing ideas like Atlantis. Now, in my opinion, this is totally a losing proposition for them. And check out that video if you're interested. The link is below. I mentioned this because Flint is pushing the opposite direction. He didn't just laugh uncomfortably or whatever. He is misrepresenting the science openly in order to try to win this debate. And this is the kind of thing that is just, it is not going to pan out well in the long term. I'm not the only person noticing this. Even Chris Dunn did it at the end of his appearance on Joe Rogan. The entire Atlantis hunting community is looking at Flint's arguments with a fine-tooth comb. And most of us are seeing the same thing. A lot of misrepresentation and a whole lot of ego. And I'm of the opinion that Flint did more harm than good to archaeology and team science here in his performance in the debate. I mean, there's no question shit's more polarized now than when it began, and that's not good for anybody except people that make content regarding all of this drama.
It's like that Luke Caverns guy said the same thing. Fucking dibble. Dibble's a dibbler. I mean, a certain type of dude who like needs this approval, you know, like these fucking weirdo perverts. Like, honestly, like some of the worst people in the world. It's World of Antiquity guy sucks. I kind of want to watch this Clovis first one. Fuck. How academics can talk to pseudo-archaeology fans. Anybody who uses the term pseudo-archaeology, like with a straight face, I'm immediately not going to... None of their stuff is going to be good. Like, I'm just going to... From the jump. Like, this is...
You're telling us that archaeology is very keen on new ideas and wants to really.
This is a perfect example of what I mean.
Right? That
Like, in this Clovis first section, Hancock just repeatedly over and over again demonstrated like how blatantly wrong he was, and he just was like, "Nuh-uh." He just like denied it.
It's my perspective. Yeah,
that's your perspective. All right, let's have a look at Clovis first.
Clovis first. Something people skeptical of.
Just like over and over again, there's multiple examples of like the exact thing he was complaining about, and just had nothing to say.
Scientists love to bring up, and something scientists love to play down. Let's go ahead and talk about the implications of this bad boy here. Hi,
like these people were fucking just as aggressive about Clovis first fucking 20 years ago as they are about all this other shit now. And it's so bizarre too, like when you see just like in my lifetime, there's been several examples of stuff like this, of like legendary stories or like some sort of folklore tradition or whatever, something that was proven out, you know. And meanwhile, the whole time, people like Flint Dibble were just like, "Oh God, didn't you see these silly buffoons? They think that the city of Troy is real. Ho, ho. Ew. They think that there's going to be sites from before the time of Clovis. No, no such sites. Oh, they think it was a comet impact. Yes, okay."
My name's Dan, and welcome to Debunking.
It's just like, I just don't understand why act like that. Like, they could just be like, I don't know, this is pretty compelling. We'll see what happens. Yeah, the underwater city, like over and over again. It's like very frequently happens.
When you're just going to change and no longer be in the middle and stuff. I'm going to point out where I think
Alexandria,
went wrong,
right?
Off the bat, because I haven't been doing it the last few videos,
it's just,
as I've already mentioned.
Why not just be like, I don't know, this is interesting. Like,
definitely.
I just don't understand why you would voluntarily go into it with that sort of cocksure, nuh-uh. Like, what is that supposed to demonstrate? Like, it's just going to make you look like a jackass and nobody's going to believe you. So whatever stuff you were
truthful about is going to look bad, you know, because people see how fucking awful you are.
Made a misstep is when he was trying to prove that the Clovis First debate was kind of still going now or had been in very recent times by citing articles that were like from The Guardian and stuff like that that weren't really scientific papers.
And so you mentioned this Clovis First hypothesis, right? It's been decades. You bring up news articles and headlines that say that it's still being debunked. That's not what archaeology is. Our articles ourselves don't say that. Our articles instead present new hypotheses like the Kelp Highway hypothesis, because scholars do not write the headlines for media articles. I cannot help how journalists portray what we do, okay?
So if Graham wants to demonstrate the debate did or didn't end at a certain point, he should be using peer-reviewed published papers, in my opinion. Certainly not just like mainstream journal-y articles.
Yeah, but that's not even fair,
those
though.
could be, you know, written by anyone.
No,
and
but that's
even
not true,
an unpublished
though.
thing written by an
Like, the way that they do it, like, if it's not overtly like they did to fucking the Gundam Padang guy, they subtly undermine it and they attempt to go at it from different angles. Like, in the paper, they'll ostensibly write a paper about something unrelated, you know, not directly related, and then they'll try to, like, attack it from the side by, like, bringing up some other evidence and bolstering some other fucking part of the puzzle. They don't, I mean, they may be not arguing for it anymore in their papers and shit, but they are still looking for ways to overturn anything fucking pre-Clovis, for sure.
archaeologist. I mean, you could have some guy who was 95 years old and still stuck in his ways from the Clovis First days. So, in my opinion, in order to
Again,
be
the same way that,
demonstrably
like, it's the same way they do in politics, right? It's like how they were trying to, like, they're still trying to, like, privatize Social Security, and instead of admitting that that's what they're trying to do, they are constantly accusing the other guy of trying to do it, you know, so then they can kind of, like, gauge the backlash. It's, you know, I see what you're doing.
100%, you should be using peer-reviewed published papers from modern times. Now, for those of you who haven't unsubscribed from me yet, now's the time. And
Yeah, yes. What's not normal and is not, I think, standard is this attitude, this fucking, you know, invincible, like, just this, like, ignorance of, like, doesn't matter how wrong you are as long as you have, like, you know, the fucking journal's blessing, you know, you're just gonna fucking ride with it. I think it's counterproductive for sure.
for those of you who unsubscribed from me 2 videos ago, now you're like, oh man, he still does criticize Graham. Oh shit, what did I do wrong? So let's carry on with the rest of the video and discuss Clovis First. The basics of the Clovis First hypothesis goes as follows. 2 great ice sheets, the Laurentide and the Cordilleran, covered the majority of the North American continent for eons. And around
And it's also fucking pissed me off too. It's like they didn't, not like they, like, ruled that, like, Clovis was the beginning. It's not like they found evidence to demonstrate that. It's that they didn't dig any deeper than that, right? Like, if they had dug deeper, you know, they would have probably found shit from the jump.
13,000 years ago, they began to melt, leaving a corridor across an exposed Bering land bridge. Because the sea levels were so much lower, being that all this water was locked up in the ice sheets, there was a fat strip of turf between Asia and America, and this was believed to have been used by the very first inhabitants of the Americas. As there were, and still are, numerous Clovis points for dating around that time period, the belief was the Clovis people were the very first Americans. Clovis points are a unique style of arrow or spear point, and this was used to loosely connect the people across a continent under the umbrella term the Clovis culture. Because the weapon points showed up in the appropriate time to line up with the melting of those ice sheets, this hypothesis looked really good. 2 different lines of evidence seem to point to the very first human feet touching the Americas around 12 to 13,000 years ago, and this became the orthodox position for decades, at least for 50 years. And this was pretty much fine until French-Canadian archaeologist Jacques Cinq-Mars showed up in the late 70s at the Bluefish Caves in the Yukon. And when he excavated the place, he found what he was pretty certain were signs of human butchering on mammoth bones. And the dating on the place was around 24,000 years ago. This basically doubled the age of the peopling of the Americas. And he wasn't shy about it. He had no problem putting this information out into the world, and it was, well, famously or infamously, it was not met with kindness by his colleagues. Science journalist and trained archaeologist Heather Pringle studied under Jacques Cinq-Mars, and in an article on the opposition Cinq-Mars faced surrounding the Bluefish Caves, she says, "But relatively few of Cinq-Mars's peers shared his confidence. And as I began regularly attending archaeological conferences in the years following that trip to the Bluefish Caves, I saw what Cinq-Mars was up against. Sitting in halls with Canadian and American researchers, I witnessed what happened when archaeologists presented data that contradicted the Clovis First model. Often a polite bemusement spread through the room, as if the audience was dealing with some crackpot uncle. Or the atmosphere grew testy and tense as someone began grilling the presenter. But once or twice, the mask of professional respect slipped completely. I heard laughter and snickering in the room. She was there. She saw firsthand what he faced, and I think it's important to pay attention to what she says here. Because she doesn't say that all the archaeologists on the planet oppose Cinq-Mars, but she does say that he faced a hegemony of ideas, basically, that he faced an uphill battle trying to get his ideas out into the public, and that it ended up damaging his career. It ended up damaging, most likely, his mental health.
They only do this
Although she
research
doesn't say that
because
directly, it's pretty obviously implied from the words that are used there. Now,
that's what the fucking capitalist donor class wants them to research. I don't even think they even realize it. You like what you say because you say what you like because they like what you say. Yeah.
Flint, he's going to
It's the same sort of phenomenon as the UFOs, right? When they deliberately, disseminated this strategy of like ridicule. It's like they weren't going to like try to like debunk anything. They were just going to like mock the researchers and, snicker at it. It's the same thing we see now. Fucking douchebags like McWest. What's up, Decadune? What's going on? It's fucking late. Decadune showing up.
play this.
That suggests there's an archaeological
I'm just Flint dibbling, getting revved up.
conspiracy where we're all working together
No.
to have one narrative.
No, it suggests
Yeah.
that there's a strongly held point of view, there's a paradigm, and that those who go against the paradigm are likely to be attacked, like Tom Dillahay, like Jacques Cinq-Mars.
All of them still had successful careers for many decades.
But
Jacques Cinq-Mars excavated many other sites.
But compare that to what Heather Pringle says in her article. It was a brutal experience, something that Cinq-Mars once likened to the Spanish Inquisition.
No one likes being
At
proven wrong.
conferences, audiences paid little heed to his presentations, giving short shrift to the evidence. Other researchers listened politely, then questioned his competence. The result was always the same. When Jacques proposed that the Bluefish Caves was 24,000 years old, it was not accepted, said William Josie, director of the Natural Resources of the Venut-Gwich'in First Nations in Old Crow. In his office at the Canadian Museum of History, Cinq-Mars turned at the wall of closed minds. Funding for his bluefish work grew scarce. His field work eventually sputtered and died. He enjoyed his summers excavating and exploring the Yukon, trying to find exactly areas like the Bluefish Caves, but his, funding and ability to do so just slowly withered.
You only
over
get
the
funding
years.
for these sites
And he's
based
not
on
the only
like
guy
what
that
people want to
experienced such
find,
a thing. The guy that Graham Hancock showed in the debate, Tom Dillahay, he experienced very, very similar things.
A lot of things happened during that span of 20 years before things changed, but can you tell me what your thoughts are in terms of the scientific process? Considering what took place in terms of the dialogue and all the back and forth that happened, is that what you would have expected from the scientific process?
Well, yes and no. I put together an interdisciplinary research team of people, got National Geographic funding and National Science Foundation funding, and that went pretty well the way we expected it to. And I found that the scientists were open-minded. This includes archaeologists. We had Australian, Chilean, and Argentinian archaeologists working with us. Cumulatively speaking, those people, besides myself, probably had close to 100 years of experience amongst them. What surprised me on the other side of the coin was the stiff, closed-mindedness of many North American archaeologists. There were some North American archaeologists, particularly those who worked in Latin America, Alan Bryan, Ruth Gruen, a few others, open-minded. Of course, Montevideo, they sort of fit the paradigm they were expecting. But I found Europeans much more open-minded. But some of the North American colleagues were very difficult to deal with, and I think at times presenting a very unhealthy atmosphere, cutting us off before we could present the data at meetings, not talking with us about it, refusing to even look at the data, this sort of thing.
Now here it's pretty clear, he faced a lot of opposition when he went public. But he's also clear it wasn't everyone, it was a very select, specific group of archaeologists that opposed him. Now I know that me and Graham are in contact now, so it's expected that I never disagree with him on anything, but I have to say I think that Graham misses the significance of this. The distinction between who is involved with the gatekeeping and who isn't is actually very important in my mind. While it's clear that the people who are most directly connected to the Clovis First model, mostly North American archaeologists, were unscientific in their treatment of the site, North American archaeologists who were working in South America were not opposed to the findings out of hand. In fact, as Dillehay puts it,
there were some North American archaeologists, particularly those who worked in Latin America, Alan Bryan, Ruth Gruen, a few others, open-minded. Of course, Montevideo, they sort of fit the paradigm they were expecting.
basically it's the same old, same old. A few bad apples are ruining it for everyone. Now Flint's going to say, oh, it's not really that bad, it doesn't really ruin much. And Graham's going to attribute it to more archaeologists that, in my opinion, should be deemed guilty of this crime, although I can completely understand why, because, now check it out, he gets a letter, he sees the letter, the SAA letter, for example, to Netflix, and it's from the Society of American Archaeology, and it's got effing United States government letterhead, SAA at 5,000 members strong. It makes it come across that 5,000 people think this
5,000
should be the
douchebags.
thing. And when nobody really speaks up in opposition that has an SAA letterhead themselves, it's pretty easy for him to at least lump those 5,000 into the group that think that he should ride off. And so you can't really blame him when he gets a little bit emotional about it, although I will say that that doesn't help a whole lot when you're having the debate, especially the debate on Joe Rogan, because like I mentioned before, Flint could bait that. He could straight up be like, poke the bear, I know you're mad, I know you're mad, I know you're mad. You go into the debate, emotions come out, and I'm like, well, what's the deal, man? I didn't say anything. And the people that weren't aware of all that shit that happened before, they didn't see it happen in the debate, they saw Graham bring it up in the debate, so they can be like, oh, you're the one that's making this a big deal. But it's like, man, anybody who's in the know knows a lot different. So I see where Graham has a problem here. But it is certainly not all archaeologists, it's just a handful. For example, Thomas F. Lynch wrote papers debunking the idea that Ice Age humans existed in South America, and Dillehay wrote papers in response. And this is all back in the 90s about Monteverde and sites similar to
never
that.
debate. Exactly.
I'll link one of the papers below. After that, you can sign into View, and it's free, and it doesn't require
These
anything
fucking guys,
but a
it
Gmail
doesn't
account.
matter.
And
You
then
can't
others are going to
defeat them
show up
'cause they-
next to the articles. You can see all the responses these guys
just say
had next to each
nuh-uh.
other, and
They
other
don't-
scientists
they're
weighing
not
in. And
fair-
it's an old
they're not in
debate,
good faith.
but it's very much worth reading, because we'll see quotes like this from Dillehay. A recent review by Lynch of late Pleistocene sites in South America is impaired by numerous errors and misrepresentations. Now, if you've watched my other videos on the debate, I don't really need to explain this parallel to you. You've already seen it. Flint has kind of consistently misrepresented things and misunderstood where Hancock is coming from. And that puts Graham in a position where he does feel justified in just like railing against archaeology in general. Although again, I will say that I don't think that that's the answer or a healthy path forward. Although I do get why he feels the way he does. Because let's be clear, when Ancient Apocalypse is review bombed before it's been up for a
Sunny
day,
Day Real Estate's
it's
playing
clearly
here
an
in
attack on
September.
his work and
I
his
might have to
ability
go.
to publicly express that work. This has created quite the Hatfield and McCoy scenario, although in this case we can
I ordered
safely
that new
say
agriculture
archaeologists
record
fired the first
yesterday.
shots. Just read Fingerprints of the Gods. It doesn't have the combative tone against archaeologists that Ancient Apocalypse does. But back in the
Fucking
90s,
care. No one
nobody
cares.
had called Hancock a racist. Nobody was trying to deplatform him. Nobody had conflated his work with things like,
They're saying that I embolden extreme voices that misrepresent archaeological knowledge in order to spread false historical narratives that are overtly misogynistic, chauvinistic, racist, and anti-Semitic. I mean, you apply those labels to somebody and you're going to get that person hated.
The point is, I see why
What is he
Graham
doing?
thinks
What's-
the SAA and its 5,000 members are
I would
like
love to
part
hear
of the
that
problem.
argument.
I've said similar things, even though I was mostly saying it to piss people off, because in reality, I recognize there's a lot of SAA members who really don't have a dog in that fight. Although I will point out that if you're a member of a group that's saying stupid shit like this and you let it run amok, you are letting them sully your group, and then guys like me come along and pick at it. But you know, that's getting off a little bit into the weeds. This whole mess got really bad. It bled into like actually endangering Dillahay's life when you look at the Clovis first thing I mean by this whole mess. Like, check this out.
And plus, politically, from time to time, there were some difficult moments. At my home institution later on, when I left Chile, a letter was sent to a dean with anonymous signatures of about 24, 25 people saying this guy doesn't even have a PhD, a lie, of course. You should fire him from the university for what he's doing, and so on. And another colleague who sent a letter to the newspaper in Chile, one of the major newspapers, saying that Monteverdi was creation of the CIA to implant me down there. And, you know, that puts you and your family in a dangerous situation in a country like that at that time. So there were several other unpleasant things. So the whole sociology of the non-scientific part of that enterprise was disturbing at times, and made me reveal that there's a small, not a majority, but a minority of people who will do anything in their power to defend their paradigm. It was their career, and they had given decades to it. And I can see that from a historical viewpoint now, as the years go by. But on the other hand, I certainly didn't accept it at the time.
I mean, actual fear for him and his family over this debate. Decades
he said
before
the Bible
social
couldn't
media
grant
even,
good
he was
title.
attacked for opposing the Clovis Mafia, academically and socially, with the social attacks actually having a good possibility of becoming physical. But history shows us the bad actors are just a few people, a vocal minority, something that those of us who spend some time on social media,
that's not true.
We've seen how these guys can paint out a group with just a couple of nutters being the public face of it. But in this case, this is the same kind of hegemony actually existed before Clovis first, and it's the same kind of scenario in the Americas, in the debate around the peopling of the Americas. And basically, one guy and his buddy, and then a handful of their cohorts, held the hegemony into place and kept the peopling of the Americas dating back to about 3,000 years ago, maybe 4,000 years ago if you got crazy, and that was the limit. Ailes Hydrilica, who totally never got made fun of in school for his last name, was an anthropologist in the first half of the 20th century, and he was firmly of the opinion that the site of Folsom, New Mexico was a hoax, because the evidence said the site was about 10,000 years old, and Hydrilica believed there was no way people were in the Americas that far back in time. And as he was the head of the Smithsonian Institute's Physical Anthropology Division, he was well positioned to block finds from being accepted as legitimate. It took a very long time, but eventually the Folsom site was accepted, and Folsom Man became, for a time, the first human in the Americas. But before that, if you wanted to be an archaeologist in North America, you couldn't posit the peopling of North America before 2000 BC.
2000 BC. Dude, I want that Cerruti Mastodon site to be real. So then it's this is like people were in America before Europe. Oh, you can't do it. You can't do it. Inventor of free energy generator. They tried to kill me. That's right. Electrician debunks electric pyramid power plant. You're right. Oh, new chode. Ark of the Covenant's true purpose. Oh man. Look at all this shit. Big archaeology is trying to misrepresent it. Flint dibble. Warp drives. Kyle did a story about Rania. Nice. That. I thought you had. I forget that tall white alien video already. Fuck. AJ. I thought I saw they had a good podcast. Yeah, that one was good. Hmm. I love it how, like, I hate all the fucking people we watch. It's not a good UFO channel unless I fucking hate the creator.
Ross Coulthard talks about the military shooting at UFOs. We've got that and a lot more to talk about today, so get in here. This is Jack with the Cosmic Road. I talk about UFOs and the paranormal. Please hit like and subscribe and let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Oh, and I just wanted to give you a little teaser, or not really a teaser, but I just wanted to let you guys know that I've got an epic two-part interview with a legendary remote viewer, Daz Smith, coming out this weekend. While I'll be away at the ayahuasca retreat.
Whose Twitter page?
I hope you will
Flint
really
Devils?
enjoy that interview. We go over some really
Flint
great
Devils.
stuff.
Fucking
He
hell,
did a
dude.
remote viewing project regarding UFOs for Tom DeLonge, for example.
Whoa.
Really good stuff. Really good stuff. So I hope you enjoyed that interview. So look forward to that on Saturday and Sunday. Okay, getting on with the roundup. Here is Ross Coulthard talking about the military engaging UFOs.
Now again, this is what I find is a real worry is I'm increasingly led to the view by sources that the United States...
Did I tell you how good of an idea it was to subscribe? It's a stupendous idea. Like, stupendous idea. You will not regret it. It's look, someday life-changing. I say like delaying, extending, simplifying. You know, completing, informing. Undoing. Cooler than Ross Coulthard. Two alien co-hosts. Check out this guy. Get back here, you. I'm gonna get you.
has been involved in targeted kinetic engagements with
Kinetic
UAVs
engagement, let's
using
go.
EMP weaponry to try and bring them down. And they've done so successfully. But it's an offensive act against a non-human intelligence. If that's true, and I'm not saying it is true, it's just something I've been told that I'm still in the process of trying to verify with other sources. If that's true, the implications of that are that one country in the world has taken offensive action against a non-human
That's the meal where they eat
intelligence, which is
non-subscribers' brains.
perhaps of vastly superior advanced technology. What are the implications for that for the entire human race? So what right do they have to do that, if true? Okay.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
at that.
they're shooting at UFOs, guys. I've reported on this
Show me
time
how
and
it's
time
done.
again. There's so many cases of us shooting at UFOs
Rihanna's the
interesting that Ross
most
talks about this
afraid of the
EMP
knife
technology
dimensions.
because Rulo was also talked about something similar.
That's a good way to
He
be.
talked about it in terms of hypotheticals. Well, what if there was an object and it was, using electromagnetic, surfing on the electromagnetic waves of the planet, and it was utilizing that sort of technology? Well, we could use an EMP to bring it down. Potentially, hypothetically, maybe that could happen. That's what Lou said. So, looks like we do apparently seem to have that technology, which is really intriguing. We do have functional EMP technology that can be used as a weapon. And I think it can be used successfully in terms of targeting UFOs, which is
Never
also
assimilating nothing.
It's also really intriguing that they can also use conventional weapons. There are multiple reports of UFOs being taken down by
assimilated.
rockets. Even in one case, bullets from a fighter jet. I was pursuing a UFO in order to shoot
Maybe
it.
that Australopithecus when he gets caught.
With their guns, and they actually brought it down.
Stick so much alien DNA in you.
It's so weird that these advanced machines and these vehicles from other planets could be brought down by conventional weapons or any weapons that we could bring to bear on them. But you see that time and again. It's so strange. Are we shooting at the good guys, though? Are we shooting at the good guys? There's the control group working with the bad guys and shooting at the good guys.
You think?
Now, I think that the control group is the good guys, then we're only shooting at the bad guys, any malevolent
They're so
actors
bad, like-
that might be here. But the control group isn't known for, being great.
They're, like, not even bad enough.
I know there's some pro-disclosure elements within the control group, and, kudos to those guys. But the bulk of the behavior that we've been able to discern from the control group is pretty shady. They've done some pretty shady stuff.
Like
And
Flint Dibble, you know what I'm saying?
I'm not thinking that good guys would want to work with them, honestly. So, I think we're good guys. One more reason why we go disclosure, so we can get over of these black scary stuff. And not just black, just the military is being forced and obviously at high level, the groups, whoever want to go, they are running the military. The politics they carry, they're running.
Eat your soul. Eat your soul.